on. Just hold on.
This is your fault. You specifically wanted this.
I was trying to give you a fight.
The strawberry piece
chance.
landed perfectly on the back and it was stuck.
It's working.
Oh my gosh, she was pissed.
Oh, it's not my fault. Your game is so fucking stupid that it has like 5 million screens that I have to click through to even get to.
Dude. Oh, fuck, I changed everybody to monks. Oh well.
Well, hope everyone gets fisted.
This.
Are you serious? Excuse me? There's standable ground there? What?
Forever.
I didn't know tables had dicks.
I mean, what are them legs doing?
Oh, okay.
Endless rain and humidity.
Saru, that frog took your baby! Just letting you know! Ah, please help me! I hate breathing! I wish I had cancer, but I do not!
Yo, Corona's life. Oh my god, what's she playing? Apex? Okay, I kind of understand why I don't watch her anymore.
What the hell? Oh my gosh, my teammates just want to die. That's it. That's all they do. Just fucking die. Where do you?
Okay, let me say this in short, concise words for my YouTube short and TikTok. If they are going to force you to play the game in quick play and have a penalty for leaving, they should have a surrender option. So that way, if the game is bad and you don't like it, you and your team can surrender. A lot of other games have it, and I think it would be good for the game if they add a surrender button.
You can teleport the people that are already inside of... Whoa, wait, did I just fucking bug it out? Ah, I bugged it. I broke the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party! We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, And pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Hello, you absolute legends, and welcome back to another pause game into restart mission combo stream. Starring me, swollen__dingus. Well, hi there, everybody. Hello, hello, and welcome. Howdy do, and hullabaloo. All that good stuff, too. I hope this Tuesday evening has found you as well as it has found me. Big ups. Hope everyone's doing well. I'm still in Jack 2 hell, but if you check my orbs, I got 202 orbs out of 286, and I did the math, and I think a majority of the remaining ones I have are through gun courses and the fucking races. So, we're gonna be race warring tonight. Thankfully, I got a ton of stuff I want to watch, so it should be enough to tide me over. But big ups to the ding-dongs, the dingers, dongers, and swollen__ones existing here in the now. Big ups to the ding-dongs, the dingers, dongers, and swollen__ones, sure to be existing in the immediate and far-flung future. Like Alpha Elite TV, J Frosty, UNFW1, Izuna Drop Real. It needs to change your name to have the real in all caps, bud. That's how the joke goes. And anybody else? I guess we'll get started on the races. I mean, it's not just races. I got the gun courses as well, and my math should be on the money. And if it is on the money, all the remaining orbs come from that. Because I think I've done everything else that awards orbs for you achieving the high score. I did a couple of the races last stream, so it's not like I'm going to be doing all of them on this stream. I have 6 to go, I want to say. I did one on the stream that was like 2 sessions ago, but I reloaded the wrong save, and I think it undid me doing that race. But let me get back to the stadium, and I can get started on that. I can start watching shit, because we don't have any Arlo. Don't even ask. Don't even request it. We're on day 4. Day 4. Where's the video, Arlo? Where is the video, Arlo? Where is the video, Arlo? Not a single Arlo video on the main channel or the Rambling channel. What is going on? Are we gonna go another 2 weeks without an Arlo video? He comes back and says he broke his other leg. Hey guys, Arlo here, and I'm sorry, but like I broke my foot thing. I broke my thing that I used to walk, and this somehow prevented me from playing video games or recording my voice. Oh, okay. That makes sense to me, Arlo. Here's $1 million to your Patreon. Does he even have a Patreon? I think he does. Look at me being a little bully. No, many of the videos are going to be from Synthetic Man's brother, because I have a shitload from him that are backlogged, and a couple from Donkey and just other sources. Big ups to Discord Merchant with the Almighty Gex. Hopefully, I can round up these last precursor orbs, then we can get started on Jack 3. Then we can play through Jack 3's story, and then after playing through the story, I can get trapped in Jack 3 precursor orb hunt hell. I am so far away from where I need to be exactly. Or, you know what, since I'm at the port, I suppose I could start on the gun courses? Going the wrong way. Oh wow, you actually changed it. You don't have to take my... No, I'm not... No, don't listen to my pignosis. It's not worth anything. But, your name does pop out more for sure. Now people will know at immediate first glance that you're one of us. One of us. One of us. Ooga booga, ooga booga. What I think 100% DK Bonanza Dingus? You mean the sensation I got after finally 100%ing it? Pretty good. I still think it's a good game. My opinion on it has not changed. Since before I hadn't 100% of it, I still think it's a great game, and it's a contender for Game of the Year for me. Now, I didn't really expect much as far as rewards for 100% go. I think the reward you get for redoing the final boss again with everything is just a slightly altered art at the end for the art that shows Pauline doing the New Donk City Festival. It just adds the animal NPCs to it, along with one or two fractones. You do get the DK face balloons, which I thought was tied to 100%, but I went ahead and did a look-see, look-listen after the fact, and it is tied to you getting the 1,000 bananas. So as long as you get 1,000 bananas, you don't even have to get like all the records or fossils or anything. You can get the Donkey Kong balloons. Hopefully they will know I'm the real Izuna drop, so as there are plenty of fakes. Well, for sure, for certain, this will help you suss out the real ones from the fakers. Pick up Skokie. You're not the first person in here. Would there be an expansion to it, you think? Or does the ending, no spoilers, kind of tie it all up with the bow? I'd say the ending puts a nice little bow on it, but that doesn't mean that there can't be DLC that, like, you know, chronologically takes place while the main plot is still going on. You know how some games have DLC like that? Fire Emblem Three Houses is a good example where the DLC canonically takes place during the school year portion of the game's story. You could probably do something like that, so they have an explanation, an excuse, you know, in-game narrative reason for Pauline, you know, being around, without getting too much into the narrative, you guys. I want there to be a giraffe or lion transformation, because that was kind of hinted at, but we didn't really see it. The most we saw were the crystal-looking fellas looking like lions and giraffes, but we didn't get a lion and giraffe transformation, nor did we have NPCs that were actually, you know, lions and giraffes. And there's some little easily missed in-game lore that tells you that lions and giraffes existed at one point, but something happened and they disappeared. So I'm like, you know, if you want to be the thinking man over here, you could say, oh man, what if they do a DLC where you go to a new layer and those animal species pop up, and like then you can transform into a lion or a giraffe. Wow, oh my god. Oh shit, I wanted to do the gun courses first, but we ended up back at the stadium. Alright, I guess this is what we're doing first then. But I got 6 races I gotta do. The streets need Cranky Kong DLC. We need Funky Kong. Where the fuck was Funky Kong at? They mentioned Candy Kong, but we got no physical appearance by Candy Kong. Where are my wacky beloved characters at? I do like how they reference all the animal buddies though. Yeah, whether as the transformation themselves or as the fossil, a lot of love went into it. I love how the fossils start off as like generic fossils like dinosaurs and shit, but gradually as you go deeper and deeper into the Earth, or the planet, they don't say it's Earth, they just say the planet. As you go deeper and deeper underground, you start getting more fossils that actually reference DK stuff, and then it all kind of comes to a head and makes total sense once you get to the Forbidden Layer and get the big reveal! And then it's like, oh, okay, that's why shit got more referential to DK the deeper you went. Hey, Chrono, where's Lanky Kong? Lanky Kong was on the billboard in the finale. He was hanging out. Hey, Golem. Alright, Golem, here's where we're at. We got 202 out of 286 orbs. I have done everything but race class 1, 2, and 3, and 1, 2, 3 in reverse, and the gun courses. So this is gonna be one of those streams. I need to know life this now. Now! Right now! Not tomorrow, not next week, now! You're on the snake layer? Oh man, you're almost there. You're almost there. You can push it. You can push it. I believe in you. Chat, prayer hands for you and we can believe in them. Actually, you're right where Phil is. I thought Phil was playing DK tonight. Apparently he made some kind of error in the schedule. He is actually playing it tomorrow night. Now, the schizo theorist in me could say he moved it to tomorrow night because Mafia did so poorly on the launch day night stream, as well as on the day stream today. It made him get super worried about playing DK tonight because he knows DK would do about as well as Mafia. So he panic moved it, swapped it with Minecraft. But that's just a schizo theo theory, and I am in no way saying that is canonically what actually happened. Total fan fiction from me. It could have just been an honest, genuine error from the autistic schedule maker. Still on the Factory Mountains area? Oh, yeah. You're so early on if you're in the canyon layer. I'm not beating it tonight, dude, but you're just saying that to mess with my head. I'm gonna push, and I'm gonna beat it, and you're gonna eat it! Alright. We'll start off with the videos now. Rocket League's biggest cheater is back! Alright, hello you absolute legends. It's a new video from Carl Jobs that isn't about crying about Billy Mitchell.
Hello you absolute legends. 2.5 years ago, I covered the Rocket League player known as Shimmy. Shimmy was an incredible freestyler who would upload awe-inspiring montages showcasing his prowess. Shimmy was so good, he even
was really
pioneered
stalling the end of the
brand new
Mafia stream earlier
techniques
today.
and was able to do
It was
things that no
sad.
other player could. Shimmy was even invited into a well-respected freestyle team. However, Shimmy's empire would eventually come crashing down after it was uncovered that for a period spanning at least a year, Shimmy had been cheating.
What?
Shimmy had been doctoring replays.
Alright, I gotta
He
go
was
for
manually
213 here.
changing the trajectory and speed of the ball. He had also been altering the camera angle after the fact to make it appear as though he was making shots completely blind. Naturally, after being exposed for faking his clips, Shimmy was promptly removed from his team. At which time it seems like Shimmy took an indefinite break from Rocket League. But it wouldn't take long for Shimmy to make his return to gaming. Only this time, he had shifted his focus to aim trainers. Aim trainers are incredibly useful when it comes to developing the skills necessary to be competitive in first-person shooters. But over the years, entire communities have developed that focus almost entirely on the trainers themselves. Players compete for high scores on various exercises, just like they would in any other game. And it's here that Shimmy would again find himself entrenched in the competitive scene. Shimmy quickly developed his abilities, and in a relatively short amount of time, he entered the upper echelon of players. Shimmy became an incredible aimer, who would upload awe-inspiring montages showcasing his prowess.
Hey, Boba
Shimmy
Fett, to be
became
this
so
far, you just need to
good,
ask
he
your
even
older sibling to do it.
pioneered brand new
Brother
techniques
Dingus is
and was
worse at
able to
games
do
than me,
things that no other
so that
player
ain't
could.
happening.
Shimmy was even invited
Hey,
into
welcome
a
in.
well-respected aiming team. However,
Trying
Shimmy's
to round up
empire
some
would
precursor
eventually
orbs
come
while watching
crashing
videos.
down after it was uncovered that
Alright,
for
that
a
is not-
period spanning at least a year,
We are not
Shimmy
going anywhere with
had
this.
been cheating. Yes, it happened again. In an almost beat-for-beat replay, Shimmy did the exact same thing. For a second time, he had infiltrated a community and
Brother
established
Dingus, a
himself
blue-collar
as a top-tier
dude? Yes.
player through cheating. And
Also a
now, for
DJ.
a second time,
DJ
he has
on
been
the side.
completely exposed. In
Take a
this
little
video,
extra
we will
scratch.
take another look at someone who is quickly becoming
does
one of the most
birthdays
notorious
and bar
cheaters of
mitzvahs.
all time. I really hope you enjoy.
Alright, what's the
Now,
sponsorship,
legends,
Carl?
a big shout out to today's sponsor, Watcher of Realms. Watcher of Realms is a really
Aw,
fun
this ain't a
fantasy
new
RPG
sponsor.
that I've played a ton. It combines classic fantasy RPG elements with tower defense, which are two of my favorite genres. The graphics are amazing, and there is over 200 unique heroes across 10 factions to collect and develop. Watcher of Realms is currently celebrating its 2nd anniversary, and to kick things off, they are introducing a brand new class, the Tactician.
Feels like he's been chilling this
Heroes
game for
from
way
this new
longer than
Tactician
2
class
years.
are able to change position on the grid in real time using their ultimate. This gives them a huge amount of tactical flexibility. We also have 2 amazing new champions, Moradin and Valara. These tacticians can instantly reposition to buff allies, lower enemy defenses, and push them back. As part of celebrations, there are also a bunch of events packed with incredible rewards. Make sure to log in daily and participate in activities to earn the legendary hero Astral, skins, emotes, a legendary skill crystal, and heaps more. Watcher
I
of
missed the
Realms has a
booster.
great selection of game modes, including the campaign, arena, guild boss, and intense guild v guild battles. And honestly, it's the perfect time to start playing. Just click the link in the description or scan the QR code to download
You get
Watcher of
sponsors after
Realms
that
for
Billy
free
video.
on
Technically,
PC,
this was the
Android,
last
and
video he
iOS.
put up before that new video
I have a
that we saw
confession
last
to make.
night.
When it comes to
We're going
using
a little bit
keyboard
backwards
and
here.
mouse, I am terrible. I spent
still
my
get sponsors
formative
no matter what
years
'cause of who he
slaving
is.
away in front of a Nintendo 64, and I have to say I was pretty good. I became one of the best in the world on that platform. But of all of the control schemes one could possibly get good at, the Nintendo 64 is probably the most useless. The control stick is completely different to modern control sticks, so I couldn't even transition
it's
to
so much
modern
better.
consoles. And by the time I wanted to play first-person shooters on the PC, it seemed like such a daunting task. I was going up against people who had played on PC since they were kids, and my lack of experience
this is doable.
shows. I am just terrible at using a mouse.
I hit the brake too
but
much.
let's say I wanted to develop my mouse skills in the
My
quickest
brother is
possible
Steven.
way.
I'm
What
half
should
black.
I do? If I was serious, there is no doubt that I should invest some time into playing an aim trainer like Kovacs.
Stereo said he had gotten a controller pretty recently to help him with Nintendo 64 games. I gotta ask him which controller it was whenever he gets here.
Kovacs strips away everything involved in a first-person shooter except for the aiming element. Players create scenarios that work on specific techniques, whether it be your ability to track a moving object or your ability to quickly move to new targets.
Hey,
Most
Aqua.
scenarios last for 60 seconds,
I was drinking
at which
horchata
time
earlier.
you are given a score. Obviously,
Horchata
the idea is to
delicioso.
play scenarios to improve your skill, and the
Right now I'm
score
drinking,
just gives you
agua
a
de
metric that
tamarindo.
you can use to track your progress. For most people, aim trainers are simply a
Stop
means
stealing
to
my
an end.
boosters.
What they really want to do is excel at competitive shooters, and aim trainers are just a way to improve their ability.
Hey, aim trainers is pretty relevant given that cat boy who got caught cheating in Battlefield 6. Wait, cheating? No, idiot. Sorry, Chuddy. He was checking the minimap. He was using the human element. He's just better at the game than you. Filtered.
Quickly, but it's not usually the
Hands of
focus.
Win and Night
According
Zoomer.
to the aimer Viscose,
Yeah, it's the one
a
who, like,
player should
stand on for
generally
Legerio
spend
video.
around 20% of their total playtime in an aim trainer, and 80% of their time in whichever game they want to improve at. However, there are some people who
Girl.
do take aim trainers very seriously, and the aim trainers
I don't know, it
themselves
seemed like a
can
fella
become
using a
the
lady
central
avatar, if you
focal
ask
point
me.
of their play.
Like me.
The mere fact that Kovacs gives you a score,
Oh, you
and
guys know
even
the
has
lore?
built-in
I'm the shy
leaderboards,
guy in
means
the
that
Shy
some
Gals
people
booba.
are going to compete, and the most dedicated aimers will spend hundreds or even thousands of hours in aim trainers alone. There have even been live esports-like competitions where players go head-to-head for the highest score, and it's this form of competitive aiming that caught Shimmy's eye. Shimmy joined the aiming community in April of 2023, only a few months after getting exposed in Rocket League, and it appears as though everyone in the aim community didn't realize exactly who Shimmy was, or recognize him from his previous cheating. This allowed him to go under the radar. Over the course of the next year, Shimmy made steady progress, eventually reaching the
We're
rank
gonna
of
research the history of
Grandmaster on
everyone
the
who joins our
Voltaic
speedrunning community to
leaderboards,
see if
putting
they've
him
cheated
around
before in
the
other
top
speedrunning
1%
communities.
of all players.
It seems a bit
In
unrealistic.
theory, this is where progress should begin to slow down dramatically.
Carl's done this
as
in other
Shimmy was
videos too,
edging
as though it's supposed to be
closer
the
skill
norm.
ceiling. But
Like, you gotta
that's not
you gotta
what
background
happened.
check every
Beginning
speedrunner that
around
joins
May
your
of
sector.
2024, Shimmy launched
Just to see if
himself
they've
into
cheated
the aiming
previously? I don't
stratosphere.
know.
He would continue to improve
Seems a
his
bit odd, if
scores
you
at
ask
an
me. A
insane
little
rate.
queer.
Just 6 months later,
Queer
he
as in
reached
strange.
the rank of Astra and was ranked inside the top 30 in the world. Shimmy became so good, he even developed brand new aiming meta. In August of 2024, Shimmy unveiled his new method called the Shimmy Static Technique, which was a different way to approach scenarios involving static targets. Shimmy's method flew in the face of established best practice. Historically, the commonly agreed upon best practice when it comes to switching between static targets is to flick as quickly as you can and then make a micro adjustment if you need to once your crosshair is close to the target. Shimmy claimed that flicking was a bad idea and that it was better to smoothly transition between targets with full control
He's
over
smoothly
the mouse the
transitioning.
entire way. Shimmy even offered coaching services to those who wanted to improve their aim, and he was now respected enough within the community that people did take him up on that offer, though reviews of Shimmy's coaching were mixed. Shimmy seemed obsessed with conquering aim trainer scenarios, rather than developing a robust technique that could be directly applied to competitive play. His coaching revolved around learning the ins and outs of aim trainers, which isn't exactly what people were interested in. While people do use
Top left. What is that? Whoa, 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 whoa. The game glitched? What is this? Global heat fatally low at 63k free? I just hit a memory leak? What happened? What? Is this a special? Did I hit a special button combination? This is low memory, so I'm scared. Neil Cuckman, what did you do to me? Neil Cuckman! Ah! Look at your game, Neil. He's sabotaging me. He doesn't want me to get all the orbs.
Use aim trainers to practice specific
I did nothing
skills.
wrong.
What they really want to do is to be able to kill their opponents quickly in a live game. And when it came to helping people get closer to their dream of becoming an esports pro, Shimmy
It's just
was
gonna
of
stay
little
on
help.
screen.
In reality, the best aimers
Is there nothing
and the
I can do
best
about
FPS
that?
pros don't use Shimmy's technique. And there seems to be almost universal agreement among the top echelon that Shimmy's smooth gliding technique leads to forming terrible habits that don't transition to real-world FPS play.
You need to understand that the way you should approach flicking and static dots is not actually one smooth movement, because that will, if you're going very fast, that will be very, very hard to actually, you know, consistently hit on target if you move like that. Or it will just keep you slow. The idea is to actually make a very fast
I just hope
flick
it doesn't
as
fuck up
fast
the
as you
save
can
file.
with your arm, and then you will land somewhere close to the dot, possibly even on the dot once you get very good. And then, you know, you have to wait for your brain to realize where you landed, or kind of predict where you're
Kinda
gonna
eerie. That's
land
some
based on the
creepypasta shit
movement,
right there.
depending on how good you are. And then micro-correct. Micro-correction means that you're basically flicking again, but on a very, very, very small angle, so it's not really a flick, because it would be just a little movement of the hand. And then you land on the dot. That's the idea. So you split into movements.
Evidently, Shimmy's technique worked for him.
Imagine the
or at
save file
least it
corrupts.
seemed to
Alright
in
guys,
aim
gotta play Jack 2
trainers.
again.
But when it came time for Shimmy to test his skills in actual combat, things went south very, very quickly. In early 2025, Shimmy wanted to branch out from aim trainers and try his hand at games like Valorant and Call of Duty. He would
Hey,
then post
sure
his
wanted
best
to play
clips
Valorant
to
with Saru
YouTube in
earlier.
small montages.
Saru said no.
It was clear from these montages that Shimmy's ability in these games didn't quite meet expectations, given how good he was supposed to be at aiming. Shimmy's aim was noticeably off, and considering that these were supposed to be his highlights, things didn't add up. Still, Shimmy had a lot of cred left over from his aim training, and despite his game clips being a bit lackluster, he managed to find himself invited onto Team EXE. Team EXE are a team that specialize in clip farming for FPS games. If Shimmy wanted to make his team proud,
Missed it by
he
a
needed
second.
to up his game, and that is exactly
How
what
many
Shimmy
orbs are
did.
left?
In
84. 84 orbs left.
May, Shimmy
Split between
posted a
6
clip
races
montage of
and
himself playing
4 gun
Battlefield
courses.
5, and here his aim was incredible.
Seems like a lot, but
his
really it's
ability
not.
to lock onto enemies was almost inhuman. In early June, Shimmy posted another montage. This
He's
time
just
of
that
Call
good
of
at the
Duty.
game.
And once
It ain't
again,
inhuman.
his play was unbelievable.
He's proving it's
He would
human by
snap to
doing it.
enemies in a way that was almost robotic, and he
He's
could
just
track
that good.
them as they moved perfectly. Shimmy had finally figured out how to transition his skills from aim trainers to real games. It seemed like he was finally ready to reach new heights.
Is Carl gonna do a video on
And then
the cat
very
person?
next day, Team EXE tweeted that they had kicked Shimmy from the team for cheating. According to Team EXE, Shimmy was using soft aim in his recent videos. Soft aim being an external tool that allows you to lock on to enemies. They would then follow up this tweet by posting a video from the YouTuber Enders, who explained in detail how Shimmy's aim was too good and too specific to be legitimate.
Let's focus on the first kill now. Start shooting at this guy. Again, the pre-aim, he's shooting him in the face right now. No reason to adjust the aim, but he does anyway. And he immediately flicks to the belt line of this player. Boom, right there. Let's watch that in real time now, or slow motion.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Flicks to the belt line of the player. Don't know why you would do that if you're headshotting him, but okay. Now we're gonna go to the second kill. He overflicks this player twice.
Don't question the method to his madness. He's got a rhythm about it. Don't fuck with him.
He basically locks on to the belt line of the second player and has a micro track that's more visible. There was a micro track at the end of the first kill, which I suppose I will point out. It's very, very subtle. Right there, you can just barely see it. But now we will go over the second kill. The overflicks twice. There. Now you will see his aim lock on to the belt line of this player.
Pirate software
with a
cheating in
micro
Outer
track.
Wilds. Another month
Right
for
there.
Animal Well.
And
Did he
he tracks
actually?
him.
Nah, you're
this
fucking with
point,
me. He
there
didn't do
was
that.
no real
People would have brought
concrete
it up already.
evidence that Shimmy
You would be the first
cheated,
person to bring it up.
other than the fact that his aim looked impossible to legitimate players.
But what if he did?
But their assessment turned out to be correct, as a week later, Shimmy would post a confession. According to Shimmy,
Hello,
he
you
ended up
absolute
cheating
legends.
because a
I did
friend of
cheat.
his exposed him to an aimbot,
I
and he
kneel to
just
you,
got
Carl.
sucked into it. He lamented that using an aimbot had left him feeling depressed
He
and
did cheat in Outer
regretful,
Wilds. What did he
but
do?
He assured everyone that he had never cheated in
He
aim
somehow
trainers
used an
and
aimbot in that
never
game.
will. The entire confession was melodramatic and full of deflection, but a lot of people seem to believe Shimmy that his cheating was only restricted to his recent clip montages, and all of his aim training achievements were still legit. Personally, I wasn't so trusting. As soon as I found out that Shimmy had cheated again, I was very skeptical about his aim training. I was clueless about
People were
aim
skeptical
trainers,
and not so
honestly,
trusting of
I
you,
was
Carl, and
clueless
you
about
seethed
modern
about it.
FPS,
When it
but I
was
knew
time
one
for
thing
you
from my experience
to be
with cheaters
charitable,
in the past.
you were not.
The most
But you
likely
see
way to
when
detect
others are
cheating
not
with an
charitable
aim
to
trainer
you.
would be if the aim trainer was communicating with a server. In order to cheat, the most obvious way would be to slow the game down using Cheat Engine, and then speed the footage back up to make it.
He was doing a blind playthrough where he would get confused at the puzzles, look down and have an epiphany every time. He also knew information he should have known before going into areas. Well, obviously, he had a hashtag Outer-Wilds library on his Discord server that he was referencing.
Look normal. And if that occurred, there should end up being some discrepancy between what information is shown on screen and the information that was stored on
And look,
the
Eddie,
server.
him streaming the
this
game and following the
discrepancy would be
guides,
caused by
that's
the
just
game running at a
undeniable
different
proof that he's
speed
better
in real
than people who
time.
are
I
illiterate and
assumed
can't
the
read
answer
it.
would lay there. Though of course, I'm obviously not the person to know how to dig any deeper. This avenue would need to be explored by experts, and that's where the aimers Viscose and Ricky would come in. The first thing that needed to be identified was if the aim trainer communicated directly with a server and what, if any, information was stored. Obviously, when you achieve a new high score, it is stored on the server, which can be viewed publicly. But it turns out that Kovacs stores quite a bit of information about runs. In the aim
I see
trainer
when
itself,
Dingus loses
you can
this
view
race,
different
thank you.
stats for each score on the leaderboard. For example, the average FPS,
I'll try to wipe
the
that
settings,
frown off
and
your
the
face
date
for
and
you.
time.
Just give me a
On
second.
the Kovacs website, it even tracks the last 10 runs for each scenario.
I don't think it should be
and if
boosting
you know
there.
how, it is possible to retrieve all of the data for these 10 runs. And when Viscose and Ricky looked into this data, they found something extremely interesting. Let's look at the last 10 runs of Shimmy for the scenario Shim Micro. There is a bunch of information stored, but what's most useful is the start time, the time the run was submitted to the server, and the FPS. The start and submission time should tell us how long the run took in real time, as the run is usually uploaded immediately when the run ends. In this case, we can see that for 6 runs in a row, the average SPS remained around the same value. And then for the 4 most recent runs, the FPS jumped up by an increase of around 10%. There really is no good explanation for this, especially given the runs were all in the same session and so close to each other. Coinciding with the 10% increase in FPS, we can also see that the length of the runs increased by about 10% as well, from 1 minute flat to around 1 minute and 7 seconds. And coinciding
Getting that one
with
always
the
sends me
increases
into
in
that
FPS
trench and sends me
time,
upward,
we can see
killing the
that Shimmy's
speed.
score also increased by around 10%. The only theory that would explain the sudden rise of all of these values at the same time and by the same amount is if Shimmy had begun to use slow motion, lowering the game speed to around 90%. With each second taking longer in real time, this explains the jump in frames per second. It also explains why the runs themselves were taking longer in real time. And the
I think it was Animal Well where the entire community took days to figure an obscure puzzle out, then Pirate did it by himself a few hours after the guy dropped. He's just that good at the game. He's the one-man army. I don't know what to tell you. Not true, Dingus. He explicitly said he wasn't going to read chat at all, hence it being a blind long play debunk. He should get canceled for still using the term blind long play on Twitch. Doesn't he know that was outlawed? I don't know if it's toss, but it certainly isn't kosher in the Big 25.
The slow motion explains why Shimmy suddenly jumped in skill by 10%. However, while this is already pretty strong evidence that Shimmy was cheating, it's
Shimmy's
not
like
exactly
LTG,
proof.
he's only working at
Perhaps
2%.
Shimmy closed a bunch of programs that made his FPS rise. Perhaps Shimmy's internet connection played up at the same time, and that would explain why his runs were delayed in uploading to the server. And maybe Shimmy decided to engage
This is the
the
Jack
clutch
2
during
blind
the
long
countdown
play, yeah,
and start in
100%.
second gear,
100%
which is why
category.
his score suddenly increased. Unfortunately, we don't have a video of these runs to cross-check the information on screen with the information stored on the server, but all hope was not lost. Luckily, Shimmy had recently uploaded a video to YouTube of his PB on the scenario VT Multi-Click Advanced, and this PB happened to be the last run he had done on that scenario, which meant we had both the stored data and the video. Notice how in the top right corner there are two timers. The bottom timer is the session timer, and the top timer is synced directly with the Windows timer. So in theory, the timer that appears right when the run begins should be the same as the stored challenge start time in the metadata. I wanted to test this myself, so I recorded a PB on the scenario Fireworks Flick Easy. According to the data stored on the Kovacs website, the scenario began at 22:33:01, and when I check my video recording of that PB, the timer appears exactly the same. And this should be the case with every single run, because this timer on screen should be the same as the Windows timer, which is the exact same time that is stamped into the metadata of the run. When we look at the metadata for Shimmy's PB, as per the Kovacs website, we can see that his run started at 02:38:55.
Oh.
And when we check the video of his PB, we can see that his
166
timer
milliseconds,
is
I was off.
02:39:32.
Yeah, that's what I was
There is a
referencing when they tried to ban the
discrepancy
term
of
blind
over 30
playthrough.
seconds. This is literally impossible. This timer is fake and has been edited
They
into
kinda
the
eased
run
off that
with
since
video
then.
editing software.
It was just
this is
them
now
kowtowing
concrete
to the
proof
mob.
that Shimmy
Again.
has been doctoring his videos. And alongside the other evidence regarding his increases in FPS, time, and scores, we can say without a shadow of a doubt
Going for the
that
PD now.
Shimmy has been cheating in his aim trainer scores. Looking back, Viscose and Ricky identified that Shimmy started cheating in around May of 2024, which coincides with his rapid rise into the very tippy top of the ranks. Before May of 2024, Shimmy always played with these timers on screen. Then in May, his timers suddenly vanished. Over the course of the next year, his timer would sporadically appear and disappear, and it would always be in a different position. This is extremely bizarre behavior, as most players simply never touch their timer settings. They also found a video Shimmy posted to Discord in June of 2024, which showed timers that were so obviously fake you wouldn't even need to cross-check them with the stored data. They just looked nothing like normal timers that appear inside the trainer. Obviously, Shimmy improved the look of his timers after this point, but the fact that he was already faking timers proved he was cheating at this time. Before posting her findings to YouTube, Viscose reached out to Shimmy to let him know his jig was up, and Shimmy didn't
fucked,
deny
buddy.
the accusations. At this stage, things
You
were
gotta
pretty
apologize
conclusive
to the
anyway,
community there,
so
bucko.
continuing to claim he wasn't cheating wouldn't have been an effective strategy. After everything was finally uncovered, Shimmy claimed he just wanted to disappear. But in a final FU to the community, he went and deleted all of the training scenarios he had ever created, along with a ton of scenarios that had been developed by other people. It's clear that Shimmy is a compulsive cheater. It's honestly pretty shocking to me that after everything that happened in Rocket League, he would move on to a brand new community and repeat everything
Felt it,
again.
bish.
And he didn't even bother to change his name. He cheated in Rocket League, cheated in aim trainers, and then immediately cheated in Battlefield and Call of Duty. Shimmy has easily cemented himself in the Cheating Hall of Fame. It's really quite a
Have you
rare
tried avoiding
achievement to
them
cheat
yet?
your way to the top of two completely
that in mind
separate
next time, thank you.
communities. The only question that now remains is what game will Shimmy cheat in next? I guess we will all just have to wait and see. A huge thanks to Viscose for helping me learn about the situation, and for her work with Ricky in exposing saying Shimmy's cheating. She also covered this situation in her own video, so if you want the perspective of one of the best gamers in the world, definitely go and give her video a watch as well. Also thanks to Anima and T-John for helping me as well. And a big shout out to Kovac for tipping me off about Shimmy when the news broke. Thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
Yeah, not as fantastic of a day as Billy Mitchell's probably having following the release of that video. Look, more coverage like this from Carl, please. Less schizophrenic videos, fucking crying about Billy's wife and Billy's hot sauce company and Billy's son and Billy not being as tall as he claims to be or whatever. Just very schizophrenic nonsense that has nothing to do with the lawsuit. It just makes you look like a stan, an obsessed stan. As for the video itself, pretty par for the course, standard Carl fare. Remember when he was pumping out videos like this in the immediate wake of him losing? I thought it was him trying to bury the story and just kind of like shove it under a rug so you go back to business as usual. That should have been the strat going forward, just like spam videos to get that shit off the fucking sub box. And if it wasn't for that lawsuit video, that probably would have worked out. Got turned around right there. It was quite an ugly turn. He needs to cry about an image that Billy didn't even make. Look, it's a pretty... I'm not going to say it's not a mean image, because it absolutely is. But to cry about it, knowing that you put footage of you, yourself, or a digital representation of you, beating up Billy Mitchell in WWE 2K, it just seems like you're missing the forest for the trees. Alright, this one is... yeah, I guess we can start watching Lord Frogmire stuff. This is from Synthetic Man's brother. Got a lot of videos from him to watch. Modern game developers have no soul!
Modern video...
It said Jobs gets to gloat about being able to weasel out of the most of the payments, while saying it's completely above board and legal, even if you think it's shady. Fuck you, you know nothing about Australian law. But like, you're still bragging. You're still gloating about you using all the avenues available to you to ensure that Billy gets the least amount of money possible. It kind of just shows that you really didn't learn your lesson. You really didn't take your L like you said you were going to.
Video games have no soul. It's something we've all heard. We've all seen the memes of soul versus soulless. Give you a couple chuckles. Maybe it's a sad thought, but we've accepted it. That games have lost their artistic value due to having 1,000-man teams with no connection to each other, being driven by
you're shitting on Pokemon. Game Freak has like barely 100 employees.
Video game before. This isn't to say that games have all of a sudden become products. Games have always been made to make money, but at some point, making a better game with more love stopped making more money. At least that's what I had believed for a long time. But it's not like literally every single video game made today has no soul. Once in a blue moon, a game will come out that has true love poured into it, and it does sell well. It does better with 1/100th of the budget, with marketing that is basically free, because everyone shouts from the rooftops when they find something that has any artistic merit at all. So
yeah, Claire Obscure is a good
sell
example of that,
with a
for sure.
lower budget, when it has a soul, then why don't we see it more often? Why aren't they spending $100 million to try and inject a soul into the big budget AAA games? Because
well, sure, it's more
like
successful, but the profit from that success, that success is modest profit.
When
they want all the money,
artistic merit, where you could
not just
see
some of the money, all the money
in the game. So it can be done. It is possible, so why not? I truly believe the developers are incapable because they themselves don't have a soul anymore. And before I defend something that sounds completely insane, make sure to subscribe. So I've been saying the word soul a whole lot, but I should probably define it. To me, it seems absurd to even ask, but I've seen so much confusion on this, I might as well explain.
Definition is passion over a paycheck, as I've been told.
You should have one. How do you explain to the blind what it means to see. You can't. So it's just as impossible to explain to the soulless what it means to have a soul. So I will assume the confusion stems from what it means to give an object, or in this case an art piece, a soul. There are really two independent ways of doing this. One is you place a piece of yourself within the art. Because you yourself have a soul, by putting yourself into the art piece, you're putting a piece of your soul into it. And do that enough times from enough people,
this is his younger brother.
In combination, now the art piece has its own soul. And two, you treat the game as if it's a living thing, that it is its own complete object, that it has desires and a purpose, that you do things for the sake of the art in and of itself. And these two things are naturally opposed to each other. One is to make something of yourself, and the other is to make something individual and separate from yourself. And I'm sure all of this sounds like nonsense at the moment. That's why normally when people compare
a little bit, but I get where you're going.
soulless, they just use examples. Because it's something we can all instantly see, as long as you have a
using
soul,
examples is better, because it's kind of hard to describe. You sound kind of schizo when you attempt to describe it.
To put a part of yourself into something. I think the most obvious example of this is the self-insert character. And be aware, when I say something has soul, I don't necessarily mean it's good. In fact, oftentimes it makes something bad. It is far easier to not care and make something mediocre than to really try and potentially fail. So when you look at things made by teenagers, they may be bad, but they are full of soul because they literally put all of themselves into what they're making. And I know
that's an
when
important
you look
distinction.
At this kind of stuff,
that even if something has soul, it can still be a bad game.
Cringe. And that's the first piece as to why everything has lost its soul. It's embarrassment, it's fear. When you make literally anything, you're putting it up to be ridiculed. So when you put a piece of yourself into something, when that thing is ridiculed, now you
it's about
as
taking
a
that
person
step.
are being ridiculed. So these
Bearing your heart
limp
out to
fucks
people,
who are afraid
even
of
if it could
showing
result
the
in
world
criticism.
what they are, intentionally create
Criticism
products
that's
that they
not
have
so
no
constructive.
connection
We
to.
get criticism that hurts.
I have received
It
that
cuts
I need
deep.
to chill out. That's not that serious, bro. Are you fucking with me? Everything's serious. You should care about everything. If you don't care, then shut the fuck up. And that has to do with everything, especially art. If you don't care, then curl up in your bed, sit there, and starve. Okay, so you can literally put yourself into the game, but most of us agree that it generally doesn't make a good thing. Like, it turns out bad most of the time. But there are other ways of putting yourself into what you make. The extremely obvious way that you would think everyone would do, yet it's so rare nowadays, is to just put...
Yeah, he's only been on YouTube for about 2 months. He has 20,000 subscribers. He did a video on pirate software that blew up and got him over 1 million views. And of course, his brother was helping him out too.
What you like into the thing. It is baffling how rare it is for me to play something and think, wow, the author must have really thought this was cool. I mean, where are the big tits? We all like big tits. I'm tired of people pretending like they don't like big boobs. These impotent freaks who are like, oh, if you want to see boobs, just watch porn. I want to see boobs all of the time. I don't have to be jerking off. I just like them. They look good. And it's clearly fucking performative. Because even women like boobs. There's been studies about it. Even they like looking at boobs. Everyone does. They just look good. So I know you're fucking lying to me. That you're intentionally taking yourself out of the art piece when you make a character and they're ugly. Because no one likes looking at ugly shit. You know my last video on Heartbound? That obviously soulless garbage. However, there is one comment that I kept getting over and over again saying at least the art is good. And that's because the artist was a furry artist. And if there's one thing
we didn't watch the Heartbound video. I guess we could, but the pirate software stuff, you know, it's kind of come and gone.
So people can immediately tell
I guess we could take a look at it.
care put into the art, that the artist actually loved what they were doing because they were making furry shit. Instead, with these AAA shit slop games,
so true, King. I love boobs.
Making things they don't like, and maybe it's because they were told to. Maybe there's some sort of agenda they're trying to push, or maybe they just don't fucking care. And the sad thing is, you see this in indie games too. Originally, indie games didn't just use the pixel art style out of necessity. It was for a genuine love for the style, and they were sad that it didn't exist anymore. That games were made for decades with pixel pixels and they looked great, and now you're only getting 3D shit. So when they made a game with a pixel art style, it's because they loved the style and they missed it. Now the pixel art style is more likely to drive people away from a game than it is to bring people in. And it's because they know that it's not being done out of care or love, that it's being done because they have to, that they can't hire an artist or they can't waste the time. And the new thing is the PS1 style. Originally, it was done from missing the style, of having nostalgia for it, of really actually liking how those games look. Now you see 100 PS1 horror games that are all just made because there are a ton of free assets for it and it's easy to work with. And the visuals is only the beginning. How many clone games do you see now? Look at the Metroidvania. The first indie Metroidvanias were made because Metroid wasn't getting games anymore. Castlevania wasn't getting games anymore, and people missed it.
Well, stuff like Cave Story came out in the 2000s. Like, you were still getting Metroid games on GBA at that time.
Now there are literally hundreds.
Actually, the 2000s were like the most active period for the Metroid IP.
No one's buying them. Only the best of the best are getting bought because no one wants to play the same game but with less love and less care. For the love of God, we literally have clones of clones at this point. And all you have to do to separate yourself is to put a piece of yourself into it. Blasphemous did incredibly well. And there is literally nothing mechanically unique about that game. In fact, generally it's worse than others in its genre for being extremely jank. But just look at how fucking cool it is. You can
I really liked Blasphemous when I played it.
Genuine love for their own culture.
Maybe I should go back to it one day.
Blood and gore is something they just think is neat, and they put it in there because they liked it. That's another thing that's been completely sanitized from modern games is gore. Gore is cool. We like gore. It's not fucking real. Nobody's actually getting hurt. It's a video game. And if you've noticed something, if you've been putting the puzzle pieces together, gore, boobs, self-inserts, all of these things are things teenagers like. How many times has something been made fun of for being for teenagers? Because these carton empty, dipshit,
Edge, Kino, and Soul correlates most to your teenage years.
Purpose,
that makes sense.
No family, no fucking
That's why
love.
this game is peak Soul.
You're better than a teenager. You know what's cool. You think you know. You should be ashamed, not of what you like, but what you're afraid to like. What you've always liked, because that's the thing. Teenagers think boobs and blood are cool. Everyone thinks boobs and blood are cool. It's fucking pathetic losers who are afraid of being ridiculed because they've never accomplished anything. As soon as you separate yourself from what you do or make, you are a fucking ant. You're an insect. You're like, well, the pheromones say, the queen said to do this, so I know I want to do it, but the pheromones say, we can tell. Everyone can tell. You make shit art when you take yourself out of it. You have no fucking soul. You are a bug. I know that last section was a bit harsh, but I do understand some of this is just impossible with how games are made now. When you have teams of over 1,000 making a game, it's really impossible for an individual to make their mark on the piece unless they're like the game director. I don't think it's a coincidence that the greatest games were made with teams under 50, and that includes the modern.
The teams under 50 thing is something I consistently pointed out when in the credits for these PS2 platformers I've been playing for the past couple of months. It's like less than 50 people, less than 40 people, less than 30 people. But gaming development has just changed now. It's not like how it used to be.
Modern day. Anyway, since putting yourself into the game is impossible sometimes, especially if you yourself don't have a soul, which is incredibly common now, there is another way to inject soul into a game.
Resets my
by
graphic,
treating your creation like your child.
aspect
you
ratio.
are giving it a soul like a child would have. But what the fuck does that mean? Well, at the center of it is the things I've been repeating this entire video. It's about love and care. It's about treating every individual piece of the game as if it's important, because it is important. Again, it is much easier to...
Hey Astro, is this DSP Jr.'s dented brother? Lord Frogmire? Yes. This is a video about how modern games have no souls, or rather, more specifically, modern video game developers have no soul. And a bit trite of a topic. I don't disagree with what he's saying so far.
illustrate this through example. I think by far the best example of this is Stuart Copeland in Spyro the Dragon. Stuart Copeland made the music for the Spyro the Dragon trilogy, and he was not a video game composer. He made regular music in a regular band, and he is a good musician. He easily could have just made music the same way he always has, and Spyro would have a great soundtrack. But Spyro the Dragon has one of the greatest soundtracks of any video game ever, because instead of making music how you would for literally anything else, Stuart Copeland, despite never making game music before, knew that games were special, and when he made the music for the game, he made sure to play the levels that the music not only fit the...
This is true. They had a PlayStation Underground segment about it. You know, those little fucking demo discs you would get. They would have like behind the scenes coverage. There's a little mini documentary of him showing him playing through the game prior to composing the level's music. I always thought that was real awesome.
Level design, but fit how you would play through the level, had the same rhythm of how you would play the game. That's what I mean by care. That's what I mean by treat it like it's an individual. You do not make something great. You don't make something beautiful by making it the same way that you would do everything else. You give it special attention and you do what is best for it. It's love. You have to really care about what you're doing to evaluate the product you're making and do what's best for it. None of this fucking bug shit of, oh, well, the chart says, the pheromones say, and the queen said. No, you do what's best for the game, and at any sacrifice. You put secrets in a game, not because every single player will see it, not because it's extremely efficient for dev time. You put secrets in a game because it fills the world, because it's best for the game. That games are better when they have a sense of wonder. It shows care because we know it's not efficient. We feel special when we see it because we know we might be the only person to have found it. That not everyone is going to have the exact same experience. Honestly, what made me want to make this video is I watched a reaction to my Heartbound video from a supposed game developer. I have to say supposed because given the Pirate Software drama, you never fucking know at this point. And they said the code doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
He's talking about Leaflet.
Fucking with me? Of course it matters. It all
I don't know
matters.
if you guys know
you're
her.
making something you love, everything should matter. It's all important. Can you imagine if you're having
a little
child
minor
like,
minor
hey,
spat with Leaflet,
or the baby's spine might grow wrong.
I don't know too much about the person.
Oh, that
so
doesn't matter because they're going
all
to
I know
be
is
an
the spat
accountant.
existed.
They can just sit in a chair all day. They don't need a straight spine. Are you insane? The very foundation of the game.
Astro says, I would argue it's the publishers, not the devs themselves, that are heartless or whatever. Jamsies! Ah!
The emblems guide me.
Thank you, Jamsies, Jammers. We jamming with Jamsies. Big ups, Jamsies. Thank you for the raid. Party of 10. Jammies hanging out with Mecha Maiden, Capital. Jamsies herself. Zemu. Big ups. Thank you for the raid with Party of 10. Let's get a shout out going. See what kind of clip we get. We're just talking about soul in video games and what it means for a game to truly matter and be meaningful and whatever. We got some Zelda. What's she doing? Well, she don't know what she's doing. She don't know where she's going. She's lost. Oh, I see what she's trying to do. Nice going, lady!
No!
That was like the 100th death that playthrough, I guess.
No.
Alright, let's get one more. Let's get a Splatoon one. Let's get a Splatoon one of her losing. The rat! Rat queen. Look at the little rat!
He loves tortilla chips so much.
Ooh!
I'm happy now. He's so happy eating that.
He'll carve a path.
Cerulean 86. Oh look, we're looking at Jamsies
I wish
clips.
you could hear the chews, like it's so loud.
No, I full screen the full screen the Jamsies shout out. Big up Saru for the raid.
ASMR.
Now we gotta play Saru clips. And give a shout out for Saru. We're obviously continuing the Jack 2 madness, Saru. I want to complete the last of it today.
Please just stay put. Apologies that I didn't use the restroom, but
Here's Saru.
Right back.
Kirby dominated? Really? You beat the final boss? Not 100%. Okay.
Zero ammo, Billy.
That volcano area does lead into the finale, so yeah, I can see how you could finish it that quickly.
Where is it? We're going to Finland or what?
100%ing it just you got so much more ahead of you.
I promise I will. You know what? I will make a promise to not mention DSP at the next website meetup.
Did you follow through with that promise?
I'll do some non-DSP streams for you guys. Don't worry.
Oh yeah, if you did the finale, you did get the truck segment. What did you think? Well, you already played the game. It wasn't your first time, but the truck segment was Kino, wasn't it? Like fucking baller.
Oh god! It's Phil! Oh! He's hacking at us!
Are these Saru or DSP clips? Both.
Oh no, he's killing me!
Look at this jank ass fucking Saru PNG tuber here.
Got to go, I think.
Man, I remember when he was using this. It feels so long ago.
Dang it. God dang it.
Oh, we got the face cam. Oh no! What? Doxed on the Dingus stream! Ah!
Oh no, Tino, I try not to cuss so much.
Was this during a festival or something?
But if it would
Yeah, because he got the unique ink color. She gonna delete?
He canceled his splash.
You know you had clips like this, to be fair. I accept no responsibility. You know you had clips like this existing. It's on you, girl. Alright, what did Astro say? I was reading a fucking effort post from Astro here, and we got both raids. Thank you so much, guys. Astro says, I would argue it's the publishers, not the devs themselves that are heartless or whatever, but I don't think the industry is any different than it was 20 years ago. Devs push on a yearly turnaround to make games versus games being made for monetization purposes. This is true. Like games, it kind of feels like games came out on a more regular basis back then, but that's not to say that crunch didn't exist back then. You hear that all the time looking at like the dev commentaries and interviews for these older games. In particular, like Ratchet & Clank on PS2, they really did crunch and rush those games out, and they make they don't hide it. They make no reservations about it. You watch behind the scenes dev commentaries about those games, you know, looking in retrospect, like, oh yeah, we totally rushed that out. It got to a point where like the Ratchet sequels were basically ROM hacks of the previous game, just so that they can get them out faster and faster. And they themselves admit like the games were held together by duct tape and shit. It's like fucking miracle that anything in the game worked at all. So in some ways, you know, the way why we had like crunch and rushing games out, games feeling unfinished, it kind of was always like that. At the same time, on the face of it, I would agree. As always, the publisher is at fault for wanting to rush the game out, you know, enforcing that crunch and other toxic and obnoxious workplace behaviors, allowing for certain things to fester that might toxify the developer from inside out. But it's real interesting, nonetheless, to suggest that it might be the developers themselves just don't have the soul anymore, or they have it they don't have the capacity within them to inject that little bit of themselves into their product because they're afraid of criticism. Because that's mainly what he's saying in the video. That people, whether they're unconsciously doing it or they're just consciously doing it, they're not putting their soul into their products. Or at least that's his takeaway. I'm also taking away Easy Money's re-up. 8 months at tier 1 for 31 months total. Big ups to Easy Money. Thank you for the Easy Money. Jamsy's gonna heat up soup, BRB. When you come back, tell us what soup you're making. Does Jamsy look beautiful? Yeah, she looking pretty. Not Dingus victim blaming. Don't spin it like that. No wonder Insomniac tried to go multi-platform. Why didn't you fuckers buy Sunset Overdrive, Fuse, and Song of the Deep? Yeah, that's why going multi-plat didn't work out. I would rebuttal and say games usually aren't their products, but rather than the publishers. It's kind of a little bit of both, though, because you'll see that when it came to, you know, we're going to talk about Naughty Dog and Insomniac. You know, they really didn't want to let go of Crash and Spyro, but it was ultimately up to, like, oh, the publishers owned them, not you, and that kind of sucked. It's like, it's like when I was talking about VTubers not getting to own their characters because, you know, the VTubers are signed to a corporation, so after they leave the corporation, unless you're like with VShojo, who doesn't exist anymore, but unless you're like with a corporation that allows you to keep the character, you no longer keep the character. So too is it true that when a developer makes a game they truly are passionate about and truly care about, they don't actually own their own product because it's the publisher's property, you know, it's their IP. So you see a lot more of that in indie products, because, you know, with an indie product, you're the dev and you own your shit and you own it. Own it! And when the employees complain about crunch, we're called Insomniac. You need to be an Insomniac to work here. Dude, spoilers, I've still got the 2-hour Mugen video about that to watch. What? Mugen, I've heard of that fellow, but I'm not subscribed to them. But I know who you're talking about. But yeah, I think that's the crux of his video. The thesis here is that he feels that devs these days are either don't want to do it or they're afraid to inject soul into their games, by which he means bearing that part of yourself, bearing your heart out to the audience, even if it's cringe, even if the audience considers it cringe or edgy or lame or slop, because that's another distinction you have to make. When you put a little bit of yourself, a little bit of your soul into that product, it becomes you know, you make it artistic. I'm gonna sound a little cringe here myself, but you turn it into a piece of art, something that tries to be more than what it is. We always have that debate about whether video games are art. I would say devs putting soul into their games goes a long way into like making an argument for games being art. But it seems like, to him, devs aren't willing to do that these days. Whether they don't have that capacity, they don't have the soul within them to inject in the product in the first place, or they have that soul and they're just too afraid to do it. They're just too scared of the criticism they might get, the blowback they might get for doing that. And it's like, I get it, right? Because you put a piece of yourself out there, and you don't know how people are going to react, and you're scared, and maybe they react negatively. I feel about that with my writing all the time. What if you put a piece of yourself out there and it gets rejected? It's probably how Pirate Software felt after people rejected his shitty game. I feel bad for even calling it shitty because I haven't seen much footage about it. We should probably watch Frogmire's video on it in a second. But I like the distinction he made earlier in the video when he said, a game can have soul but still be garbage. Soul is not inherently good. You know, I agree with that opinion. Soul is more about, again, just putting a piece of yourself in that product. It doesn't make the product instantly good. Soul does not inherently mean that your product is good. It just means that you weren't afraid to share something about yourself in that product, and you turned it into art by doing so. Like, for example, a lot of people, well, maybe more so back in the day, but a lot of people really shat on Undertale back in the day. But I don't think it could be denied that Undertale has soul. Whatever you may think of Undertale, it pretty obviously reflects Toby Foxman's ideas and thoughts, right? Pretty easy. But even so, you could still say the game is trash because maybe you didn't like the story, maybe you didn't like the gameplay, but the game itself does reflect Toby's personality and his thoughts and what he's thinking, his perspectives and viewpoints and whatnot. BioWare had the same thing. They always said, don't worry, that BioWare magic will happen at the end. And then you got shit like Anthem. VShojo, he does VTuber drama and other stuff, blew up over a video about the Nikocado Slim reveal. No, I'm talking about VShojo, the company. If there's a YouTuber with the same name, I don't mean them. Again, it just shows how corporate gaming has become. Yeah, but more so going back to what you're saying about how how corporate it's become. It has kind of always been like that. It's more like it's an escalation over the years. Or that ending on Mass Effect 3. See, I haven't played Mass Effect, but how could I have not known about the controversy surrounding that? Because it was fucking everywhere when that game came out. Ah, yes! You can continue Commander Shepard's adventures with the purchase of additional DLC products. I'm impressed, Stinga. Heartbound apparently has very little content. How you avoided any knowledge so far, I don't know. I know it's a game, and I know it seems to take a lot from Earthbound. I'm going to be charitable and say, without having watched a video on it, that it probably does have some of Pirate Software's soul in it, but this doesn't make it a good product. Astro says, yeah, like how extreme it leaned into being corporate and all about numbers more so. Yeah, I think a big example would be EA. EA used to put out good shit. Activision used to put out good shit. Put out banger after banger after banger. And now look where we are. What are you talking about, Dingus? Battlefield 6 is about to drop. Who cares if it's already being taken over by aimbots? Get over it. And what aimbots? There are no aimbots. There are no aimbots at all. It's the human element.
Oh, that doesn't matter because they're going to be an accountant. They can just sit in a chair all day. They don't need a straight spine. Are you insane? The very foundation of the game doesn't matter.
Thanks again for the double raids, guys.
The strangest feeling this person has never coded anything ever.
But now you have to watch a Dingus stream.
But the problems of that game
we like that one around here.
Stem from the code being bad. The reason why it has shitty minigames and no combat in it is because he can't do it. He doesn't have the coding skills to make anything better. And he can't make anything better because he doesn't fucking care. The gameplay is soulless because he doesn't care about coding and he doesn't care about the gameplay. It has no love. If he cared, he would have learned to code better, but he didn't. Over 8 years, he never learned because he doesn't care. And this is all over the industry. Games don't run well because they don't care. They don't care that they run bad. Honestly, Pirate Software should have just made a furry porn game, because at least then he would have cared about it. It would have been done.
Well, Heartbound's not finished yet, right? It could still turn into one.
Good. When making a good product isn't the priority, you end up with soulless dog shit. And it's not the priority for almost anyone anymore. For developers, the priority is getting the job done as quickly as possible so you don't have to crunch. And for the higher ups, it's about advancing in the company or making more money off your investments, or even worse, it's about sending a fucking message that is the worst of the worst. Just like the most fucked up kid is the one whose parents turn them into a fucked up vehicle for their own obsessions, the worst, most soulless games are the ones meant to push a message, where the point of the product is not to make something good. It's not even to make something that they would like. It's about propaganda and showing the world how good of a person they are, how above they are of everyone else, which is truly incredible, because I can't think of a lower form of life than something that doesn't have a fucking soul. The problem with making something that you actually care about and you want to be good is you have to know who you're making it for, and you have to actually like those people. The game developers of today hate gamers. They're literally tell you they hate you. They put things in games intentionally just to piss gamers off. And even worse, most of them don't even like games, let alone the people who play them. Part of the problem with putting soul into art is that the two methods of doing so are diametrically opposed. Sometimes making something good, treating the game as an individual, means you have to take yourself out of it. If you are a writer for movies and you like movies and you write the game like it's a movie, it's going to be soulless dog shit because you're not treating the game like it's a game. Spyro's music is so good because it's a traditional musician who made video game music for the video game. He didn't make regular music that he's used to making, but these piece of shit millennial writers will write for games the same way they would write for a movie, and it ends up as dog shit. It's funny that whenever you see someone adapt the source material, like you have a movie on a book or a show on a video game, and they say, well, we want to take it in our own direction, you immediately know it's going to be bad.
Isn't he a millennial?
Have to do both.
I think he's the same age as his brother. His brother is 28, I believe.
You also have to treat the thing like it's its own thing, like it's his own individual. You don't force your kid to be a football star if
not
he's
the same age, like
fucking
around the same
who
age.
likes to dance. But they can't do that. They can't take themselves out of it because they're self-centered, soulless fucks who have been taught their entire life that they matter, that only what they care about is what matters. And then when they fail, because they have no fucking soul, they don't think to themselves that they fucked up, that they've messed up in some way. No, they think the gamers are wrong, and then they hate you even more. So the next game is even more soulless, has even less care, has even less love, and is even more dog shit. But it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. Why do you care? It's not a big deal, lil bro. Why are you proud of being pathetic and weak, of not caring about anything, of being so fucking afraid of being ridiculed that you can't admit you like something. It's pathetic. I don't give a fuck what anyone thinks about anything I do except for my dog, and my dog thinks I'm the greatest guy in the fucking universe. You know what I really play? What I'm actually...
Well, I do agree with that logic. You shouldn't be afraid of liking something. Like, people are gonna call you, oh, cringe, cringe, cringe. I do hate that kind of commentary, how things have kind of shifted towards that these days, where, you know, you're not allowed to like something because if you like something, it's cringe or you're lame. We don't really see that in this sector so much as like on social media and shit. So I'm not saying it's something that you guys do. I'm not allowed to say I like Jack 2 or you guys are gonna make fun of me.
It's not these AAA shit games, and it's not even the indie games that are all clones of each other. It's fan games. I play fan games. I play Pokemon ROM hacks. I play
fan
Super
games for Mario Day this year.
ROM hacks. I play
Old-ass fan games. I had fun.
Obscure 2chan RPG Maker games. That's what I play. Because if you take away all the monetary incentive, all that's left is soul. The only reason to make something, if you can't make any money, is because you love it. Because you want to be doing it. And they're forced to have small teams because you're not going to get 150 people to work for free. So instead, you have 10 people working very closely together.
To be fair, he doesn't go all in the propaganda little aspect like Synthetic Man.
Sure, it can be really cringy sometimes. And the
I don't know, give it time, I guess.
The greatest, but at least I know that they did it out of love, that someone actually thought this was cool, that it's in the game because they wanted it to be there, that they care so very deeply and want so very bad for the game to be good because they've been working on it for 10 years.
I know he just did, but he doesn't go as hard as Synthetic Man yet, is what I'm saying.
4 different abilities, and it's complete nonsense. It has no balance whatsoever.
We gotta watch this Pokemon video too.
They're literally
he put out a new one.
But they did it because it was cool. They thought it would be cool, and it is. I'm tired of playing things that aren't cool just one time. Could I have something that's interesting in any way? I have long since stopped caring if something was objectively good. There are enough old good games that you would never have to play a new game ever again. You would never run out of 10 out of 10s to play. So something being good or competent isn't good enough
This
anymore.
is true.
I want
My
to
backlog is full of
real
old
art.
games.
I guess all I'm trying to say is next time you're out in public and someone gives you the zoomer stare, that dead-eyed bug look, you can think to yourself, that's not a people. So as I've said before, go out, make some fan games, play some fan games. Every time you download a ROM, you're taking money directly out of Nintendo's pockets.
If he's the same age as Synthetic Man, what's probably more likely is that, you know, they didn't grow up in the 90s, but they grew up in the 2000s, but maybe they couldn't afford like the newer consoles right away, so they were reared up on the older consoles because they were sold at a discount or something. I might be oversharing a little bit too much. Maybe that's how the Dingus household existed. I don't know.
Which is good. So subscribe to Lord Frogmire and goodbye.
Oh, the video was already over. Yeah, he makes good points overall, but he does get a little bit lost in the sauce when it comes to like equating it to propaganda and wokeness. But again, he doesn't go to the degree that his brother goes. All right, now this is a big one. Whoa, it's Ann1337. Funny enough, I got a recommend on a Frogmire video earlier today. I blame you. You don't have to blame me. Blame Synthetic Man because he's got over 20,000 subscribers in just 2 months of existing. And his Heartbound video exploded in popularity, so I had nothing to do with it. Dingus is old. Yeah, total twink dingus stuff. I'm just LARPing like I'm 18, you guys. I'm old. I'm a fucking grandpa. Thankfully, I haven't had a second puberty yet, so my voice hasn't dropped yet. I still sound convincingly young. It was probably the Sharpbound video, because that's the one that went viral. But welcome in, Anne. I'm still in Jack 2 hell. I will do my best to get the remaining orbs. Can I like you the Carl Jobs jab by Goose? Yeah, go ahead. Actually, do so now, because this next video is an hour long. Yep, It's an hour-long video on the state of Pokemon. I told you I had shit to watch in the watch playlist. Nobody ever believes me. You're lucky we ran out of Arlo videos. No Arlo tonight. He's still hiding. What happened? Oh. Oops. Arlo is hiding. Where's the video, Arlo? What happened, Arlo? He's gonna take a week away from putting out videos because his mom died. No. But yeah, the video is primarily about Pokemon mobile games, not so much the mainline games. So I'm sure he'll talk about the mainline games and how they have all went to shit. Just put in the fucking national decks. That's all I'm saying. Put in the national decks. This is all I'm requesting, you guys. Arlo and DSP Jr. are polar opposites on the 10 spectrum. Yeah, one fearmongers too hard, and the other sweeps and shills too hard. They keep stealing my speed boost. The Pokemon Frogmire one is the one I listen to. Well, he has 2 of them. I'm assuming you listened to the most recent one about mobile games. Okay, you'll find it later. That's fine.
Ever since the...
Alright, so the title for this one is... I can pull it up. The Pokemon mobile games are worse than you could imagine.
Release of Pokemon Go, the primary Pokemon games have been mobile games. I had this realization after the last Pokemon Presents, where 90% of the...
To be fair, that Pokemon Direct was trash. But to be fair, again, all the Pokemon Directs are garbage.
Presentation
Name a good one, you
about
can't.
upcoming new mobile games and updates to already released mobile games. And then after 90% of the presentation is already concluded, you get a small trailer of the new major Pokemon release where we learned basically nothing new. We got one new Mega Evolution reveal. That's it. That's because mobile
Doesn't
games
make it good or okay,
are the
though.
face of Pokemon now. They make inconceivably more money than the console games. Well, I still love Pokemon, so if I'm going to be interacting with the franchise, I might as well find out what's going on with what's clearly their focus now. I'm going to use this Pokemon Presents as a guide, going through and evaluating 5 of the mobile games shown in that presentation, along with Pokemon TCG Pocket, because that's their biggest mobile game. I would do them all, but this video would be way too long. Maybe next time.
And some
Make
of
sure
them
to
have
subscribe.
already shut
Now,
down.
While we go through all of
Oops.
these games, just remember Pokemon spin-offs died for this. It is no coincidence that in this presentation we got 7 mobile game announcements and updates and 0 for any Pokemon console game spin-offs.
No Mystery Dungeon, no Pokken Tournament sequel,
Console games right
no Pokemon
now
Ranger.
are an obligation, a way of releasing new Pokemon into the ecosystem. Everything else is focused on mobile games now. So the point of the video is to find out, are we in a better place? Was it worth
So
it
curious how
killing all
Pokemon
of
goes hard on the
spin-offs to
mobile
have
game
these
department
mobile
when
games?
Nintendo
Should
in
they
general is
exist
receding
at all?
away from
Are
it?
they just another way of extracting money out of morons and making the world a worse place? I'm timestamping this video, so feel free to skip to the mobile game you want to see. And without further ado, let's get into it. Pokemon Unite, the Pokemon MOBA.
Hey, people like this one, right?
I'm sure plenty of you didn't even know existed. Given its
I heard some
tiny
people say this
player
one was
base.
okay.
I say tiny in the
Why
grand
didn't these
scheme
people
of
play it?
things, but I'm sure it's doing plenty fine, especially given its large
It was
impact
made in China.
But it definitely does not compare to Pokemon Go or Pokemon TCG Pocket, which both print billions of dollars, which is pretty surprising given MOBAs are incredibly popular, League of Legends being one of the most popular games of all time.
Oh, and can
Pokemon
tell
being
you,
the
if
most
people want to play
popular
MOBAs, they just
IP
play
of
League of
all
Legends.
time.
They don't want to play
Combine
Pokemon.
those 2 things together, as well as this being on mobile platforms, giving it access to the
Monopoly
largest
is too strong,
player
dude.
base, it's pretty
No competition
baffling
allowed.
how this wasn't a success. It's even more surprising when I tell you this might be the only game in this video that was a positive surprise. There are plenty of negative surprises.
He liked
this is the only game I went in ready to hate and actually enjoyed it. So how could it have failed? How did they fuck this up this badly? Well, despite the core game being fairly fun to play, they fucked up everything else. Now, if you haven't figured it out yet, I'm a huge Pokemon guy. I love Pokemon. The Pokemon Company has me by the nutsack. I will play or try anything they produce. But this is the first time I played this game. And the reason why is in the announcement, they already showed the game is pay to win, which is an immediate turnoff for anyone who actually cares about competitive games. This has a ranked mode. It's primarily multiplayer. It is a competitive game. So the fact that they added shitty mobile game gacha progression to a competitive game is going to prevent anyone who cares about skill expression, improvement, personal growth, you know, the kind of people who play MOBAs, because this is a simplified MOBA. It doesn't have items and builds that you buy in-game like basically every single other MOBA. Instead, you have 3 items you can equip before
Now, to be fair, this one is available on Switch as well, so it's not like fully a mobile game.
Other games where you would buy those
available on
items
Switch.
in-game using gold you earned during that match.
Hey, Cypher710, I'm doing great. Thank you for asking.
Zero on equal playing
Would still make it a free-to-play game, though.
Instead, you use in-game currency and real money to buy these items.
We're learning about
and
Pokemon mobile
then
games here,
you
Cypher.
need to upgrade them. This game, because I'm sure it's impossible for them to keep new players at this point, gives you a fuck ton of free currency just for starting the game. And I used all of my beginner currency to buy the right items and the right build, and I could not get a single item fully upgraded. Not one. And you need 3 to play a single character. Now, there's some overlap, but there's less than you think. If you wanted to play every single role, we're talking a minimum of like 12 different items. And like I said, I couldn't get one, not even one, to the max rank. And these are extremely impactful.
We gotta play every day, boy.
If your opponent has a fully upgraded meta build, and you have just the starting items, you will lose every single time.
Do your dailies, do your weeklies, do your monthlies?
On top of that system, you have a new, like,
oh, wait for the Arlo take. Arlo's got no videos to watch. We're done.
Where you equip a bunch of emblems and they just increase all your stats.
Engage.
These emblems range from bronze to silver to gold, each in increasing rarity, and you combine like 12 of them to then increase all of your stats for all of your characters. And the main way to obtain these emblems is through a gacha system, a literal gachapon. This is probably the most blatant pay-to-win part of the game. If you are free to play, you get basically none of these, and you need a fuck ton to make a proper build system thing. I think it was the reveal
He's
of
becoming
this
Arlo, for real,
specifically in the initial trailer that made me never want to touch this game, despite now playing this game for substantial.
Easy Money says, have a friend that wakes up before work to grind that Pokemon MOBA. I say, yeah, I haven't played it, but I remember it being relatively popular when it first came out, but I don't see many people talk about it now. I'm sure it's settled and found its player base. But I am hoping to God, says Anne. Hoping to God that tomorrow things will finally stop. I'm just tired of everything today. Oh, I got a headache. I'm glad Arlo isn't talking. The good news is the Jaspers seem to have stopped the little hissy fits and stopped fighting. Oh, the bad news is we're stuck racing once again. Shut up. Shut up. I'm gonna do good at the game. Played it a bunch on the Switch. It's fundamentally broken due to items. Oh, okay. Well, he was just, ranting about the items earlier. But I experienced this playing the Pokemon Gacha that I played. Masters, you can play that game forever and still not get enough items to fully upgrade your trainers. And then they keep releasing, they keep raising the level cap and release new items. It's like, let's say you use a certain item to max out your character, have them hit the level cap. You know, then they raise the level cap, but then they change the item that you use to level up your character. So now you have to procure the new level up item. That new level up item is only distributed during certain events that are fucking balls to the walls hard, unless you get particular characters.
Hey, Halligan. And doing so.
Welcome in, Halligan. We are talking about various Pokemon mobile games. And I am in Jack 2 Racing Hell still.
despite now playing this game for a substantial amount of time and doing so specifically to make this video. I still barely touch this because I know it's bullshit and I'm not spending money on this game. Now, the pay to win stuff is probably something that bothers me more than it does most people. I think most players are people who have never played a MOBA before and won't even know that they're getting obliterated because of some stupid equipment they don't have. So what else is holding this game back? I think a big one is that the game is advertised as, because it's what it is, a competitive multiplayer game. If you want to be even more lenient, it's casual competitive. But the game is structured like a standard gacha mobile game with 500 different currencies that all do different things. A million
Pokemon
events
Masters
that
has that as well.
Hours of grinding to complete.
A gazillion different fucking currencies. You never have the one you need when you need it.
Multiple battle passes, not just one, many battle passes, and 300 different notifications that are all basically meaningless. Just look at me logging into the game. I have to click through window after window just to play the game, and all of these are meaningless. None of these matter. I think the people who play these extremely predatory mobile gacha games and the people who play competitive multiplayer games aren't the same people. Both are Skinner boxes, but they're different Skinner boxes. These shitty, like, dopamine drip rewards just piss me off. I feel nothing when I get 2 reward tickets from opening a loot box when I need 500 to actually get anything. That is for a different kind of bug man. So you spend 5 minutes having the game suck you off, giving you 1 penny worth of dopamine every 5 seconds, only to then jump into a ranked game and get obliterated. Do you understand how those things don't really mix? Especially with all of these currencies and all of these things to buy, you can waste your currency.
Big ups for the 3 stream streak, Halligan. Thank you.
So that you'll never win in your multiplayer games. Like I said, you need to get 3 items to at least level 20. Supposedly that's the thing you have to get it to, is level 20 out of 30. And using all of my beginner currency, I got 1 to 20. Only 1. So to then have the fucking
1
battle
to 20.
pass give me 20 currency when it takes, I don't know, about 20,000 to do what I want, it's pretty insulting. And then combine that with all of the negative emotions with skill-based matchmaking and rank systems and all of that stuff. It should not be a surprise at all why this game can't hold players. All of that without even mentioning the gameplay, which is fundamentally flawed in its own way. Before we get into it, let me quickly explain how to actually play the game, like what the game is, assuming you've never played a MOBA before. And even if you had, you need the explanation because this is very strange. So it is a 5v5 played on a map that consists of 2 lanes and an open middle area called the jungle. The goal of the game is to kill wild Pokemon to gain little orbs. You then take those orbs and walk them into
wild
your
Pokemon. That's
opponent's
the
big
game.
circle goal thing, and you put them into the goal. Each lane has 4 goals, 2 for your opponent and 2 for you. While you're in your goal, you heal. By putting points into the goals, you destroy them until only the goal at spawn is left, which is at the end of each lane. The match ends at 5 minutes, no matter what. Whoever has more points wins. Now, this sounds very simple because it was intentionally made simple, but as soon as you start asking what characters do you play and where do you go, it suddenly becomes
Big ups, Almighty _ Tevin for the re-up. 32 months. It's your one for 42 months in total. And he says, I hope you're maximizing the gameplay. I am maximizing the gameplay. We're gameplay maxing here. It's going to be nothing but me pausing and restarting the mission the whole stream. And hopefully it doesn't take me all night, but it probably will. But thank you for the re-up. Snow says, I hate Dragon Ball Dokkan Battle. Fortunately, I am level 400 and it took 10 years of my life. Yeah, once you have that level of investment, you know, dropping it ain't such an easy thing to order. You know, because then it's like, well, you just had all that years of investment, and for what? Gugats, you got nothing out of it. The game could go, what was it? I'm fucking having a brain fart here. It go out of service. It could drop service tomorrow, and then you'll just lose everything. SB says, I've never heard of a gacha being that bad. There are worse gachas than this, to be fair. Low gachas with like low percentages for like a 5% chance to That's not even 5%, but like 0.0.25% chance to roll a 5-star or a 6-star. WB Champions, for example, is probably one of the stingiest gachas out there.
Extremely confusing. The main problem
One
being
orb kind of
there
night.
are no distinct
I've already got way
roles.
more than one orb.
Something clearly done to simplify the game, but has actually made it more confusing, which is actually a problem with the entirety of the gameplay, is every attempt they've made to simplify the game actually makes it more confusing. So a normal MOBA has 3 distinct lanes and 5 distinct roles. Each role is fundamentally different. You would never confuse one for another. These 3 lanes then are also completely distinct. They look different. You always know which is which. The characters and roles that go to each lane are present there because of the unique characteristics of that lane. This sounds extremely obvious, but in Pokemon Unite, it is completely arbitrary who goes to what lane and what roles do what. I had to look at the wiki to even find out what's different between the top and the bottom lane. There are 2 lanes, by the way, only 2, and I had to look up what's the difference between them. So if the lanes are the same, how do you know who goes to what lane? The answer is you don't. The tutorial never tells you why you're supposed to go to a certain lane. It will just say, this character likes going to the bottom lane, and this guy likes going to the top lane, with no reason why, and there's no way to find out why without just Googling it on the internet. The very first game I played that was with other players and not bots, no one knew where to go. The only way for a new player to know what lane to go to is if people before the match started
MOBA's just too complicated a genre for Pokemon fans.
Going to bottom. And this is a feature. You are able to tell people what lane you want to go to. Nobody uses it though. So the lanes aren't distinct. Surely at least the roles are distinct. So everyone doesn't just pick the exact same type of character. No, those...
Devin said, I had videos recommended that hate on Pokemon recently too. How that card game is ruined by other games, for example. I'm just going through a marathon of this guy's content. This is Synthetic Man's bro. His name's Lord Frogmire, but he put out a video shitting on Pokemon in general pretty recently, and now he's followed it up with this 1 hour-long video of him shitting on all the mobile games because the last Pokemon Nintendo Direct was garbage. And TBF, to be fair, he's kind of right, but it's definitely a fell for it again award if you expect anything out of a Pokemon Direct. This is an actual issue with the game in terms of playing it with idiots on Switch. Nobody understood synergy and the lanes were meaningless as nobody jungled. It does seem to be an issue of, like, look, from how he's describing it, it does seem to be an issue of them just trying to simplify it for the Pokemon fan base, but it gets to the point where you don't know what the roles are because roles don't exist within the game. You just kind of have this vague descriptor of what lane the Pokemon prefers, and this leads to a lack of synergy. Also, too, you can't communicate with your team because it's a game on the Switch. So it's like, is this even compatible with the voice chat where you gotta boot up your phone or something? Probably not. Better boot up Discord with your friends on a third-party app trying to play this fucking Pokemon MOBA that they oversimplified precisely because you can't communicate with your team. I jungled as Absol when the game came out. It was free as fuck. It's been kind of obvious that Gen 10 is being saved for the 30th anniversary. Yep. It's the same thing that happened with Gen 7. Gen 7 was delayed so that it could coincide with the 20th anniversary. We've come quite a ways since then. 3 gens later, here we are, 30th anniversary for Gen 10. The big 1-0 in the big 2-6. And says, basically there are support roles depending on your level up skills, like that one grass Pokemon that gave speed boost. Oh, I kind of get it. So, even though the game doesn't have a specific indicator telling you what your role is, if you check your level up skills for your Pokemon, you can make it a determination from there on what your Pokemon should be doing in the matches. I get it. Pokemon Masters kind of works the same way, where the skills, the optional skills you can enable with your currency items for leveling up skills. The skill descriptions kind of tell you what your Pokemon should be doing in general. But Pokemon Masters does have explicit role indicators, and he'll get to that game in a moment. But that game does have indicators for, like, oh, your support, oh, your tech, so you're focused on, like, fucking with the enemy stats and shit, or oh, you're the DPS.
also aren't clear at all either. The game sort of has 4 roles. It has a jungler type role, a tank, a support, and damage. And the game makes literally no attempt to explain why you should play these roles, what makes them different from each other, where they should go and why. Nothing. Just nothing. Let me give just one example of how a normal MOBA would work. You have the duo lane. In Pokemon Unite, every lane is the duo lane. See the problem? But in a normal MOBA, you have one lane, which is the duo lane. And the 2 characters you find in the duo lane are the ADC and the support. And the reason why you have those 2 characters together is the ADC is expected to carry the game later at the end of the game, but they are very weak in the beginning. And the tank is the opposite. The support is very strong.
Dota 2 has
in the
2
early
duo
game
lanes
and
is
can
not
help
true.
The ADC
Debunked.
get to the late game without being destroyed.
I of course have never played
It's not
Dota
just about
2.
having a good team comp for team fighting where you want a front line and a back line. It's also about at the very start of the game, the distinct roles are important. Now, if both lanes are the duo lane, how do you determine who goes with who, right? From everything I read, it seems like you want to play the Pokemon who are good all of the time anyway. Because there are no items, there really isn't that much scaling at all. It's just levels. So why not have the level lead the entire game by always being strong? And even if that's not the case, and the game just teaches you wrong, and the guides I'm reading also aren't good either, how do you know who goes with who? Like, how would you figure that out without watching competitive players or something? Does the
Trial and
tank
error.
go with the support? Do you have tank support together? Obviously that's weird, but there are only 2 damage classes and both lanes are exactly the same, so I guess you put range damage with support maybe and close range damage with the tank? Again, it seems very arbitrary because the 2 lanes are exactly the same. Very minor difference. I think the only difference between the 2 lanes is one gets slightly more EXP and one has a slightly more important objective near it. See, they tried to simplify the game. There is no role queue. Anyone can pick whatever character they want, and no character tells you exactly where to go, right? That seems simpler. It makes the total game simpler, but it makes it harder to understand. It makes it far more clear to just have 5 roles that all go to the same place every time, and they all do distinct things, so you know exactly how to play as soon as you pick one. In Unite, the only clear role is the jungler because it acts like any other jungler in any other MOBA. The other thing that makes it hard to know what to do, especially for new players, is they removed minions from the game. A normal MOBA has minions, which is just a line of little dudes that if you kill them, give you EXP, and they just walk forward. So if you ever don't know what to do or where to go, you just follow the minions. It is always better to be killing minions than to be doing nothing. In any other
I'm right there with you,
MOBA, if
SCP.
you're
I never
ever
understood
confused
MOBAs either.
and don't know what to do, you at least know you're helping yourself and the team by following the minions. In Unite, you have no
I
such
do know that
direction
playing them
because
seems
the
to drive
point of
people
the game
crazy.
is just to kill wild Pokemon, which are littered throughout the entire map. The goal is to get points, not destroy towers. So you just wander around and kill them and then maybe score whenever you feel like it. You could also say, if you're ever confused, just go kill Pokemon.
He doesn't
because
either.
You're supposed to be doing that. But
I guess
that's
we're all in the
far
same
more
camp then.
complex because there are Pokemon everywhere and there are more efficient routes and less efficient. And sometimes you need to be stealing. And in order to get the rewards from killing a Pokemon, you have to get the very last hit, meaning you can do 90% of the health of a Pokemon.
He's
then,
a cock.
if your opponent finishes that
gay.
Pokemon off, they get all of the reward. It is not like other
Red check.
MOBAs where your opponent can't kill their own minions. In this, you're always at risk of having your stuff stolen. It is a common theme that it sounds simpler. It was probably simpler to create, but it makes the game more complex and harder to understand. And I think nothing represents this problem better than the fact that doing the objective is often the wrong thing to do because this game is supposed to be for new players, people who haven't played a MOBA before, or maybe even any other game before. It has extreme comeback mechanics, like worse than I've ever seen. So, despite the goal of the game being to score points, destroying your enemy's tower by scoring too many points actually puts you behind. It is a bad thing to do. Even though you have have to do it to win by destroying their goal. You get nothing despite doing the objective of the game, but your opponent now gets a new wild Pokemon that they can get free EXP from, basically, that you cannot contest, or at least it's very hard to contest. It is now harder for you to score because you have to push deeper into their base to score. That new base gives them more buffs just for being inside it. So unless you are way ahead, you basically can't score at all if they're defending it, and you get literally nothing. Not one thing is rewarded to you for doing what you're supposed to be doing. You see how the game's kind of hard to understand? Why some players might be confused when they're doing the thing the game told them to do and it's hurting them. The comeback mechanics is probably the worst part of the game, because at least the confusing stuff you can watch a guide online and hope your teammates aren't brain dead, but this you cannot escape. So I already told you how scoring points actively helps your opponents more than it does you, but every MOBA has levels. When you kill things, you level up, and if you're a higher level, you're obviously much stronger. This feels good because you're being rewarded for playing well, but it can get very snowbally. So any game will have some sort of comeback mechanic, so you don't just instantly win the game by getting a couple kills early. There isn't really a point in having a 5-minute game if you can win the game in the first 30 seconds. A pretty normal way of solving this problem is just making it so that higher level opponents give you more EXP. Pokemon Unite, though, takes this way too far. When you kill someone who has a higher level than you, it puts you ahead of them. And not just that, if you teamed up to kill them, which is probably how you're going to have to do it because they're a higher level, they're stronger than you, it makes everyone ahead of them. So you can be 20 kills up on someone, then their whole party comes, bum rushes you, kills you, and now their entire team is ahead of you. You could be 3 levels up on them, and in one death, they're immediately ahead of you because they get a massive chunk of EXP. You're dead for a minute, so while you're dead, they're killing stuff and leveling up even more. So despite being way ahead the entire game, you die one time, and now you're completely behind their entire team. And although it's not technically a comeback mechanic, it sort of functions that way, and it is the worst part of the game is Rayquaza. Rayquaza is a boss monster. Every MOBA has one of these. It's a major objective that both teams fight over, and whoever kills it gets the last hit on it, gets a massive buff. The point of having these in other MOBAs is there is no set time limit. How you win is destroying your opponent's base, and the defender has a huge advantage. So if there wasn't a way to force the defender out of their base or give you a huge buff to push into the base, it'd be very hard to end the game. Pokemon Unite always ends at 5 minutes, so there's no reason for something like that to exist, but they put it in the game anyway. And it is the most impactful major objective I've seen in any
Is that
of
relatively
these
short
games.
for
Whoever
mobile
kills
games?
Rayquaza wins the game.
I always
no
hear about
matter
LoL
how
games
ahead
taking
or
like an
behind
hour
they
or
are.
something.
That's why it's sort of a comeback mechanic, because no matter how behind you are, if you can kill Rayquaza, you win the game. All of this combines together to make scoring feel pointless, because destroying goals puts your opponent ahead, and Rayquaza basically determines the game anyway. It feels like the point of the game, instead of scoring, is about gaining as much EXP as possible to just be strong for the Rayquaza fight, making the whole point of the game meaningless. At least it feels meaningless. It feels bad to score. Imagine any other
Much
game
shorter
where
than
it feels
League of Legends and
bad
Dota.
to get points. Are you starting to see why this game would have died if it wasn't for China? Most people can't even make it into
Hour for
the
way
game
too long,
to begin
2025
with.
for a
But
short
then if
game.
you do,
It's
it just
way
feels
too long
bad
for
to
games
do
for
what
me.
you're supposed to be doing. But that's not why people play Pokemon games. It never has been. Pokemon has never been known for its good gameplay. It's for the aesthetic, the IP, the soul, the Pokemans. But Unite kind of fucks this up too. The first problem is way too much Gen 1 pandering. Gen 1ers are boomers now. They aren't playing this shit. This is a MOBA for babies. The Gen 1 crowd ain't playing this shit. So it's way too much Gen 1 shit. But that's really a superficial problem. The real problem is how MOBAs make money is through skins. And the skins fucking suck. I'll just use Smite as an example because it's another kind of low budget MOBA. Look at how complex the skins are. They completely completely changed the character. In Pokemon Unite, the skins are just a costume. It's just, oh man, look, it's Latios, but now he has a little hat. The biggest issue here is it would be so fucking easy to make these good. Just make
Probably the
it
Pokemon
another
company's
Pokemon.
fault for this one.
Make the skin change what Pokemon it is. Everyone just wants to play as their favorite Pokemon. It's a lot easier to have one character that can be many different Pokemon than it is to make 1,000 different characters. Just look at Talonflame here. It could have a skin for any bird Pokemon. Nothing it is doing is unique to Talonflame. All you'd have to do is change the name of the moves and you'd be good to go. I think people would be way more excited for a skin that lets them play as Skarmory than a little hat. And the costumes for the most part aren't even Pokemon themed. Where is my Cynthia outfit for my clearly female Garchomp? It'd be pretty cool, a lot cooler than what they have now. Now, if you've been paying attention this whole time, you're probably pretty confused, because I said this game was a positive surprise. Despite all of the problems I listed, the game is still fun, and I think it's worth playing. If you ignore all of the mobile game bullshit, the core gameplay of just hitting dudes is fun. In MOBAs, my role is jungler, and in this game, basically everything is a jungler. Junglers are supposed to kill camps, which are what wild Pokemon are, and kill people, and that's it. And
yeah, the skins could definitely be more high
that's
effort.
all you do.
Most profitable IP in mankind.
And you level up
the history of mankind, most profitable IP.
It's fun. The
fucking
act
slop
of trying
ass
to
costumes.
always get last hits and trying to steal the last hit from other people is fun. It's interesting and unique to this game. In other MOBAs, your opponent can only steal last hits from camps and objectives because your opponent can't kill
which
their
you can
own
easily
minions.
do.
But in this, the last hit's always important, which is cool.
Do a costume
It's
that's just a shiny
interesting.
color.
It also helps that I'm playing on a computer against a bunch of people playing on their phone, so I'm just shitting on these kids. And it's fun obliterating people. And if you're not good enough to do that, the game has a solo mode where you're playing against the computer and you'll destroy the bots once you actually get a hang of it and you know where to go and what to do. It is fun fighting. And in this, you're always fighting. There's no minion waves. You can't be killed by towers, so there's no reason to not just be hitting people all the time. It's also still Pokemon, and I still love Pokemon. I like playing as my cool little guys fighting the other cool little guy. I hate to say it, but aesthetic really does mean a lot to me. If I like the aesthetic of a game, I'm much more likely to like the game. If you don't like Pokemon, there's probably no reason to ever play this. But I think that's fine because that's every Pokemon game. The idea and aesthetic and designs of Pokemon are just so good.
We're shitting on Pokemon tonight.
Any product, and that's why it's so sad that spin-offs are dead. But this game is doing what I would want from a spin-off. What I want is a unique experience, and this game does play differently than any other MOBA I've ever played. So even though it's profoundly flawed, I am glad it exists, and I would recommend trying that. And I speak only for this game and none of the other mobile games, that although I do like the old spin-offs much better, if the other mobile games were of this quality, things wouldn't be so bad. Pokemon Friends, the newest Pokemon mobile game and the inspiration for this video, is pretty much exactly what you think it is.
Even Arlo didn't sweep for this one.
If you've seen 5 seconds of gameplay, you know exactly what you're getting into. It's a brain trainer game for young children. It has a free and paid version, but it's not like these other mobile games. It's not a freemium game. The free version is just a demo. With the free version, you get 3 puzzles a day, and that's it.
Oh shit, Magikarp Jump? Maybe he'll talk about that one.
Variety
I remember
of
people liking that one when it released, but I never had a chance to play it.
And the paid version adding another 20 on top of that. Now, if you look for this game on the App Store, it has like
he did say he's going to talk about TCG Pocket in a minute.
All of the negative reviews are talking about.
I want to hear him tear into Masters, because that's the one I played.
Which is, I don't know, like a minute of gameplay, and the puzzle variety is extremely limited. I'm not really sure what people are expecting though, because this isn't a freemium game. It doesn't have anything to buy except 2 DLC packs, which each add 10 more puzzles. So if they gave you any more for free, there would be no way for them to make any money. This is just a regular game, although very, very, very basic. So if you actually end up shelling out the money, what are you getting? You're getting 30 puzzles that each level up from 0 to 9. Every time you play a puzzle, it levels up, getting slightly harder each time. And you can complete these puzzles as much as you want, no 3-a-day limit. And by completing 3 puzzles in a row, you get some yarn that you can then turn into a gacha plush animal. You can then use that gacha plush animal to decorate a room, and that's the whole game. There's nothing else. I guess there are quests you can complete where you just give those plushes to people to then get more furniture. But that's really it. There's nothing else. For 10 bucks, I don't really know what people are expecting. I played for a couple hours and was able to get 1 or 2 puzzles to level 6 before I was done, because this game is definitely not made for adults. There's a reason I called it a brain trainer and not a puzzle game. These are miniature puzzles designed like how you would do an IQ test. Like, it's mainly about pattern
something to play in the morning, like a crossword puzzle.
Shapes in your head, turning 3D objects with your imagination, the kind of stuff they make children do while they're developing, and people with brain injuries. It is definitely not intended for an adult to try and play it all in one sitting like I did. I was losing my mind. I purposely played it in the morning because I thought it would wake me up to do some puzzles, but I was just falling asleep. I could not stop yawning. I can't imagine any of these puzzles taking more than a few seconds to complete, even on their hardest difficulty. Saying that though, it is very funny how many of these puzzles you see in AAA games made for adults in this baby brain training game. In fact, this might be perfect for adult Pokemon fans, because I remember a Twitter thread about people being like, you can't imagine apple in your head. You're just lying. What are you guys talking about? I see nothing. And I looked it up, and the 2 people saying that were Pokemon fans. Like, they make Pokemon YouTube videos. So maybe this game would be perfect. With a little training, you guys can imagine the apple in your head and become a real person. The intended way to play this game is a little bit at a time.
I wonder
just
which
like
Pokemon
the free
YouTubers
version. When you buy
were.
the game, you can remove the daily limit, or you can just extend it. That's clearly the intention. They don't want you to play it all at once because you'll lose your mind. It's a quick exercise for children
You'll also
and
run
those
out of
brain
content.
damage. So since it's a regular game and not one of these freemium products, is it worth buying? Well, if you're an adult man, obviously not. No way. 0% chance. What is wrong with you? Why do you even think about it? It's not even a good deal. I know I said it's 30 mini games and they go from 0 to 9, but those aren't all unique puzzles. Each level actually shares some puzzles. You could probably get the equivalent product, not Pokemon themed, for about $1 on the App Store. But if you have a kid and they like Pokemon, but they don't want to do what is essentially homework unless it's Pokemon themed, then it's probably worth it. Like, these are real IQ test type training exercises, right? It is unarguably healthy for a developing brain to do stuff like this. And even then, 3 puzzles a day I think are good enough. I probably wouldn't play much more anyway. Like I said, at the 2-hour mark,
yeah,
I was
Arlo
losing
hated
my
that
mind.
first,
I was just staring
ultimately
straight through the
swept for it.
screen. Now, you can emulate this game, but it doesn't work entirely properly. Of course, I emulated it completely legally. I actually own 900 copies of this game. The touchscreen to mouse input is pretty wonky. It's workable for most of it, but there are 2 mini games that don't work at all. I have no idea why. It's not about clicking or dragging or anything, because that seems to work in other mini games, but they just don't function at all. So keep that in mind if you decide to emulate this. So back to the point of the video. Is this worth having all of the real video game Pokemon spin-offs die? Of course not. This is mobile game slop at its finest. This is exactly the kind of thing that you see in a direct and it just makes you sigh, because it's like, oh, they have nothing good to show. Now, does it deserve
like the
to
directs
exist?
full of farming
I
games.
guess so. It's fine. If
Bean
it gets some kids to do
games,
their brain
bean
exercises and they end up slightly smarter, that's probably good enough for it to be worth existing. Pokemon Cafe Remix. Now, this is the real dog
man,
shit
speaking
I
of
was
fucking
looking
puzzle
for.
games.
This is peak mobile game slop. Admittedly, it was a bit of a roller coaster. When I first started playing it, I'm like, this isn't even a video game. It's brain dead, wholesome games, Xanax fueled time waster. And then I started playing a little bit more, and I'm like, okay, I'm starting to see the vision here. There's a bit of complexity, some strategy, some skill, and then after about an hour of playtime, I never want to see this ever again. After you've done, I don't know, maybe 3-4 missions, you've seen it all. There's nothing left. And now you have to do about 1,000 more in a row to accomplish anything. Okay, but enough complaining. What actually is this game? So the goal of the game is you make little coffees for the Pokemon, and you do that by picking up a dismembered Pokemon head and dragging it into Pokemon heads of the same type. You have a set time limit for you to do this, and your combo is based on how many of these Pokemon heads you can stitch together. The secondary goal is then to use these combos to break up food ingredients.
Real gachas have PC clients.
The bigger your combo, the more of these skill balls will be produced, and you can use those to break the ingredients a lot faster. And some can only be broken by these skills. And that's the whole game. The levels consist of breaking a certain number of ingredients or earning a certain score. And once you've done that, you feed the Pokemon their coffee, you get some points, and do that enough times, and you unlock that Pokemon as a new character. Not that the characters feel any different at all, but they do have arbitrary specialties. So you want a bunch to be able to complete the missions quicker. I guess their skills are slightly different. Like this one is a big square, and this one is a big heart. Incredible. Nah, dog, this game ain't it. Sure, the art style's okay. It's sweet, I'll admit it, but it's the kind of sweet that gives you diabetes. I can just tell that the target audience is women who don't have children and never will. And this is one insanely mobile game It has multiple battle passes, a premium subscription,
battle pass in a puzzle game,
gacha pull for characters. It has excessive wait times. It also has multiple currencies, and it even has an energy system. You can't even play as much as you want. Not that you'd want to. This is definitely not the type of game you're supposed to play for hours at one time. You'll lose your fucking mind, just like me. This seems to be a consistent theme, by the way. It's almost like that's every shitty mobile game on the planet. Cafe Remix also has some of the worst events I've ever seen in a game. Normally with mobile game events, you get a bunch of stuff to do, some new characters, quests of some kind. We got a whole ass trailer for this in the Nintendo Direct just to say, hey, you can spend some money and try and pull Lapras. Whoa, cool. That's the whole event. No cool missions, nothing. No special levels, no big gimmick. It's fucked. This game is complete slop. It should not exist. Pokemon Shuffle had to die for this, which was Kino. Whenever I'm playing these mobile games, I'm thinking to myself, if this was a regular spin-off that you just
Shuffle
paid
was the one that was on
$30
3DS.
for, with none of the freemium
Before that, you had a Battle
would I
Troze,
play it?
and then you had Troze on DS before
The
it.
mobile game energy system is there to make sure you don't burn yourself out of the game and hate it. It's a lot easier to put up with slop if it's only for 5 minutes at a time. But when you play it for an hour straight, this game is a low-effort trap
3 milliseconds.
for
3
wine-haunts to waste their money on
milliseconds.
while drunk. Not a real game for any sane person to play for any real length of time.
I lapped the racer and he
burn
took
this
the
shit.
speed boost I
Moving
was
on,
trying to get.
Pokemon Masters EX. This
Hey,
is
it's
the
the one I
most
played.
mobile game of all the mobile games. It plays exactly like every other gacha game ever made. If there was a gacha game bingo card, you wouldn't just get bingo, you would fill the entire board. It of course has multiple different currencies, multiple different banners, limited time banners. If you're a sane human being who plays...
It is peak gacha slop. But look, Anne, if you play the game now, you can roll Carmine. And she can terrestrialize.
Real games, you probably don't even know what a banner is. A banner represents the available guys. I guess in this case, it's Pokemon characters.
It is
that you
peak
could
gacha slop, this
possibly
one.
receive from what is essentially a loot box. So you put in
gameplay
your
is basically
100
triple
gems,
battles from
'cause
Gen
like
5.
I said, this is the most generic mobile game ever. So of course the premium currency.
And of course, all the old man characters fill up the 3 stars for this game.
Is gems. God forbid it be something Pokemon themed, and just maybe
Big up
you
Spawn
might
Racing.
receive the waifu you want. Pulling your favorite character isn't good enough though. Just like every other gacha game, you have to pull multiples of
Yeah, you
your
gotta pull the
favorite
good
character to
characters.
fully
The good
upgrade
characters might not be the
them.
characters you
You're
give a fuck
not
about.
done there though.
And of
Just
course,
like
Cynthia has
every
1,000
other
ults
gacha
because
game,
she's
there
Cynthia.
are many different ways you can improve the strength of a character, all of which use different currencies, different upgrade materials that
Yeah,
you
have you
to
played the game?
grind
If you start
for
playing
in
this
order
game
to
now, to be
grind
confused as
those
fuck by all the,
materials, you're
all the
going to either
currencies.
have to wait a period of time, which could be skipped with premium currency, use up your limited energy, because of course this game also has limited.
And this is one of those gachas that splits up the currency types. So there's one currency, gems, but you have paid gems and unpaid gems. It's fucking bullshit.
Energy to do point.
And of course, some banners are locked to the paid gems. I'm gonna play Chibi Robo Dingus. I saw the trailer was uploaded right before I went live. It is something I'm very interested in because as far as Chibi Robo games go, I'm another fake fan. I only played the one that was on 3DS, the platformer one that nobody liked, and the mini side game that was a photo app thing. I'm sounding like Arlo now. I've only played those two. I did not play the original.
Missions over and over and over again that you end up just auto battling anyway. Yeah, that's how you know you have some good ass gameplay. That the game has to play itself or people would quit. So just real quick, before
Yeah, you gotta auto your
what the
fucking dailies and
actual game
weeklies.
is, I'm going to list off
The weeklies for
everything
this
that
game
makes this
suck
game
ass.
completely
They
generic,
take
with
years off your
nothing new
life.
to offer
Hours of
anyone.
your
So
life
it has
going and doing the
collectible
fucking
waifus,
weeklies.
multiple banners, limited time banners, multiple currencies, a differentiation between free
Stick to
currency
Fire Emblem,
and
guys.
currency paid for, grindable materials, an energy system, improvable characters that use multiple different currencies and time-wasting activities, limited time events, personal story missions, limited story missions, and don't get excited, by the way, these story missions are a couple lines of dialogue. A meaningless, uninteresting story that is just an excuse to do the equally meaningless and uninteresting gameplay.
Yeah, I don't care for the
singular way
story
of playing
in this
the game.
game.
What you see right now is exactly what you get the entire game.
I played for
Is
the
that enough?
interactions.
Did I get everything? Probably not. There's probably more that makes this even more generic, but I haven't played that many gacha games. In fact, I regret playing any of them. I'm just trying to make it very clear that this is the bottom of the barrel. What makes it disappointing is not that it's incompetent, it's that it's too competent. It is exactly what gacha freaks want because it plays like every other gacha game. But to a normal human who has no bug parts and no bug brain, I find Pokemon Cafe Remix, a piece of shit that isn't even a real video game, far more interesting than this. So what actually is the game? How does it play? Well, you spend money and then you get a character, and then you spend more money to get more characters. Okay, other than spending money, what's the game? Well, each Pokemon character, gym leaders, former protagonists, some villains.
The reason they made this game is because they wanted the game to focus on the human characters rather than the Pokemon, which is something that people have been asking for a while. But then, of course, got toxified by the gacha aspects of it. Because, of course, if you're going to do a game about the human characters, oh, well, then you got the husbandero and waifu aspect of it. So, of course, you got to make people spend money for it. But the initial prospect of the game was that it was going to expand upon the human characters in Pokemon, particularly the ones that may have been underdeveloped before the mainline game started going all in on the story. So it was like big news for games that had underdeveloped stories or before they started giving a fuck. Like basically any generation before Black and White.
Each come with a partner Pokemon, and you and your Pokemon guys team up to fight in 3v3 battles. You have a charging energy bar that lets you use moves every once in a while, and these are regular Pokemon moves. From what I understand, you know, my limited understanding, I'm not playing professional Pokemon Masters EX, if that even exists. It just works like regular Pokemon. In order to beat one of the super bosses, I used a regular Pokemon strategy.
The only difference to mainline Pokemon, the most evident difference is that you have your strengths, your opponents are weak to shit, but as far as Pokemon types go, you are only one type. So how to best illustrate this? If you have Pidgeotto, who is a normal flying type in this game, depending on what he is classified as, Pidgeotto in this game would only be normal type or flying type. He cannot be both. Also, type resistances do not exist. So, for example, let's say Greninja. Greninja he's half dark type. So in the mainline games, Greninja would be completely immune to psychic type moves. In this game, Greninja can be hit by psychic type moves. Type effectiveness is only taken into account for weaknesses. from both you to your opponent and your opponent to you. And the type chart is not fully in effect. So no dual types, no resistances, and you can only have one weakness at a time. So Greninja, going back to Greninja, Greninja is a water dark type. So in the mainline games, Greninja would be weak to grass, electric, fighting type moves. In Pokemon Masters, Greninja, it would only be weak to one of those types. And it would depend on the Greninja in question. Because let's say there are multiple characters who are paired with Greninja. So one character could have a Greninja that is weak only to electric type moves. This Greninja would not be affected he would not be affected by Pokemon who use grass type moves on him or fighting type moves. They would just have normal effectiveness on this particular Greninja. That Greninja would only be weak to electric type moves, despite what the type effectiveness chart. Despite how type matchups work in the mainline games, he'd only be weak to electric type moves, and he would have no resistances. So he would still be able to be hit by psychic type moves. But you could have another character with a Greninja whose weakness is specifically grass. So that Greninja would only be weak to grass type moves. That Greninja could be hit by electric type moves normally. That is the only change from the mainline games. I say only change, but it's like 3 changes. No dual types, no resistances, only one weakness per Pokemon. It's just like the same philosophy that went into Pokemon Unite, just trying to simplify it. So it is the mainline battle system, triple battle 3-on-3, but with some differences to accommodate the mobile market.
Spamming Calm Mind and then using stored power, all while under a grassy terrain I set up in order to not die. So there is strategy here. It's not like it doesn't exist. It's just in order to get that strategy, you have to
also kind of just turn your brain off
by spending real money. And because it's a gacha game, you can also skip all of that strategy by spending even more money. Like I could set up a balanced team that's super effective on these guys and resist these other guys, or I could use up all of my currency to get all my guys to level 140.
He rolled Carmine.
This is part of why I consider gacha games to be like peak Bugman shit, is it misses the entire point of RPGs, what makes them interesting and fun.
Well, I presume the idea is to get you into the mainline game, playing this free gacha.
The interesting part. It's earning it. It's fighting for it. It is fun to slowly progress, to fight stronger and stronger opponents over time. It's not fun to instantly level up to level 140 and one-shot everything. Where is the satisfaction? Do you genuinely feel satisfied when you spent $100 to max out your character and now you don't have to try at all? The disappointing thing is there is a video game here. It's not great. It's definitely worse than regular Pokemon, but it's similar. Why would you engage with it when you can just spend money? Or if you can't spend money, you just waste time grinding for hours and hours and hours to just upgrade everything to max. And what's the point of doing any of that in the first place? You're not doing it for the gameplay, because when you upgrade your character to the max, you're skipping the gameplay. You're not doing it for the story, I promise you that. It's not good. You would hope that they would just hire an anime writer and you get to play through anime episodes with your favorite characters. But no, you get a couple lines of dialogue from caricatures, no, not characters, caricatures, in between shitty battles. And story-wise, that's all there's worth talking about, are those small interactions between the characters you already like, because the overarching story, pointless as always. It's a generic evil team, go collect badges, they're stealing Pokemon.
My problem with how the characters are depicted in this game, where again, remember what I said earlier, the entire appeal of this particular Pokemon gacha is to give you more characterization for the human characters, which is really good for the Pokemon games prior to Black and White, where the human characters had like no story whatsoever. They just kind of existed as a means of conveyance. For example, the gym leaders, just a means of conveyance to get you from one gym to the next. The issue is that the characters here feel way too sanded down. They feel sanitized, saccharine even. All they care about and talk about is like Pokemon. It's kind of my issue with the anime too, and I get it, like, it's Pokemon, the world is Pokemon, but surely that can't mean everything is Pokemon, and like everything we talk to has to in some way, shape, or form relate to Pokemon. It's always kind of bugged me about the series. Lance has one funny dialogue about how not all dragons are dragon types, forever felting nerds who complain about his team. Yeah. They're a dragon at heart, dude. I think Karen from Gen 2 still has some lines about like, oh, it's not about using the Pokemon that are strongest, it's about using Pokemon that you like.
Badges are more important though. You've seen 1,000 times, except now it's written even worse and there's no cool world to explore. So if it's not for the gameplay and it's not for the story, what's the point of doing anything? Well, what you hear all the time is it's the end game. It's the end game. The gameplay gets good in the end. Well, I just don't fucking buy it. Because just think of what you have to do to get to the end game. So you grind through materials, max out all your characters, bum rush through the story, and now you've made it to the end game, ignoring all of the time you just wasted. What is the point now? What is the progression?
Doing weeklies until the game gets EOS.
And then what is that for? And you can't tell me the gameplay itself is what you're doing it for, because you always have to have in the back of your mind that, oh, I'm struggling right now. I could get better at the game, or maybe come up with a better strategy, or you could spend more money. And the problem is sometimes spend more money is the only answer. So what they expect you to do, waste your time, max out your characters, bum rush story just to get to gameplay that may only be possible if you spend more money. That's what you're looking forward to. I'm
That's
sure
what the gacha nerds do when they don't roll their
to beat
waifu.
some epic super bosses with under-leveled characters, but you still have to spend money to unlock those characters
I haven't
who
spent
make
money on
those
the game,
strategies possible.
but I'm not going for
Gacha
like
games
end-game
this
autism.
cannot provide what I want out of video games, which is earning. I want to earn things. The game cannot provide you with anything earned, because then you wouldn't spend money. They want the rewards to come from spending money, not from working hard or being good. The best they can do is give you worthless currencies to upgrade the characters you then already had to pay for. And of course, you could skip that grind too by wasting money. So what actually is the point of all of this? Why are people doing this? Well, I explained it right in the beginning. It's waifus, of course. It's collecting your favorite guys and pretending to be friends with them. To some people, in order to make a connection to something, there has to be a sense of ownership. So it's not just that you like your favorite character, you also have to own them. And then you get to go on pretend dates with them and talk to them and have fun with them because they're your friend. Now, I find this pathetic in a way I can't even describe, but gacha games are very popular. A lot of people are like this. Nobody is playing any of these gacha games for the gameplay or the story. It's the collection aspect itself. In fact, the games with the good story or the good gameplay end up getting shut down. World Flipper, my love, goodbye. I mean, it's been effective to keep this game around while many of others have done.
This shit, I didn't play this shit, but it was a pinball gacha. Pinball gacha!
Love, goodbye. I mean, it's been effective to keep this game around while many of others have died. I think it was smart to have one game that tapped into the actual Pokemon characters. Obviously, Pokemon are very well designed, at least the good ones, and everyone loves them, but the Pokemon character designs are just as good, if not better. It's just too bad that all gacha games have to be so dog shit. I can't even really say that this game did those designs justice anyway. I mean, did Rosa always look this dead-eyed? There is clearly no soul there. If I saw this in real life, I would run. I think that's enough.
She did always
about
look
this
like that,
piece
to
of
be
shit.
fair.
Should you play it? No. God, no. Of all the games to avoid, this one's at the top of the list. If you want
Oh, well, I
pretend
fucked that up
girlfriend,
already.
just use ChatGPT. Now, if this was a regular video game, would I play it? Kind of a hard thing to imagine, given it's so saturated with mobile game bullshit. But I guess it's just, would you play Pokemon if it was 3v3 the whole time? Each Pokemon only has 4 moves permanently, no getting new ones, and you can't switch. No, I don't think I would. I think this game should
switch
be
if you do
deleted,
co-op.
not just from the world, but also everyone's memory, and the developers should be burning in hell. I guess that one I don't have to wish for, because that's a will. They will be burning in hell, along with all other gacha game developers. Anyway, alright, it's finally time to start talking about Pokemon Go, the first ever Pokemon mobile game, and and what I would call the beginning of the end. Pokemon Go was
No, people love
insanely
Pokemon
popular,
Go, including
more
Phil.
popular than they could have possibly imagined. And if it wasn't for that popularity, we probably wouldn't be getting all of these mobile games. So if you're like me and you blame the death of spin-offs with the rise of mobile games, then you can blame this for that. Now, unless you've been living under a rock for the last decade, you already know what Pokemon Go is. But just in case, I'll give you a brief rundown. Pokemon Go is a game where you walk around in real life with your phone out, and Pokemon will spawn around you. You tap on their 3D model, and then you play a short Pokeball throwing minigame. You can use some berries to make it easier, maybe put a little spin in the throw, but not very complicated. And that's all we had. When the game released, that was the whole game, and we loved it. We all loved it. I won't lie, I played it when it came out, and I loved it. But why I hate this game has almost nothing to do with the game itself, and is instead what it has done to Pokemon. I would be okay with the game if it was about
It's added a bunch of
catching them
ships
all.
since
You know,
then, I
one
gather.
of every guy completing your collection, but it's not.
Red Animator
'cause
always
if
talks
that's
to me
what
about
it
this
was
game.
about, the gameplay would eventually have to end, and that's not how you make these games. They have to be made so that you play them forever, so you can always be spending money. So instead of catching one Charmander and training that Charmander, becoming friends with that Charmander, evolving all the way into Charizard through a long journey of some kind, you are now friends for life. It has meaning. Instead, you catch 500 Charmander, pick the best one, kill the rest of them, grinding them into candy, feeding those candies to the one Charmander who gets to live, and that's how you evolve it. And what's crazy is I already made a video talking about this, and there were actually some dipshits in the comment section who said, Pokemon's not about making friends with your Pokemon, it's about catching as many as you can. Remember, gotta catch them all? First of all, you've gotta tell me what it's like in not having a human soul. Is being an insect any fun? But is beyond
wasn't that just
fucking
the
stupid
English
because that
tagline?
catchphrase comes from the anime. An anime literally about making friends with Pokemon. Just listen
the
to
anime was still
fucking
about the
theme
power of
song, you
friendship and the
dipshit.
bonds
And
you
even
form with your
then, it's about
Pokemon.
catching
Or Ash and Butterfree?
one of every Pokemon, not
Dented comment.
100 of each. In only one instance in the anime did Ash catch multiple of a Pokemon.
Hey,
and
Jesse.
it was 50 Tauros, and I don't remember him killing
That
them.
manga
In
you're
fact,
thinking of is
not only
sanitized
does
now,
Ash
too.
never
It's still
accomplish
running.
his goal of catching them all. He will actively get rid of Pokemon if it is for their benefit. He releases Butterfree. You insect fuck. Pokemon has always been about making friends with the Pokemon. They are pets. That's what they're supposed to be. If you throw your pet in the garbage, you're a fucking subhuman. And did you forget Pokemon's a video game? Nobody plays the video game like that. Catching them all is already extremely rare. Almost no one does it. It's ludicrously hard in most of the games. The regular way to play is to make a team of 6. They are your friends. You go through the whole game with them. You grow with them. You like them. And you save them forever. Why are people so proud of not having a soul, of not being able to care about something that's not real? None of it's real. Your life has no fucking value. You have accomplished nothing.
Dale.
You have zero purpose.
Oh,
and
wait,
you
it was on purpose.
What were we talking about? I think what I'm trying to say is Pokemon Go transformed Pokemon from being an analog for pets to being a worthless commodity that you collect 10,000 of until you get the perfect one. It's Funko Pops. They made Pokemon Funko Pops. Now, this type of stuff always existed in Pokemon, but it was only the competitive crowd, because competitive players were always catching
I
a
really
million
like
guys
too.
or breeding a million guys to try and get
Still say my
perfect
favorite is X and Y,
IVs,
though.
the perfect nature, stuff like that. But that was a tiny portion of the community who are all subhumans. Pokemon Go is the most popular Pokemon thing. So that is the new Pokemon, is worthless Funko Pops. We might as well talk about the game a little bit, but my point is, no, this game shouldn't exist. I wish it was never made. The world would be a better place without it. So moving on to the actual gameplay, along with walking around and catching Pokemon, you're also going to what are called Pokestops, which is basically any real world anything that is notable of any kind. It could even just be like a church or a McDonald's. You go there, you spin a little thing, and you get free items. This is how you get the Pokeballs to catch the Pokemon. As long as you live near enough of these, you'll never have to buy Pokeballs. Because of course you could buy these with real money. Why not? Which brings up my other main problem with Pokemon Go, is we already talked about how it's soulless when it comes to the Pokemon themselves. But it's also a game made for and caters to soulless people, because the main benefactors of these free items are termites living in their giant termite mound. It's city people, these bug motherfuckers who live next to 10 million people, which affects the spawn rate of Pokemon.
Rule,
and
Chaz,
it's a city,
stay
so
winning.
it has more, you know, quote unquote notable places, so a ton of Pokestops, so they get all the free items and all the Pokemon spawn. Now you think what the game would be about is, you know, going for a walk, getting outside, getting healthy, but no, it's for obese city people to catch a billion Pokemon from their apartment building that looks like shit, smells like shit, they live in squalor, and it costs $10,000 a month. You know, I watched a video once. It was a guy in New York City chilling out, having a good time. He got sucker punched by some drunk guy. His head landed in the road. 10, maybe 20 people walk by his unconscious body before a car runs over his head. That's what it means to be a city person. They have no soul, no care for each other, no human decency of any kind.
If
Fuck
someone
you,
got
city
sucker
people.
punched
Anyway,
while
what are we
streaming
talking
Pokemon
about?
Go.
Oh yeah, Pokemon. So they added battling finally.
And they stole
It's
his
the most
phone.
basic battling ever. Way worse than Pokemon Masters EX. You just tap as fast as you can before you get your super move, where you do an extremely basic mini game where you try to hit the orbs. Incredible. God forbid you just put regular Pokemon battling in my Pokemon game. It's extremely simple. It could be ported to anything, but no, we have to get bullshit. This took years to come out, by the way. What this does mean, though, is people can make their own gyms, which is kind of cool. You get some premium currency by holding a gym. I didn't mention it before, but there are teams in Pokemon Go, and this never really meant anything until now, where if someone on your own team holds a gym, you can put your Pokemon there to help defend it, and if it's an enemy gym, you can take it and be mean to those people. So although the battling is shit, at least there's a point. There are also raid battles where everyone teams up to fight a legendary Pokemon. Gotta train all the insect people to properly respond to the queen's pheromones, all gather together in their bug place doing bug shit. I don't really have anything else to say about this. The game becomes profoundly uninteresting when you realize the optimal way to play is not to go for a walk and get healthy interacting with real Pokemon in the real Pokemon world, but instead either live in a city and play it from your cockroach-infested bedroom, or play it as the passenger in a car. Not gonna pretend like I didn't love it though. There was a time I loved it. That brief period, running around, jumping fences, breaking into people's backyards.
All this talk of bugs, the worst type. Hey, Gen 5 had some awesome fucking bug types.
Catch a Snorlax was genuinely great, but it wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth giving up every other spin-off. It wasn't worth every Pokemon Presents being a waste of time now, because they have to get through 30 minutes of shitty mobile game updates just to get to the real content people want to see. I don't even know how many people still play Pokemon Go. It's
Name 10
definitely
good
not
Pokemon.
top billing anymore.
Bug type
Our
Pokemon.
next and final mobile game
I don't
makes
have to name
way
9
more
more.
money. So enough talking about this shit. It's time for Pokemon TCG Pocket. It's finally
Whoa,
time
the new
to talk about
hotness.
Pokemon TCG Pocket. The only game I put substantial time into prior to making this video. And saying I put substantial time into it is an understatement. I've been playing this game from the beginning, and I mean the real beginning. It was released 1 month early in New Zealand, and I used a VPN to play the game early, and I have been playing it actively since then. So I can say with complete confidence that DNA, the developers of the game, kind of dropped the ball. In the beginning, I think the game was great, just a little bare bones, but they've really failed to make the game any better. In fact, I think it's gotten worse over time, to the point where now really all I do is open the app to get my 2 free packs, and then it's completely out of my mind until I get another 2 free packs. But before I talk about how they fucked it up, let me explain what the game is and why it was great to begin with. So Pokemon TCG Pocket is a collectible card game app. path. And it's important to make that distinction because every other digital card game aren't collectible cards. They don't have that same feeling. They're primarily about the gameplay. But the Pokemon Company knew that no one plays the Pokemon card game. They only buy the cards to look at the pretty pictures. So when they made a digital client, they had to focus on that. So the game gives
That's
you
certainly why I
2 free
collected
packs
cards.
every single day without spending any paid or free currency, and you get this huge song and dance, tons of flashes, lots of animations showing you getting these cool cards. And all of the interesting or valuable cards come in multiple rarities, from common to full art to 3D model that looks terrible, all the way into the immersive card, a card that plays an animation when you pull it. Things that serve no gameplay function, but makes it fun to collect while making it easier to get cards that you want to play. In other games, the immersive full art would be a exclusive card that you may need to build a deck. In this, it's entirely optional, but it still looks cool and is fun to pull. And the goal of this aspect of the game is to complete the pack, to pull every card in the pack. And for free-to-play players, it's to pull every diamond rarity card, or what is basically every card at its lowest rarity. Something you would even want to do if you only like playing the game and don't care about the collection aspect, because this is what it means to have every available
He's totally
card
shitting
for you
on
to
the
make
game.
any deck you want. Now,
He's
new
allowed to though, he
packs
played
come
it
out
for a
once
long
a
time.
month. So you basically have 30 days or 60 free packs to pull every card in the set. Now you also get a bunch of free currency to pull packs for, so it's more than that. So I can confidently say that not only can you accomplish this, it's fairly easy for a free-to-play player to complete a set before even finishing the month. This is because pulling cards is also supplemented by a separate system called Wonder Picks, where you get to pick a card from someone else's pack.
Galvantula's
Just one,
cool.
but sometimes you get what you want. And every time you pull a pack, you get points that you can use to get a specific card. Now, this is extremely inefficient, so if you're not spending money, you can probably only do this once. But all these things together made the collection aspect of the game extremely good from the very beginning. There's a reason that despite not really liking the game anymore, I still pull my free packs every day. Like most things in this game, they have kind of fucked this aspect up a little bit. Not game breaking, but they have made the pack pulling experience worse. And it's through the addition of shinies, which is crazy. Everyone loves shinies. How could they have possibly fucked that up? Well, initially they didn't. The original set with shinies was called Shining Revelry, and it just added shinies as a new rarity that you could get the same cards as. So the new card in the set was Lucario. So you could get Lucario as either its basic rarity, its full art, its 3D model art, or as a shiny. And no matter what, you're happy because it's a new card and you want the new cards from the new set. Well, now the shinies aren't from the new set. In the new pack, you get cards from the old set if you pull a shiny. You know, the cards you already have, and this card takes up your rare slot. So it feels bad to pull a shiny and then it be a card you already have and is basically unplayable even if you didn't have it, because it's an old card, and this works on every other card game where new cards are just better than old cards most of the time. It also makes it harder to complete the set, especially for free-to-plays, because this is just one more rarity that does not contribute to you completing the set. And
Wait, 220! 220! 220! 220! 220 alert! 220 alert! 220 alert! Mom, get the camera! Get the camera! It's a 220 alert! And call the officer! Call the female cop! Female cop! Female cop! Ohio! Female cop! Ohio! Female cop!
obviously means you have to spend way more money if you want to complete the full set, because that's just more cards that are even more rare that you now have to get. So they just feel bad in every single way. For the vast majority of people, it doesn't count toward completion, and for the people who like to play the game, the cards are worthless and you're just upset that you didn't pull the new cool cards that you want to make a deck.
He's getting it wrong, capitalization?
Kind of counteract.
How can this be? He played the game since it was only available in New Zealand.
corrected this by making completion easier in other ways. Wonder picks now sometimes have a second chance. There is now trading in the game that wasn't initially there, but you can only trade cards of previous sets so that...
Oh, Arlo complained about this. Arlo had a video shitting on this. You need currency to trade, apparently.
Doesn't really help in this scenario because no one cares about the old cards when there are new cards, especially when the new cards are better than the old ones. So if you play the game, the old cards are mostly dead anyway. But I keep talking about playing cards, so I might as well get into the gameplay. Now, as a brief overview, you have 3 types of cards: Pokemon cards, trainer cards, item cards. Trainer cards you can only use once per turn. Item cards and trainer cards,
you look like a
do what
dumb
they
troll
say.
if you want to truth about it. Don't you know, in that Untitled Chapter meme, that everybody was made up? They don't exist? That's peak main character syndrome, because Phil wasn't there for the conversation the officer lady had with her superiors. It just didn't happen. They made it up. Guys like that Fact or Fiction guy made it up. Didn't happen. Didn't exist. It wasn't true. We made it up. It's not true. We made it up.
Read them, and now you know what they do. Pokemon, you must place one onto the field at the start of the game. You have an active slot, which is what can attack or be attacked, and 3 backup slots. If you have no Pokemon on the field, you lose. The goal of the game is to get 3 points. Killing a regular Pokemon is 1 point. Killing an EX is 2 points. You use energies to attack. You place an energy on a Pokemon, and then it can do its attack. You get 1 energy per turn, starting on the 2nd turn. You can also use these energy to retreat, switching out your active for someone on your bench. This kills the energy. They are gone. And that's it. That's the whole game. Any complexity comes from the cards themselves and what they do. The rules, very simple.
Why does he think Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links is better? Is that a rhetorical question? Because Synthetic Man plays Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, and he does as well. And they've talked about it in the past on their podcast.
Now, my card game of choice is Yu-Gi-Oh! I have over 1,000 hours in Master Duel.
There you go.
Now, my card game of choice is Yu-Gi-Oh! I have over 1,000 hours in Master Duel, and I hate it. It's the worst game ever made. So when this came out, I was very happy to play it, and the simplicity is part of what makes it good. Coming from a...
Well, look, it's just like League of Legends. You fucking hate it. You hate it. You absolutely fucking despise it, but you can't stop playing it.
Where you can combo for 5 minutes straight and ends on turn 3 basically every game. It was nice to have something where you just
could
play
never get
a
into
card
Yu-Gi-Oh!
and hit them. But despite being
like the anime,
fun,
though.
the game still has some fundamental problems from the very beginning that you would hope they would have addressed at some point. The biggest problem in the game being that you always start with a Pokemon. No matter what you do, the game will always give you 1 Pokemon at the start of the game so you can place it on the board in the very beginning. What this means is if there is an optimal start, which there always will be, you are incentivized to play as few Pokemon as possible. So you are more likely to start with the one you want. In other games, this would be disincentivized because you would just draw a hand with no Pokemon in it. But because the game is programmed to always give you 1, there is no punishment for only playing 1 Pokemon. This is made worse by the fact that as more sets come out, better and better item cards and trainer cards exist, incentivizing you further to play less Pokemon in your Pokemon game. Another fundamental issue is that going second is significantly stronger than going first. By going second, you get to both place an energy first and attack first, since you need energy to attack. Most games would make it so that one player gets energy first and the other player gets to attack first, right? That's almost how all of these games work, that the person going first cannot attack, but they get whatever resource quicker. You can place a land first. In Yu-Gi-Oh! You get to set up all your interactions first, but in this game, the player who gets the resource first also gets to attack first, and the player who goes first really can't do anything.
I do appreciate this dude for putting Pokemon Mystery Dungeon music as the background music.
It's not like you're setting up a board to destroy your opponent on their first turn. It would make far more sense if the player going first got to place their energy first, but didn't get to attack. That's how every other game works, and this has been a problem for the game's entire lifespan until just this month with the introduction of baby Pokemon, which don't need energy to attack, meaning the player going first doesn't get get to place energy first, but does get to attack first. But this comes with its own
Yeah, I
problems.
stopped watching around when it went to
so
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Kill them
GX.
instantly. You see these two fundamental problems combined to
Or as the
create
Yu-Gi-Oh!
what is
anime
called
goes.
the 18 trainer deck, in which you play 2 copies of one Pokemon, because you can play 2 copies of every card.
And we caught a couple of episodes of GX and 5Ds.
This was always done with a water type because Misty would allow you to attach
never
energy
follow
on
that
your
shit.
first turn, meaning you could attack first and kill your opponent before they could even do anything, and you would always be guaranteed to start with the water type of your choice. This was always playable, but not the best deck until 2 cards came out, Darkrai and Giratina. And Darkrai Giratina has been the best deck since they came out months ago. And let me just describe these cards really quick. Giratina.
Isn't that a good thing though? They came out months ago and they're still like the top dogs. That tells me there's no power creep.
Lets you attach a psychic energy to it instead of attacking. Do you see how this solves that first turn problem? Because you can't attack on your first turn anyway, so you're always ahead in energy.
I like how you can even customize the playing mat. That's
if you
cool.
go second, then you get 2
Just like
energy
in real life.
one turn. Then Darkrai reads, if you attach a dark energy, deal 20 damage to your opponent. So you put dark energy on your Darkrai while Giratina ramps itself, so you're doing damage.
Yeah, that kind of goes
without
against his
having to attack.
fucking
And then once
power creep meta
Giratina is
narrative.
fully set up, you just one-shot everything till you win. Giratina solves...
If it was really a really truly disgusting gacha, like Fire Emblem, they would release a new fucking power creep every 2 weeks.
The going first being bad problem all on its own, the deck takes advantage of the fact that you will always start with the Pokemon, so you only have to put the 2 best cards in the game in your deck, and you're always guaranteed to get one of them. But what really makes this the best deck in the game, completely unstoppable, is that third fundamental problem, that there is no interaction. The only thing you can do to disrupt this combo, to stop them from getting Giratina online, is either accomplishing your
Online
gameplay
combo.
faster, killing them first, which is only possible through good luck because these are the best cards in the game, or there are some free switch cards that force your opponent to switch out. Too bad there's a trainer
Free
card
switch
that
cards. Can I use them in the
counteracts that,
eShop?
and their deck plays 16 trainer cards, so they can play every single card that counters anything you want to do. And this is why I don't like playing the game anymore. And it has nothing to do with this deck specifically. It's what the deck represents, because you really don't see it that often because it's boring. Primary gameplay of Pokemon TCG Pocket is just who can ramp their big guy faster.
say long skills
and
for Dingus if
one-shot
that lives
all of
another
their
year.
opponent's guys.
We're so
There's
close to them
basically
revealing
no
the
diversity in gameplay.
costumes
only
for the
difference
characters
is
that
how
went
you
to
get your
poll
big
earlier
guy
this year.
online and how
Few more
much
days for
damage
that.
they do. Some take longer to set up but do more damage. Others get set up faster and do less damage. Some are guaranteed to get set up but take a long time. Others can be set up very fast, but it's entirely luck based. Does this sound very interesting? To me, it seems profoundly lame. This is made worse by the fact that EXs give 2 points when you kill them, but you only need 3 points to win. Meaning, if you kill 1 non-EX and 1 EX, it's the same as killing 2 EXs. So why not just play only EX Pokemon, making 90% of the card pool entirely useless? It's just lame. I want to play Pokemon in my Pokemon game. Why is it optimal to only play 2 Pokemon in an entire deck? Now, this problem always existed in the game, but the game was much slower at the start, giving you more opportunity to use silly strategies or just kill someone by hitting them with a
Bad
little
player
guy
base is
a
in
bunch
EOS is any
before they
day
can
now
ever
since
get set up.
2019.
Now
Oh
you
no,
can draw
I
your
am well
entire
aware.
deck by turn 2. In Yu-Gi-Oh,
It's gonna
you
end
have
at
what
book
are
10.
called pet deckers. It is people who only play their one deck forever. And I mean for years, decades even. The reason you have this is some Yu-Gi-Oh decks are so unique that you can only get that same gameplay experience by playing that specific deck. Pet deckers can't even exist in this game because every deck plays basically exactly the same. There are maybe 3 variations of deck, and that's it. Through the game's entire lifespan, it's either set up big guy who one-shots everyone, or attack with little guy to hopefully win before they get set up. I honestly think this wouldn't be that big of a problem if the game game was still slow. But with it being fast, you can't even really try anything else. You'll lose before you can even have any fun. It really doesn't help that the ranked mode is just kind of ass. You get almost no reward for it. The difference between playing 100 games and playing 300 games is like one pack pull worth of free currency. Not worth it at all. The rank grind isn't even hard. You can get to max rank with less than a 50% win rate. It just takes forever, which I understand because this is by far the most luck-based card game I've ever played, which is fine if it wasn't so lame all the time. I'd feel better about losing to a coin flip if it didn't happen in one turn. I'd like to at least play the game a little bit. Well, if you don't want to play against meta shit, there is a single player mode, which is okay, but has gotten a lot lamer over time. The problem is the AI is really dumb, so there's no reason you shouldn't be able to beat them every time
it has to be dumb
using
or
a
people
real
will cry
deck.
about
But
it.
the game has challenges, and those challenges, if you complete them, you get free currency, which is cool, and they'll make you do things like use Pokemon that are all weak to what their deck's about. Like if they have an electric deck, they make you use only water Pokemon. The problem with this is they've kept those same challenges, but
200
they've gotten
milliseconds
way
short.
easier over time because there are just more cards out. Making a water deck fight an electric deck isn't hard.
Hey, USB.
All of your water types are actually ice types, and none of them are weak to electric. And the challenges were only interesting because they made you make a new deck, think about the cards you have, but now you're just back to bullying the AI. The game also has had events, but these have always been extremely lame. It's just fighting the AI again, except without the cool challenges, and by beating the AI, you get a pack that's a promo pack. The problem is the promo packs have only shit cards in them. None of them have ever been playable, and bullying the AI over and over again isn't interesting. I don't understand why all of these mobile games have had such bad events. The point of an event is to add gameplay variety. Yet all of these events, you played the game
Masters
the exact
EX
same
tries
way
to
as
have
you would
events,
any
but
other
it's kind
time.
of just
It's
more
not
of that
interesting at all.
sanitized
The only
story that I was
exception is
complaining about
Pokemon
earlier.
Unite, which does actually have different game modes for events. Like this event has volleyball. It's not a good game mode, but it's something. It's fun to do something different. Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Sucks ass. But the events let you play something slightly different with the same cards that you like, just a little more limited to make the game more interesting. And we've gotten up to 4 different events in a month before. It wouldn't be that big of a deal for Pokemon TCG Pocket to have one multiplayer event that's like, oh, you can only play water cards. Or how about a deck where you can only play Pokemon in it so that I can play more Pokemon in my Pokemon game. It's so fucking lame that it's stupid to play more than 2 Pokemon in your Pokemon deck. And this isn't just Darkrai Giratina. Every single deck is 3 lines of Pokemon at most. Any more than that is just stupid. Anyway, that's enough complaining. Should this game exist? Honestly, I do think so. Even though I don't really like it anymore, I still probably put several hundred hours into it, which is enough. And I do believe
I think
every
that's
card
why you
game
think it
should
needs
have
to
a digital
exist.
client. I'm sick of those fucking physical loot box pieces of shit. I don't want to see you fucks in real life. Now, is
That
it
is
worth
a fair
killing
argument that, like,
spin-off?
every
Fuck
card
no.
game needs to have a
Dude,
digital
the
client. That's
Pokemon
fair.
trading card games, like the actual video
Just have it be
games
good.
that were on like the GBA, were way better than this shit. They were fucking awesome. Definitely not worth it to kill those, but that was the last game of the video. There are no more. There are more mobile games, just no more that are actively being updated. And what did we learn? Well, what you should have learned is that this is Pokemon now. There are more Pokemon mobile games in development than real Pokemon games. This is the brand now. They make more money than actual Pokemon games. So are you happy? Have things gotten better? Have you watched this video and been like, wow, Pokemon's in a real good state right now? I don't really think it's possible to make it this far in the video and actually think that. Probably would have left at the bug part. So I'm only talking to my fellow haters here. The state of Pokemon is much worse here than it is with the main games. Because personally, I don't give a fuck about the main games anymore. Fan games have been doing
I wish I
that
could give a
better
fuck about
for
the mainline
years.
games.
But there is no replacement for the good old
Give me my
spin-offs. It is
fucking
much
national
easier
decks.
to make a regular Pokemon game as a
Check my
fan
DM.
because of stuff like like RPG Maker or ROM hacking than it is to make a full-fledged spin-off. And the spin-offs have always been better than the main games. I'm sorry, my favorite Pokemon game is Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. None of the main shit. So it's really sad to see it go, especially when it's getting
I'm gonna watch
replaced
Sarah's
by
video, then watch
complete
the other rap.
shit. The only redeemable game is Pokemon Unite. That's the only one I've had fun with, and I'm still playing it. Obviously, I started making this video a little bit ago, so it's pretty impressive that it's the only game I'm still playing. I don't really count me opening a couple packs as playing Pokemon TCG Pocket anymore. So this time you get the Doomer ending. There'll be more Pokemon mobile games. They'll be even shittier than last time. They'll keep ruining every Pokemon presentation, and there's nothing we can do about it because they make billions of dollars. Because people are stupid and will spend money on anything because they have no soul. I'll end this video the same way I ended the last one. I'm gonna keep playing fan games. Fuck the Pokemon Company. You guys suck. Subscribe to look forward to my ZA video. I doubt it'll change my mind on the state of Pokemon, but maybe it'll be interesting. Anyway, bye.
It's called Z-A. Some fake fan this guy is. Oh my god, I suck at these races. I'd say a pretty good video. Yeah, he got a lot of things wrong about certain games, according to people in the chat there. The only one I could really relate to was the Masters EX segment, because that's the only one that I play. I feel like he nailed that game to a fucking cross. There wasn't really much he got wrong. Not sure, it was kind of like a cursory analysis of the game. But there was nothing there with his commentary that I found to be particularly egregious. Everything that he said was kind of on the ball about that game. Now, it seems like he got some stuff wrong about TCG Pocket, got some stuff wrong about Unite, but like, come on. For the most part, he called the games out for what they are. Fucking slop, intended to get you to open the Velcro wallet. Why is he gonna play Z-A? Because if he does, he can write it off on his taxes. Bow. Alright, Saru has a video he wants to show me from our White Goose. Only a portion of it, because it apparently takes a stab, a little jibba-jab at Carl Jobst. Anyone still playing Unite actually has brain defects? A lot of people earlier during the Unite segment of the video were saying that they used to play it. Anne in particular, Anne scam.
My friends, have you ever spent an entire weekend?
Have you ever spent an entire weekend trying to grind races in Jack 2? Yes, I have. I'm doing it right now. Alright, Saru tells me for this Carl Jobst joke, 12:21 for the full context, 15 onward.
Determine whether this is a one-off glitch taking place solely on jungle under these circumstances, or something.
Oh no, I'm aware of the context as far as their relationship goes. I know they used to be close, and Carl disavowed him for being a racist after their friendship was dredged up by people criticizing our White Goose and wanting Carl Jobst to take a stand. What a brave stance you took, Carl, disavowing the guy.
Else entirely.
Full screen, if you want.
This next thing is so silly and stupid, but I feel called to mention it. You know, these bizarre things you stumble upon on the internet from ages ago. Have you ever read an old game FAQ's walkthrough or guide?
Oh no,
These
GoldenEye.
provide great insight into the prevailing moods and vibes
This
of
is
the
the context.
internet, as many were written in the early 2000s, especially for N64 games. I came across a walkthrough for Excitebike 64 a few months back, and found something which I find hilarious. You see, many of these old guides will include some kind of disclaimer, usually asking third parties not to re-upload or steal their guides, especially onto another website.
Oh no, Carl
monetization,
Jobst, I see
which
it!
is, fair enough. Their own writing, it's their own copyright and all that, but this guy takes it to a whole new level. Green Flag's Excitebike 64 guide and walkthrough features this disclaimer. First, I own the copyright to my work, so don't be a fool and rip it off in any way,
Hello,
shape,
you
or
absolute
form,
legends.
either by
Stop
claiming them
stealing
as
my
your
game
own
facts.
or anything to that effect. If you include anything from this Excitebike 64 guide in a competing work, you must give me explicit credit. So hey, Green Flag, explicit credit due. Thank you for this guide. Okay, fair enough. He continues that he has given permission for a few sites to use it, and then he hits us with this. Third, understand that you are using this FAQ at your own peril. The odds of some sort of unsolicited or severe event occurring which is directly connected to this FAQ is infinitesimal. Therefore, I cannot be held responsible for any of the following called by the usage of this document. The expense of any such event is considered your responsibility. N64 or Excitebike64
Holy
gained damage
gobbledygook. What a
regardless of
yapper.
the way in which it was sustained,
Fucking yapping.
injury or death
Yappuccino over
sustained
here.
during the utilization of this guide, extreme frustration, being grounded, arrested, or the victim of some sort of punishment, all other unsolicited events, including severe events. Honestly, I absolutely love this. You know, like, what kind of other unsolicited severe events could the writer Green Flag possibly be imagining? You know, it reminds me of like early Wikipedia entries with
Getting sued by the
Dyatlov
Donkey Kong
Pass
Man, maybe?
incident. Could he be imagining a meteorite or piece of space junk landing on top of your CRT, causing you to perish while playing Excitebike 64?
Could it be imagining you losing your wife's house because you wanted to you wanted to fight the Donkey Kong guy?
Kind of insane stuff I would have written back in the day just for the sake of it, and I just want to share it here to further immortalize it all. What kind of events do you think Green Flag had in mind? And hey, at least he covered his legal bases, which frankly cannot be said for some other gaming content creators throughout the ages. Here's a mystery in a lesser traveled N64 game that a viewer alerted to me.
Look, wait, Carl would go on to cover his legal basis with that
The comment on the
GoFundMe.
previous video reads this. I don't know if this is the best place to ask it, but I really need...
Okay, that was it. Okay, I thought we were gonna get more of an explicit punchline, like him, you know, explicitly showing off that Carl Jopset had wrote it. But for the keen and discerning eye, you can see in that very first frame that it was Carl who wrote it. Now he doesn't call attention to it, but I do think that was deliberate, showing that it was Carl's work. Right here, right there. It's intentional. It is always subtle. Look. He highlights copyright right here. So the human eye is drawn to the highlighted copyright there. But if you, the keen and discerning eye, if you zoom in just a little bit where he's looking, so you're drawn right here. And he on purpose highlights this portion. But if you look just a little bit to the right, ooh, man. How old do you think he was when he wrote this? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I do like that. that's pretty. That is pretty Kino. What's not so Kino will be the daily wrap. Let's go ahead and pull this up. See what he had to say before everybody falls asleep. If it'll load. Oh my god. He's assaulting my sub box. Donkey Kong Bonanza returns! Oh, banana! And here we got the daily wrap. Mafia still fails! Minecraft soars! DSP tries it challenge laid out! Daily wrap, August 12th, 2025. I will mute the game for this. Fucking scaring the shit out of me. I thought I muted the source. Oh, how could I have muted the source? I was just watching a video with audio on. It was his fault. It was him. He was the one. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at the way he opens the video.
It would help if my microphone was on when I started recording the daily wrap, which this is for Tuesday, the 12th of August, 2025. I'm DSP. And I hope
fucking
that
retard.
today you had a lovely day, and maybe you enjoyed my content. If you didn't see it yet, let's talk about what it was, shall we? So today we started off with a very chill podcast in the morning. I didn't really have giant dedicated topics to talk about, but I did want to give updates regarding my thoughts and or the performance of the streams.
He edits so much out of the pre-stream whenever he makes like a slip-up or there's a toxic segment, but he can't edit that shit out of the daily wrap.
To finish that playthrough by the end of this week, which I'm being told I probably will, as well as other thoughts. That was basically like the first half of the podcast, and then after that, we did some chill Q&A. There was a lot of things discussed. It definitely was chill vibes and a good time. So if you didn't see the podcast yet, it's live on the channel. You can give it a watch, and I hope that you will enjoy it. By the end of the podcast, we had already raised over $50 of support.
And
I was
it stayed
wow,
like that
guys,
till
thank
the
you
end of the
so very much.
game.
Great momentum
He ended
heading
out
into
at like 70
Mafia:
something.
The Old Country. And to be honest,
Watched the
I
end on
actually thought
Seru's
that
stream.
meant that this was a instant win stream, and we were going to hit the support goal easily, and it wasn't going to be any kind of a challenge or a problem.
Wrong.
I was wrong.
Oh, fuck you, man.
Very wrong. Okay?
All right, tell us why. What happened?
We start playing Mafia: The Old Country. Today's 2.5 hours of advancement of the story of Mafia: The Old Country was great. We saw Enzo become more ingrained in the Mafia and actually become a made man.
A made man? He put on the maid dress?
Plot lines where
he's gay.
Basically, he kind of kept falling in love with the Don's daughter, which of course may result in something really bad.
Oh no, absolutely,
But also we saw
it's the modern day bottle crunch. Remember the bottle crunch?
Different Mafia families, and some tension happened, and then some betrayal happened.
The modern day
Overall,
burp.
great, some good missions. There was a driving racing mission. There was a couple.
We had a really good game journalist moment with him trying to race today.
Mission. We had to steal stuff. Good stuff overall. So far, the game is maintaining its level of graphical fidelity. Looks amazing still.
Of course, he prioritizes talking about the graphics.
I haven't really done any
doing great,
side
Infamous.
content.
Thank you
There
for
hasn't
asking.
been any side
I'm in Jack 2
missions,
race hell,
but
though.
there's maybe 1 or 2 opportunities
I
to
got
drive
220
around the open
precursor
world and
orbs.
collect items, but I'm like,
and
what's the
he's
point?
talking about whatever.
Really need them? No. The game wasn't designed for side content, so I'm just not going to bother with it. Let's just go ahead and, play the game for what it is.
Game has almost no side content, so skip the
Here's
side
what
content
happened
that's
during the
there.
stream.
All right. Then complain
Again,
that,
this
oh,
time
it's just
again, I
main
swear
story
it's the same
narrative.
exact
Oh, why are you
situation.
guys bored?
Half the chat is interested. They're talking with me. We're hanging out. We're talking. We're joking about Mafia. We're joking about my Italian heritage. We're having a good time. The other half is like, why are we so
Nah, I didn't see anything
bored?
from Minecraft today, Astro.
Why is nothing going on? Why is this so boring? Right? Like, what's wrong? And I'm like, but guys, why? How do you not know what this game is yet? Everyone knows the game is all story. Like, everyone knows this.
They don't
right?
have to, like, not
It's
know
been
what the game
explained.
is
I even
about to
did a
call
quick
it boring.
Initial, 5-hour impressions video.
Don't you think it's very curious? So we just got off of Donkey Kong being called boring. Oh, it's so boring. Oh, it's so boring. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why you guys are falling asleep. The chat's dead or something. We just got off of him calling Donkey Kong being boring, and that's a game with like so little story. What story is there is resigned for specific segments in that game. It's definitely a gameplay focused game, as with Nintendo's core philosophy when designing their games. He calls that boring. That's a game that's all gameplay. He plays a game like this that's all story and all narrative, and he gets upset that like the audience is still falling asleep. You know, he bragged when he made money on the Q&A stream that night of the failed DK stream that it doesn't matter what the game is, he can still make money just talking to his audience and being himself, so he can't possibly be the problem. It's the games that are the problem. But when a game that's all gameplay fails, and then a game that's all story fails, I don't know. Maybe it might be you. The game doesn't matter. The games just fail regardless because you're the one playing them. You're the one.
How could you?
And not to say nothing of a game like Death Stranding 2. So I was talking about it with Seru. Doesn't matter if it's a short narrative like Mafia. God forbid it's a long narrative like Death Stranding 2, or you get him, you have him being the most shallow, pedantic, whiniest motherfucker on earth. God forbid it's either of those. You need a Goldilocks style game. It can't have too much gameplay because then it'll be samey like Donkey Kong. It can't have too much story because they'll be falling asleep like Death Stranding 2 or Yakuza. It can't be so short. It can't be a short story like Mafia, or then he won't feel like he got his money's worth out of it, and then he'll push himself to finish it because it's so short of a game. But the investment won't have paid off because he would not have made any money during it. So it was about finding the Goldilocks game. But honestly, I don't think it exists.
You be on my stream for Mafia and expect
Hey, Mr.
that
Smith.
it wasn't all story. That's what everyone is saying about the game. It's what I've already said. So if you're coming to the Mafia stream with any expectations other than story, that's on you.
That's
Everyone
on
has told you
you.
that's what it is. So it's weird because there are still people just sitting there complaining.
I didn't know I
"Well,
was
don't
not
think
allowed
it's
to come to
that
the
good.
stream just because I don't like the
story's
game.
not- It should be more than just a story. I don't really like that.
I'm
And
pretty
like,
sure
geez,
people show up here
some
when they
people
don't
you
give a
just-
fuck
you
about what
can't
I'm playing.
please, you know? Especially with all these games in the last 10, 15
Because
years.
it's almost
that
like
have
people
had
show up for the
insane levels
streamer
of
and not what they're
padding,
playing.
Side content that just make the game way too long. So by the end of the stream, I'm not kidding. we were still at $50-something. We were at the end of the stream. That was 3 hours of streaming.
We'll talk
no one
about the
contributed
rally,
at all.
the last minute
And
dent
at the end, I was
stall
like, guys,
rally.
this is
Come on.
again, arguably one of the worst streams because everything I just made was on the podcast. No one contributed at all during the game. And at the very end, a few people were like, oh, and then they contributed. So we ended up, I think we finished the stream at like
Fox
$76
McFox is
of
disingenuously
support,
giving you a
$78.
few nickels.
So we did get halfway
Nickels
to
flicked
a
on your
goal.
forehead to make
But
fun of you
again,
and razz you. That was such a
disappointing.
genuine
It's a
person,
brand
that
new
Fox
release. This is a game
McFox.
everyone asked me all
That
year when it
Fox
was announced, are
McFox
you
can
playing?
Fox
And I said,
Mc-
yeah,
go
I'll play.
fuck himself.
Sure. I'm liking it. It's looking great on my PC. We're having a good time. It's not getting in.
Oh, hold up. Tevin's got one. Dingus, did you know DSP gave Resident Evil 6 a 9 out of 10 back in the day? Did he play that co-op originally? Now, I hear people poo on that one a lot, but they also claim, but Dingus, it's fun if you play with a friend. Maybe he played it with Panda. So that is kind of crazy looking back. He hasn't replayed that one since then, has he? I don't think he has. We need him to replay it in the now as modern DSP, post-Panda DSP, to give his take, his hot take on Resi 6. Great co-op action game, but awful horror game. Decent action game. Oh yeah, it was Rambo co-op. Was it? It was Panda he did RE5 with, right? Panda was playing as the lady in that game. They went to Africa to go shoot. They went to Africa to go punch boulders. Or was that 6? Did 6 have the one where you punch boulders? I don't fucking know Resident Evil, man. Okay, Panda played by herself and liked it less, and he gave her his take on his 40-minute video. I got my take on RE6 from Waffle. Okay, 5 is the boulder punch. So I was right. I was right the first time. I'm not that dented, guys.
Any support at all. I don't understand. So it looks like 2 streams are dud for this game. Now I'm really happy this game is short.
Just like how I played Dino Crisis for Halloween last year. I wanna see if I could do Resi 2 or 3. OG Classic. They just got slapped on the PS Plus, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And I haven't done I've seen Serio play through them, seen a DSP, this is how you don't plays, but I haven't played through those fully. I did a Resi 1 Director's Cut playthrough years ago, year 1 Dingus material, 2022 VOD, never saved, and I think I spent a little too long on that game trying to figure it out. But I had fun with it. I'll think about it. Strong possibility.
It looks like
Thank you for
2
the 7
streams
stream
are
streak,
done for this
Infamous.
game. Now I'm really happy this game is short because I'm being told probably 4 more hours to beat it. I'm like, dude, it's gonna be another 2 streams. It's gonna be rough finishing this game if no one shows up and supports it, and it's twice in a row now.
When the game's too
So,
long,
yeah, it is
he hates it.
concerning,
When the
all
game's
right?
too
And to be
short,
honest,
he hates it
here's the
because it
deal.
doesn't make enough money in that short time frame to justify how much he
Am I gonna
put
finish
into it.
Mafia: The Old Country?
Yes.
Yes. I'm just not sure how yet.
You can't send it to night
I don't know how we're
streams.
gonna do it. I don't
You
know
can't
if we're
send
gonna
it to
make
night streams.
I don't know if we're just gonna
No,
try
you
to
can't
do,
do
like,
that.
one big stream next week with
His
no
night streams
podcast
are
and
so
just finish it in
crowded
one
now.
sitting.
It's
I
pathetic.
just don't know.
What the fuck is he playing
no
on the
matter
day
what,
streams?
I have to
Everything
plan
gets
on it being
banished to
a
the
dead
night
stream.
streams. You
2
can't
dead
send it
streams
to
in a
night
row,
streams.
people
What are you
won't
gonna
support it,
What are you gonna
means
play on the
people are
day
not gonna
stream?
show up to
Donkey
support it
Kong?
moving
That
forward,
got
and
banished to
I
night
can't
streams.
control that,
GTA?
alright?
They got banished to night
Anyway,
streams.
I'm not playing Mafia again this week. I already played 3 streams. 2 of them were duds. It's gonna wait till next week. Okay? Okay. Tonight was Minecraft
Literally sending
Chill
games to the
Night
fucking
on
corner
DSP
with the
Gaming.
dunce hat
we
on.
had a ton of things to do. Because last week we had ransacked this pillager's ship. And we came back home and we had all this stuff to unpack. We had carpeting. We had multiple lamps.
You should do one
furniture,
failure stream a day.
Cool looking blocks.
Failure.
Decoration.
Send the smoke
We had
signal
a pet
failure.
cat,
Not that
which
failure.
we named tonight, which was really cool. Fishing, man, fishing just kept
Oh, hey there,
happening tonight.
Tonka.
and
I'm
we got
sending out
really
the
good with
smoke
fishing
signal
tonight.
to the
Insane
Sweetie
amounts of
Squad.
experience. By the end of the night, I went from like level 12 to almost level 30. of experience.
We're no longer on level
So
1.
experience was flowing with my new rod and
Yes.
everything. We were doing really good with that. We did actually decorate the house a bit.
Let's fucking go, bud.
Basically, it was a really chill time. We had great conversation. We're working right now.
Are we crying about
on getting
Kino
enough
again?
Colored wool to make rugs to kind of like floor the whole house. And it's cool because we actually made all the colors of dye except green. We didn't have the means to have green because we don't have a cactus, but we had everything else, like every other color dye was available, and we made them all. So now we have a sheep of every color growing different wools of every color, which is awesome, because then we could keep shearing the sheep and get enough to make all these different textiles and things out of it. So it was a really great night. Overall, I had a great time, and guess what? We hit the support goal within about 40 minutes.
Did you exceed it?
And over the night, there was a few more contributions, so we did exceed one support goal.
All right,
but we
Minecraft
didn't hit
gets
a
to
second
stay.
goal. However,
Did we need
something came up
to?
tonight, and I want to make this everyone aware of this, okay?
What?
Once again,
Drama?
DSP Tries It has been messed with because
Oh my
basically people
God.
came up with an idea, we like it, we all accept it, we plan it, and then the idea that can't happen because for whatever reason, you can't do it anymore. This happened a few different times when we were trying to plan out DSP Tries It in this last year since I revived it. So our plan this week
How?
was
Why?
Shake Shack
What happened?
has a brand new hot dog menu. It
It's
was
all
a
so
pickle dog,
tiresome.
a spicy hot dog, a chili cheese dog, and I think there was a fourth one too.
Why did he
So
even
the whole
want to do
idea
a
was,
glizzy? He
I basically
already
do like
did a
hot
glizzy
dog
2 weeks
feast where I
ago.
order all of them.
This is too much
and I do a taste
glizzies.
test
Glizzy
against
per
them, right?
DSP Tries
So
It
tonight someone
ratio
said to me,
it's out
Phil,
of
would you do
balance.
something special for this DSP Tries It? Would you wear your Sonic hat during DSP Tries It? Because, you know, the meme is that Sonic loves chili dogs. It would be cool to see
Oh
me
my
eating a chili
God,
dog with a Sonic hat on.
no.
I said, I would do that. That's funny. Sure, why not?
Is that another Fox
And then I
McFox
said,
idea?
Let's confirm what hot dogs they have. I open up the delivery app. I look. They don't have them anymore. The promotion apparently ended yesterday. So I didn't know about this
It's
idea.
the dense
Friday.
fault
Someone
for not
told me about
funding
It
it
was either
quicker-
Thursday or
quick
Friday.
enough.
Someone told me about it. I said, sounds good. Let's do it. Within a few days, it was already over.
Why didn't you check the fine print for how long
So
the
what the
promotion was
hell?
running?
Right? Like, that's so stupid.
So whose fault is it?
So here's the deal. I said
Such
to
a
everyone,
business
well, listen,
person, though.
obviously we can't fix that. How about this? Shake Shack still has hot dogs. They have regular, they have a cheese and onion dog, a bacon and cheese dog, and just a cheese dog. So how about this? If we hit the goals, 10 goals.
Man, have
this week,
Cat speak to
all
the
right?
to the
I'll do at
manager.
least
They
one,
got
if not
leftover
two of those
ingredients
hot
to make all that
dogs,
special shit.
And I'll order other stuff. Maybe I'll order a chicken sandwich. Maybe I'll order a
Well,
burger.
they just gonna
again.
toss it out
Maybe
the day
I'll try
after the
side.
promotion ends?
We'll see. So I'll try a variety of things from Shake Shack. And the thing is, this would be actually the first official DSP Tries It of Shake Shack. Because if you remember, the last one I did, all I did was a taste test of 3 smash burgers against each other. It was Shake Shack versus Jack in the Box versus Sonic. Well, this time we'll just do a big sampling of the Shake Shack menu, and that will be the DSP Tries It for this week. Okay? But then I said, all right, here is the offer. If we can hit 10 goals by Thursday midday, I will wear the Sonic hat when I eat the hot dogs during this DSP Tries It. If we do not qualify for DSP Tries It by Thursday to do it on that stream, then I'm not going to wear the Sonic hat. So I think that'll give some incentive for people to contribute. And indeed,
Not really,
like I
but
said, tonight
whatever.
we did. We worked. We hit a goal.
It's
but
your
then we
funeral,
didn't,
bud.
no one went above and beyond. We just hit the one goal and that was it. So what I'm hoping is that tomorrow for our 2 streams, and of course for Thursday, we're going to hit these goals and we're going to be able to do DSP Tries It on Thursday. That would be perfect, but I don't know. I don't know if that's going to happen or not. It depends on if people come by and support. So I guess we're going to see starting tomorrow. Speaking of which, tomorrow streams. There will not be a podcast tomorrow morning because, again, we're trying to get maximum progress in Death Stranding 2, and you can't do that if I'm doing a giant podcast. So I'll do a little hangout session.
Only he treated all
It'll
games
probably
like
be
that.
a half an hour before we start with Death Stranding 2, and then starting at noon, the end game content of Death Stranding 2. We'll see how far we can get. If I beat it, great. If not, we'll have to do one more stream. Okay? Hopefully we hit a goal. Last time when we did Death Stranding, we only got $100. We didn't hit a goal. If you want to see me wear the Sonic hat for DSP Tries It on Thursday, we got to hit the goal tomorrow. Tomorrow night, this is the one I'm nervous about. Donkey Kong Bonanza.
He's so scared. Bro, it made more than Mafia the other night.
I wish the game was shorter because we've played 20 hours and I don't want to give up on the game, but it seems like the audience is giving up on the game. The last time I played it, I got nothing but complaints the whole time that the game was super boring, even though the game wedged in 2 chapters that made no sense. There was one layer that was just digging through trash. It had no point. It was just filler. Then there was a level where you meet Diddy and Dixie Kong and you race on one of the rhinos.
That was the point. That was the
meaning. And you literally
meaning.
go around the lap
That was
once,
the
you beat 'em,
lore.
okay, bye, and then you're on to the next world. It's filler. It's fan service. It doesn't need to be in the game.
If it
Then we
wasn't
got to
there,
the
you would
snake
complain
level. We
about
got the
them not
snake
being there.
ability just to find out, oh, it's just double jumping. Who cares? That's not even a good ability. So the game remains boring. And I can't make Donkey Kong Bonanza good. It's a boring game. It's insanely repetitive. It's grindy. It's just smash everything, get items, smash everything, get items. Ooh, look, a boss. Mash buttons, kill the boss. That's what Nintendo made. I have to play what they made.
No, you actually
finish
don't.
it. We've invested 20 hours. I hope tomorrow night you will show up, engage, and support the Donkey Kong Bonanza stream because we
Will you stop being a fucking miser if they show up for it and give you money? No.
Again,
and what's the point of
now
giving you money?
And that
So you suck on
daytime
a hot
stream on
dog?
Thursday so that we can do DSP Tries It. All right? So we have to be hitting our goals tomorrow if we're going to do DSP Tries It on Thursday and have the Sonic hat. So please support my streams tomorrow. Come on by.
It's not like
for
he's
Death
going to suddenly
Stranding
like
2
the game
Endgame
if you give him
and
money.
Donkey
He's just going to be a
Kong
clown
Bonanza
about it
year
rather
end
than
game.
just be a miser
Let's
about
have
it.
some fun together and let's make DSP Tries It happen on Thursday.
Let's
Everyone,
not.
please have a good night. I will see you all tomorrow. Thanks for a great streaming day today. Peace out.
Really love the preemptiveness of him setting up just how much of a fucking loser he's going to be about Donkey Kong. Again, why do you force yourself to play games that you so obviously don't like? I've invested 20 hours into it. That doesn't mean you have to finish it. It's fucking autistic, dude. Oh well, he's going to play it. I imagine for him, if you're banishing it tonight streams, probably about 3 or 4 more outings for that game. With like, holy shit, if you're playing that once a week because you're so scared of how like little money you're gonna make on that, fucking hell, man, that game came out in July. You probably won't be done with it till September. Whoa, buddy. And imagine if he gets into a probable conclusion situation where he's doing like the final boss. He's doing that long ass gauntlet and then he just hates it. He keeps dying a lot and we're getting into overtime and he just really wants to beat it. Dude, he's just gonna go off on the game. He's gonna let the game have it. But we'll see what happens. I'll be live tomorrow, but I ain't gonna restream that shit. But hey, I got my orbs. Look at the time. So my goal time was 2:19. I completed this by less than 100 milliseconds. But guess what? 3 more races where that came from. He just has so many issues with his schedule. He's playing too many games, and majority of those games he fucking hates. He despises. And he himself is just an unlikable person. Filled with utter contempt for life and everything about it. Won by a nut hair, dude. Yeah, I'm trying to get all the fucking precursor orbs. It's just a shame because it means I no longer have 220 orbs for Doraglow. I got 223. So there are 286 in the game. The rest of these are going to be locked to these races. So it's 9 orbs per race, meaning 27 more orbs to get from these. And then the remaining orbs are from the gun courses. Yeah, contempt for life, contempt for wife, contempt for life, and contempt for wife, and then contempt for the audience. And then contempt for the games, contempt for the developers, contempt for the publishers. The only thing he doesn't have contempt for is money and food. Money and food. We're gonna get Jack X preview? Yes. Yes. I did stream Jack X back in 2022. The VOD for it is not saved. I also streamed the end of Jack 3 back then. Only the ending, because I was already playing it when I had started streaming. It was a first-time playthrough, because I had never played that game before. I had certainly known about it, but, you know, unlike Jack 2, which I never owned but rented, I didn't even rent Jack 3. I thought it was very easy. That doesn't mean it's worse than Jack 2. You know, Jack 2, you know, some of those checkpoints, brother, or lack thereof. Alright, let's get another video that'll piss people off. You've kind of already seen this video in one way or another via the Kino Casino. But iDubbbz has a video out, and Harmful Opinions decided he would go over it.
Something I find interesting about the UK is that down south, I've never been clocked as an immigrant, at least not since I was a little kid. But the further north you go, the more likely it is someone will ask, "Where are you from?" or Are you Canadian? Are you American? And the answer to the latter, at least, is yes. I'm a U.S. citizen and I moved
this
here
is
when I was
class
5 or
3
6.
reverse.
I am a genuine
248 is the time.
first-generation immigrant. But most people I've ever interacted with, and I would bet most people online, can't tell. There are some minor perks to this. Once in a while, you'll get to hear someone tell you, to your face, exactly what they really think about your nationality, because they don't realize that's what they're doing. You might think that would be upsetting or offensive, but in reality, in my experience, you just feel like a spy. Another little perk is there's a fun game you can play. All you gotta do is talk badly of immigration or immigrants until someone comes at you, and then you can tell them, yeah, exactly, us immigrants are terrible. Worth a little chuckle once or twice. And one more little perk that someone in my kind of position gets is the gift of perspective. My interests are a bit different to the average person. Take something serious like Brexit. I watched for a lot of people it come down to pro or anti-immigration. For me, I saw an opportunity for my fellow Americans to no longer be disfavored, and a great opportunity for the bond between the UK and US to be strengthened. This was of course discussed, but for me it was pretty much everything. At the time of the referendum in 2016,
the course is so
I was
wonky.
keenly aware of issues like this. Even as someone at no personal risk, as someone who moved here as a child and who has indefinite leave to remain, I have a special feeling of loyalty to my people. It's just in me. So to my eyes, the protect the immigrants kind of anti-Brexit guys were actually team, we want these guys, not those guys. Or in other words,
in there?
when you say immigrants, you don't mean me. I'm from the wrong place, and many times of the wrong color, particularly when it comes to internet influencers talking about immigration. And today we're gonna watch iDubbbz's latest upload. Are you
Fucking had a pile up. Like, what the fuck? They all just crashed into each
Welcome back to
other.
another episode of iDubbbz Complains.
Hey, it's the guy.
I'm coming to you live.
He's bald.
From Barcelona,
He's cocked.
Spain.
He's gay.
First off, I wish this wasn't a bit and that he actually was staying in an Airbnb that looks like that. Secondly, we're immediately talking about Spain. Oh god, I'm gonna have to make another apology video for that intro. Obviously, he's gonna be talking about the impact
Spain.
of tourists and expats on cost and quality of life.
The way you can immediately tell that, if you're a truly international kind of guy, is that he doesn't have he has the wrong type of plugs. You can see an outlet in the background. The outlet is the wrong type of plug.
Life in parts of Spain and the protests against over-tourism. I'm sorry, iDubbbz, I thought this was just going to be some generic, pandering, brown people good slop. But it actually looks like you're going to be digging into a very particular issue and maybe even provide a novel perspective worth listening to, right?
If you guys aren't familiar with Barcelona, I recommend you keep your eyes on them, because they're looking like a pretty hot team this year.
Okay, soccer, a lot of ways to talk about immigration off of that. Where's he going to go with this?
Well, I know the season's coming to a close, but let's just say that some of my boys on the inside have told me that
they pushed me.
They have been taking steroids.
Hey, Patchy. How was the rap today? I just finished watching it. It's basically him telling you that, yes, he is going to be a big fucking loser about Donkey Kong tomorrow night. And Mafia doing bad 2 times in a row has scared him so much he is no longer playing it for the rest of the week. He's going to finish it next week and be a big loser about that too.
Which is going to improve their soccer performance.
Very good.
I'm still in racing. Felt like
There's
races
been a
ago.
recent doping scandal apparently. A couple guys have been fined. I don't follow soccer. I had to look it up.
Oh, he's
but
gonna
that
suck
news
at
only
Lizzie
broke a
for the
couple
DSP
days
tries
ago,
it
which
with
is
the Sonic
after
hat on.
iDubbbz's video. Is he doing sports?
But only if
clips
you give
now?
him money.
I've got a bit of a tummy bug, folks. Is this a fever dream?
Today's episode of iDubbbz Complains is all about immigration.
Okay, here we go. And spoiler, Spain is never mentioned again. Apology retracted. Apparently that was just some random shit. Or I'm too stupid to get the point.
And xenophobia, and racism, and TikTok.
Look, I can handle racism and xenophobia, but TikTok, I might have to tap out.
And the TikTokification
Yeah, we
of
hate
xenophobia.
Okay, maybe the xenophobia will help the TikTok go down.
The interest in this topic was spurred on from a guy named Kurt Kaz. Now, this guy Kurt Kaz, he is a travel vlogger, so you would think with all the traveling around the world, that would really open your mind to different cultures, different ways of life, and how we're all just people trying to live.
I didn't take iDubbbz for much of a traveler. I know he's been to Australia, as have I, but I've only been to Australia, Germany, Iceland. Went back home to the US in my teens. I'll be in Poland later this month, visiting Japan in November. But I think even after that,
He's
I
visited
don't
more
think I'd be
countries than
confident
me.
making any sort of claim about what travel does to you. I'd love to hear, though, some of iDubbbz's stories that led him to that belief. You know, when he visited the places this travel blogger's been to, how did his experience differ? He doesn't talk about that in this video, but I'm sure he surely must have a lot of air miles under his belt to be saying such things.
But unfortunately, he's a great example of how you can travel the world, and as long as your mind is fucking closed, everything you see is just gonna confirm your biases.
Let's see it then.
Look at this.
Look at this.
Look at this. States of the city.
Look at this.
Yeah, it looks like a real shithole. You can make the point that every city has shithole areas, but that's certainly one of them.
This is Rome, guys.
Like a Casbah.
This looks like in Bangladesh or something. Look at this, guys.
What do you mean, or something?
Probably means, or some other place in South Asia.
I would like to hear more, but you're just saying it looks like Bangladesh. Is that because there's people from Bangladesh here?
Or somewhere like that. Certainly people whose families originate from there.
Or are you just assuming where people are from? There's a lot of people with brown skin in the world, and they don't all come from Bangladesh.
Fact check. True. You got him on that.
I don't know, do they have fresh fruit and vegetables in Bangladesh? I mean, that's one indication it might look like Bangladesh.
Funny point, but to be fair, if you look this place up on Google Maps, there is an Indian textile store in there.
Hey,
so you're definitely at least going to be getting some vibes of their neighbor.
Welcome to Jack 2 Suffering.
I've seen this guy's videos, by the way.
Get
he
it,
goes
Jack.
to Bangladesh.
Wow, it is madness.
Nice pull. Yeah, I agree. Bangladesh looks like a nightmare in comparison.
He's gone to a random farmer's market.
Oh, now we gotta hold up though, because that ain't a farmer's market. I grew up in a small market town in the UK, where there would be a farmer's market every
Well, he's gonna
Tuesday.
debunk him on what a farmer's
that
market
in
is.
Italy, and some similarities could be drawn to the packed stalls, but you'd never see something like a stack of toilet paper. And the stalls would look less like this, which is a photo from the Italian market's TripAdvisor, and more like this, which is a photo from the town I grew up in. You will find clothing stalls of questionable authenticity at both though. What that guy's showing you, iDubbbz, is an indoor market. You can have a farmer's market indoors, I guess, but there's a difference. If you look up Italy farmer's market, you'll see the distinction exists there as well. My point is, if iDubbbz was right and that's what a farmer's market looks like in Italy, then yeah, Italy's fucked. And if the finest criterion you can discriminate by, if all you can see is, well, produce is sold there, then I can't help you.
Where the population of immigrants is a bit higher than other places in the city, and he's saying, yeah, we're in fucking Bangladesh.
You got a point that he's saying this in an international market. Kind of a silly place to make the point he's making. But you were playing dumb about it looking foreign, when even pieces I find praising the place emphasize how international, how multicultural, how non-Italian it is. Additionally, this criticism only works with the TikTok clip alone. It's taken from a 40-minute video where they go around Rome. In full context, the "this is Rome"
I didn't know that.
is a bit less silly.
iDubbbz, why are you omitting the context?
Look at the state of this place.
You mind telling us what the state is?
Look at the fucking states of the city.
This part of the video annoys me because it's like it's not like iDubbbz doesn't know. It's real big. Just say the N-word energy.
You mind telling us what the state is?
You know what the state. You know what he's trying to get across.
Look at the fucking states of the city.
You want him to be
Look
more
at the
explicit
states
so
of
you
this
get
place.
him in trouble
Look at this,
for it.
guys. Look at this.
But I don't know what the state is.
Let me help you. There's a bunch of shit graffiti everywhere. There's a stack of toilet paper in
You
the
don't have to
entrance.
help him. He knows what he's
Overall,
doing.
when he pans around, looks a bit grim. I would go somewhere else.
I need you, the vlogger, to tell me what the state is.
Boy, no, you can't read context clues? How dumb are you?
Does this look like Europe to you?
Yes, it looks like Europe to me.
Yeah, I agree. Not sure you're making the point you mean to, but yeah.
What the fuck else are we supposed to gather from this video?
Even as someone in opposition to this guy,
Yeah, I'm
you
trying to
don't get it?
lock in.
Come
I
on,
see
man,
that.
you stopped boxing, didn't you? It's got to have been a while since you've been hit in the head. Although maybe not. We all know about your relationship.
It's like this guy. This is so obnoxious.
Is that a
lot
joke
of these
about Anissa
guys that we're
beating
gonna
him?
look at, they have an idea in their head of what European culture is.
This is totally true and real. In my limited travels, I've found that my image in my head, my anticipation of exactly how things are going to be, typically doesn't quite line up. Sometimes for the better,
This one is not
sometimes for
that
the worse.
bad.
Okay,
I fucked
sure.
up near the
Their
end,
idea
but that
of
is
these
totally
things
doable if you
is
can get in
like
front of the
a
crowd at the start.
caricature. It is like a postcard. It is not like what they're actually experiencing on a daily basis.
Hold up, iDubbbz, what are you doing? The whole point's meant to be that this market is an exception. It's got a bunch of import store stalls. It is the cultural caricature market.
What are these people doing on a regular basis? Selling and buying a bunch of produce in a market. And he's saying, this is in Europe. I'm not seeing any white cheese vendors.
Wait, that's supposed to be a crazy expectation. If that's insane to expect in Italy, maybe the guy has a point. Here in the UK, that's where I get my nice cheese cheese from. At Christmas time, there's a great cheesemonger in a beautiful old building. I visit to stock up on more specialty cheeses, and each time I've been served by possibly the most British person that you could ever meet in your life.
I gotta get your cheese from Europe because I hear you can't get any in America.
If it's
That's
wild
what
to
Josh
expect
told
to see
me.
ethnic Italians selling cheese in Italy, I'm sorry, man, that's fucking horrible. iDubbbz, if cheese has died from regular Italian culture, that's an incredible loss. What are you even saying?
This is nothing like Europe. This is nothing like Rome.
I don't see a single Italian here, guys. I am more Italian than any of these people.
Yeah, where's Mario at?
Look at this.
I don't see a single Italian here.
I don't see a single Italian here, guys. I am more Italian than any of these people.
Dude,
Okay, dude. What the fuck are they?
I'm imagining Mario in like a crowd. He's like Mario's at the market in the Mushroom Kingdom. He's like at Toad Town, and he's like in a crowd of Shy Guy dinguses, multicolored melting pot Shy Guy dingus crowd, all rainbow walks of life colored Shy Guys, red ones, blue ones, yellow ones, pink ones, orange ones, green ones, and Mario's like, I'm more Italian than all of these guys here.
The fuck are these people living in Italy?
What am I, living in the UK? Not British. For most people, it's a tough clock though, and an unlikely guess. If you didn't already know, would you be more likely to guess that I'm not British?
Mario's
or that
not
they're
from
not
Italy, he's
Italian?
from
Obviously
Brooklyn.
though, that guy is talking about race and ethnicity,
His
and
parents are
iDubbbz is talking about
immigrants.
nationality. And I don't know if iDubbbz is just scared to directly address that and dive into it, or if he genuinely doesn't get what he's looking at. Like, I'm genuinely
don't bring
surprised
Luigi
he
to that
hasn't
Shy
dropped
Guy
a hard
market, he's
R
just
on
gonna
this
drop
guy. Not the one
slurs.
he used to say. I mean, I'm surprised he didn't call him
He's
racist.
gonna call them
What does an
shysters.
Italian look like? You don't see an
It's a
Italian?
double entendre,
What, are they gonna
'cause, you
wear
know,
a name
they're at the
tag?
market,
Yeah,
so,
my
you know, they
name's
would be selling shit.
Ricardo, the Italian.
See, this is where I start to feel like I'm losing my mind. iDubbbz, are you a crypto working for the other side? Why'd you put that name tag on Ricardo here, and not on, say, Luciana, who you focused on before? Probably, I'd guess, because that would come off as an anti-immigrant joke. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Again, I don't feel too good right now. Maybe it's a fever dream, but,
Maybe instead of saying, I don't see any Italians here, you can fucking ask any of these people who are most certainly Italian.
iDubbbz, what if he did and they said they weren't? For you, what would that change? Would you say, oh shucks, get rid of them then?
Ask them if they're Italian. I might not look like Mario, but I'm Italian.
You're not gonna like this, iDubbbz, but he did actually ask some people where they're from in the full video the clip's from. I'll give you...
I think the confusion from iDubbbz' side, which might be willful on his part to get across the point of his video, is that iDubbbz is like focusing on the nationality of these people. It's like they're in Italy, so they're obviously Italian. While the guy making the video is more so obvious, like pretty blatantly focusing on the race and ethnicity of the people.
You guys at home a chance to guess what answer he got. 3, 2, 1.
Where you from, man?
Bangladesh.
Bangladesh?
Gee, why did he mention Bangladesh later when he was at the market? Just
It's because
crazy
iDubbbz
random.
cropped out the
I know,
context
it's
from
hard
the
to
video.
believe. I am more Italian than any of these people.
Surely he can't keep dodging that this guy is talking about race and ethnicity. At this point, you're not powerfully
see?
asserting that citizenship is all that matters. I'm genuinely starting to worry that he might not know what he's looking at.
By the way, guys, his clothing brand is called Conquest. He's a white South African making travel vlogs that are vaguely
I prefer
xenophobic.
Diddy's Conquest.
And his clothing
Not
brand
that
is
Diddy.
called Conquest. We gotta retire one
Wait,
of
was
those
that time?
things at least.
Holy shit! Wait! Was that time? I thought that I didn't know that. I was barely paying attention. Was that the last lap? Wait! No! Wait! Gold is 248. We did it! Yes! Sorry, I paused the video for that. 2 more races to go. No, I'm just surprised I got that one that quickly.
African making travel vlogs that are vaguely xenophobic. And his clothing brand is called Conquest. We gotta retire one of those things at least. I would recommend the xenophobic part.
iDubbbz, as established, he himself is foreign, and he's suggesting that something about him makes him more Italian than these brown people. You've got the green light, the ready for takeoff signal for the big R, and you're sticking with xenophobic? I don't think your heart's in this bread tube stuff.
But you could also change the Conquest part as well.
Not likely, seeing that is actually the guy's own brand. I'm genuinely surprised iDubbbz didn't have anything to say about the use of runes in the branding either.
Saying that the streets is dangerous.
Perché? Perché hanno i coltelli tutti quanti.
Machetes is emphasized as if that's some crazy thing. As someone in the UK, I've seen multiple headlines this year about machete attacks, but I don't know anything about Italy. You highlighted that he's saying, oh, machetes, but you're not interested enough to dig into it? Could talk about knife crime more generally? You'll love this article, iDubbbz. Genuinely, I think you'd get a laugh out of it.
Look at all these guys. Look at all the shits on the floor.
Yeah, it's pretty gross.
And here they are, just loitering. Very dangerous, he's saying.
Target time for class 1 reverse is 220.
Io adesso sono un centinaio, mi caricano, sicuro.
Maybe he's exaggerating his certainty, but you have no sense of where you should and shouldn't go in a city, iDubbbz? A couple years ago, when I went on the Spirit Tour in the Natural History Museum, I got pickpocketed in London's Chinatown. Full-on backpack unzipped, I had no idea. Local knowledge is a valuable thing. If I'd been warned to be more alert, it wouldn't have happened.
So this is the part of the video where they really up the levels of propaganda.
Alright, here comes the analysis.
They start you off softly implying by just showing you like this isn't like the postcards of Europe that you see. You guys have heard of Rome in your history class. You never saw pictures like this. You saw beautiful things like the Colosseum, but now you have to see immigrants.
He wasn't that subtle about it. He said it looks like Bangladesh. Do you remember?
And then you get to this guy who's like, all right, now that I've primed you, I'm going to tell you how dangerous this street is that's adjacent to the farmer's market. Never mind the fact that none of you have any idea what this market is, what this street is. He's just gonna act like he's an authority on the matter.
Okay, but talking about not telling us stuff, you haven't told us who he is. The he in question is Simone Carabella. Best I can tell, he's an expert at putting himself in danger in Italy. He might have some insight. I don't speak Italian though, and I'm not gonna do even more of your job for you.
And vaguely imply that it's an immigrant problem.
Reverse races might not be that bad compared to the regular versions.
He doesn't even suggest that the guy's wrong about it being dangerous. Though iDubbbz wants to emphasize that it should be blamed on poverty. I think it's worth mentioning that in the few seconds before iDubbbz started the clip of this guy showing up, another detail was included. Look at the subtitles when I slow it down. Here's what was said immediately before iDubbbz's cut. Now, this doesn't necessarily go against the argument that it's a poverty issue, but I think it does affect the argument that they're trying to portray it as being just because they're immigrants. The guy stepped in to say, here's the street where dodgy dealings occur, be careful. If he's not bullshitting, that's just legit advice. And if we jump back a little bit further, the start of his warning is this. Now you could interpret that as because we're white, but he might literally mean he is not well regarded there, considering the content on his channel, messing with pickpockets and stuff. But if everyone around is brown, that's not their fault, is it? And it's in fact iDubbbz who told us that this whole area has a much higher concentration of immigrants than normal. As much as they may be painting a picture, you've also got a brush in your hand.
By the way, when I was editing this, I found the rest of this clip.
That line.
Oh, so the TikTok's just a highlight from a YouTube video. Yeah, I found it too.
He ends up leaving the marketplace and they go to...
Now that's simply not true. This happened before the market in the video.
Some random public area
just got confused.
And harass some people who are just minding their own business.
He was bothering crackheads at the local park. Sure, not the most noble pursuit, but I'm not gonna cry about it.
Talking about how he's from Europe and he's more Italian than these people. I think he mentions Africa at one point.
We're in Italy. We are in Europe. We are not in Africa. Get away from me. Okay. This is my country. Yeah, Europe. Are you from Europe?
I don't know, this iDubbbz brand of comedy doesn't really work in 2025.
Don't really have a problem with this section. The vlogger would just
no
fucking
shortcuts
with someone
on these
who's
reverse
clearly
tracks,
not okay.
huh?
iDubbbz did miss out the black guy going on a rant about how you stole all our things, you're guilty of slavery, and he missed the funniest part. Kurt used this guy to make a point.
You see how they hate us, guys? You see how they hate us? The real racist is them.
Unlike the market clip that gets a bit better in full context, I don't think an aggravated tweaker is the best example to make this point with. with. I think it's enough that you don't want that shit around. You don't have to make it about who the real racist is.
Oh no! Europe is being overrun! Someone save Europe!
Oh, his point isn't that that's not representative, it's just them. That's fine, I guess. No, actually.
Now, these videos themselves are very bad, but when you go into the comment section, you realize how many people these bad ideas are attracting. Samantha says, import third world, get third world. Well, these are not imports. These are human beings.
That's gotta be Anissa. Kind of insinuated to be the
Anissa's
problem.
editing.
People do stuff and behave a certain way, believe and want certain things. Get enough of them together where you live, and your culture is going to start to shift. As I've suggested before, this even applies to me. The revolution was not enough. You are going to be a state.
But if you're referring to, you know, there being a farmer's market, that's kind of a first world thing. That's just called a regular market everywhere else.
Not really surprised that the man recording himself in that room can't see the difference.
So yeah, you're wrong and you're also stupid. This is what the liberals want in America. Yeah,
you're wrong and you're stupid. You're just fucking moron,
they're
man.
Their farmers markets and they're loving their farmers markets.
Jesus, it's that thing again, where he's saying exactly what someone opposite to him could say as an anti-immigration joke. Farmers markets are going to be a dog.
I don't know. Is it better to be Phil or Idubbbz?
Thank you for making this content and hopefully waking up the European.
No, people may joke about it, but at least Phil isn't actually getting cucked by Tyrone.
When it benefits them,
Idubbbz is a cuck for real, for real.
The continent of Europe, and when it doesn't benefit them, they'll be very specific and say, "Oh, it's this is a real."
Well, Halligan, you know, you probably know, but he's trying to get into Hassan's crowd now, so he has to double down on this shit, even if nobody in his own audience likes it.
Buddy,
what little of his audience there's left.
Thing. I didn't think that could actually fly under people's radars, but apparently it has. Idubbbz is the one man in the world dog whistles actually work on, and he's decided it's a good idea to cover these topics.
Europe is finished. Rome has fallen. Again. Oh man. Yeah, farmers markets will be the end of Rome.
I'm telling you, man, it's only a matter of time until we start seeing Hitler Rapist 69 tweeting about how we need an end to, wink wink, farmers markets.
This is what America would be if Trump didn't put a stop to it. Yeah.
Whoa, and, thank you, Donald.
How's that working out?
If they're really hardcore, to them, that ain't a problem. This barb won't touch them. So just to know, at this point, we're not doing a play-by-play anymore. I'm going to be a little bit more selective about...
Yeah, he's not even European yet. This is a topic that he chooses to speak on when he's so clearly not an expert.
Video.
I'm not even Italian, and it makes me sad. Well, don't let your racism affect you too much. For all you know, the Italians are loving it.
Italians, of course, being as
like he's an American living in Canada now because he wanted to flee from the tyranny of Trump. He couldn't make a video about ICE or something?
Being, as we've learned, literally anyone and everyone.
They turn every place they go into the place that they left. I think some people have a selfish mindset in thinking that because they themselves wouldn't leave the country that they were born in or have become accustomed to.
Not by choice, but I did.
That other people wouldn't do that, and if they are doing that, they're doing it for like sinister reasons.
There doesn't have to be a sinister or malicious motivation at all. It's just what will happen. If you give me the ability to influence things, I will align them with my values, which I have because of who I am. Get enough of people like me in your country, everyone's gonna have a revolver and the right to say any slur they want.
It's just like a basic human thought to be like, I want to bring some of my culture into the place that I'm traveling to, that I'm now going to start my new life in.
Yeah, it's not exactly a thought, you just do it automatically. Because it's not just food, your behavior, your values, that is also culture.
And of course it's going to be these places that are desirable to go to, and that are very multicultural.
Idubbbz, it's happening again. Understand that you're saying, of course this is happening because of the way your country is. Most people aren't going to hear that how you want them to. They're not going to come to the same conclusion as you on the back of that.
There's a reason why people are referencing Canada and the UK. It's because people who are immigrating to these countries like these countries.
It's because the Kino Casino makes fun of you.
Whoa, buddy! Is either already kind of established there, and there are foods and routines and places to go and people to meet that are going to allow them to integrate better into the society.
It's easier to integrate because they don't have to engage as much with the broader culture and instead can stick to their own within established pockets of their culture. I'm sorry, this has to be satire. This is like the perfect clip to radicalize people against immigration.
After watching that video, a little while later, I started getting more content that was adjacent to that, this time in the form of Robin bagpipes.
Guess that's what happens when one of your parents is Scottish and the other's a Scouser.
I am proud of European culture.
Like I said, we're getting real snippy now because I don't want to hear that shit.
You'll notice that a lot of people going
European
into
culture
the UK
is when
and a lot of
bagpipes.
Mexicans going into the
And
US,
loud.
they're not doing this shit.
I mean, not with bagpipes, but spend any amount of time traveling on trains, walking around places, you will run into a ton of
2
guys
seconds off.
blasting that dung da 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 on their phone.
Big iron
and
on
with
his hip.
auto-tuned music as loud as possible.
They're literally just living their lives.
Yeah, but they're living their lives on speakerphone, and it's the worst shit in the world.
And I think a lot of people like.
If I lived on under harmful opinions rules, I would have to have the pepper gun.
Wearing hijabs,
just because of the meme of it.
or Indian culture being expressed, or any of these like foreign cultures and religious traditions, and they think that
I know it
themselves,
technically doesn't count. It's kind of silly,
I don't care if
but
it's
come on, I gotta
performative
have
or
the
not, if it's
pepper
annoying.
gun.
You've got a smartphone, put your call to prayer reminder on that.
The immigrants going to your country of Scotland or wherever else, they're literally just trying to live.
And I mean, align my surroundings with my values as much as I'm able to, or allowed to. Like, yeah, it's not some evil masterminded plot, it's just what people do, but that's not necessarily good for other people. And if I don't get what I want, I can just deal with that or fuck off back home to America. The natives don't have anywhere else to fuck off to. If where they live becomes something they don't like, they can't just go back home, because they are home. We're going to skip the rest of that section to avoid bagpipe trauma and look at his last example.
We've heard from a South African, and we've heard from a Scottish. Now we're going to hear from a Canadian. I'm talking Mr. Nelk.
This might be very controversial. Actually, I can't say it.
Oh god, what's it going to be?
This is the way I'll say it. Tim Hortons.
I've seen the Gary Eats review. That filth shouldn't be mentioned on YouTube.
Oh, I've got Asher with the big one. This is how you know Anissa's writing the script. Yeah, the Nintendo music. But he continues. Ian could have had an easy dub and say, now this is just tone deaf because the British occupied India for a century and treated the Indian people like animals. So this one is genuinely bad. But no, he can't even take the softball take. No, it's, yeah, Anissa with her midwit takes. I can tell it's Anissa just because of music alone.
If I walk into a shawarma restaurant,
shawarma,
I don't want to see a white person serving me.
Just a little independent kebab shop? Yeah. No,
I think
don't
that's
need that.
understandable.
Imagine going into a little family-run Chinese takeout, and it's not run by Chinese people. I don't trust it. Is that racist? Yes.
I don't
But you're
want
not making
Morsky to
eat there
serve me
without
my
seeing
shawarma.
A bunch of reviews and pictures first, at the very
Fuck
least.
yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%.
If I walk into a shawarma restaurant and I see a white person serving me, I don't want it. So you can figure out the other side. If I see a white person in there, I'm fucking out.
Yeah, nobody wants
Tim
Mexican
Hortons,
food
you can
made by
figure out
white
the other
people.
side.
There are
For
fucking
me,
Family
if I
Guy
see a
jokes
Tim
about that,
Hortons, I'm
man.
out. My food racism doesn't
It's a
apply after
valid
a certain
take.
level. Like
It's
high-end
sensible.
places, it doesn't matter. And
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Can't you turn that around and say it's cultural appropriation? So why would you want... Because you can easily segue that into a completely different thing that these very same people also crow about.
This guy, fast food, I don't care so much. But little independent places. Instead of Tim Hortons, let's say a tea room. If you're not top 10 most British people I've met, I don't want to drink your liquid. Doesn't mean it can't work out. I've had some great sushi from a Polish guy at the Birmingham rag markets. But there's just something about everything lining up, including the person who's serving you.
Listen, Mr. Jelk, it is still racist when you're using white people as the example for you to make the racist statement.
I didn't know iDubbbz was a gymnast. Isn't it so much easier and simpler to just say, it's still racist to not want white people cooking your food? You're kind of making their argument for them. If you're going to suggest, that's fine, just not for any other race.
Do you go into the kitchen to see who's making the food? Yes, I barge into the kitchen and I demand to see the sous chef. But in reality, a lot of it probably is like the psychology behind it. It's like what he was saying just now, or like how to have the authentic experience in the back of your head, back of your neck, back of your mind, you need everything to line up, which would include who is serving the food and who is making the food.
This is the type of rhetoric you hear from conservative dads and grandfathers.
What the fuck? This isn't supposed to happen. He's cooking me.
Let's put it this way. Do I want a white guy making my kung pao chicken? No. Hell no, right?
Yeah, but for real, it's not an excuse or a rhetorical trick or something. It's just literally how I feel. Until you get to a more high-end establishment. Don't ask why, I just feel like when it gets to the point of higher level skills, gets into the realm of artistry, that becomes the story more than who's making it. Some of you know I'm a fucking food weirdo.
That's me saying, fuck you.
Yeah, is that a secret food channel he doesn't tell anyone about?
No. It is about race.
I was teasing dropping the name for it a few days ago.
Right.
He's a
I don't
foodie.
want white people cooking, I don't know, tamales.
We can cook it. I just don't want to go to a little Mexican restaurant, a little independent joint, look in the kitchen and see fucking Steve I went to school with. I'm gonna be biased against the food.
It's like if you walk into an Italian restaurant, you want Italians serving you.
I am more Italian
You need
than
them
any
to be
of these
authentic
people.
Italians too.
That's just good as hell. That's not
No
a
half
W,
Polish
but
nonsense.
Yeah, I'd like that. That would absolutely be my preference if possible. Yes. I just think it's neat.
Dude, back in the day, when I used to go to Tim Hortons every fucking day, I would get a bagel and cream cheese with everything, and they'd put the cream cheese on both sides. Now what they do is they take the scooper, and they fucking put it on one side, and they fucking clap it like this. It's bullshit.
Okay, fair enough. This guy's lost me now. The non-whites are screwing you out of cream cheese? Brother, that's probably cost-cutting instructions from the franchisee.
You're describing this generally low-skilled job.
Yeah,
as
probably
like
not to do
some
with the
high
race, probably just
cuisine.
how
No,
Tim
he
Hortons
isn't,
in general
not at
now
all. He's
operates.
describing the
Kino
degradation
Casino
of standards
agreed
at a fast
bigly
food
with that
joint.
point
The
when
weird
they watched
bit
this
is that
video.
he's connecting that to race.
If someone fucks up half of your Tim Hortons order, it's still Tim Hortons.
It's like
Yeah, but it's still
Is
garbage.
implicitly agreeing that, yeah, the immigrants are messing up your orders, but that's fine because it's just Tim Hortons. I feel like I'm being trolled. I feel like someone deliberately set up something weak for me to attack like it's a trap.
In closing, I want to speak to all of the people who buy into this rhetoric. There's nothing to fear. You know, people in other countries are just humans living their lives, trying to exist. And
He sounds
when
like
they
he's gonna
go
cry.
to your country, they're also just trying to exist.
And he got the headphones on. His voice was kind of
Do you think
wavering
if that South
there.
African you showed at the start moved to Italy and became a citizen, he'd just be trying to live? You don't think he'd try to shape the country any more than that? And that it would have nothing to do with him being South African and the values instilled in him through his upbringing? What if 1 million of him moved in? Do you think that'd be a problem? And then of course another million come because they've already got a foothold for their culture like you described. That's cool with you. What a gigantic fucking waste of time looking at this video was. Hope you enjoyed this at least. See you next time.
I didn't see the full video, TBH, but it was pretty bad. Going off the two perspectives I watched, the two filters. Harmful has a point at the professional chef, race doesn't matter. Yeah, again, I feel like you'll always have the psychological aspect that he was mentioning earlier, where you feel like it all has to line up. But if it's objectively a professional chef that who knows what he's doing, you would have that sense of security to where it doesn't matter. Okay, let's go back to the brother here. Visa owns Steam and your games. Dun dun dun. Thank you for the shout out for Tusk. Oh, you saw this one? Yeah, I'm going through the backlog of stuff that I have from him. It's about the ethics of who's cooking your multicultural dish, dude.
You will own nothing and you will be happy. I would have assumed that people have long since realized that this isn't a prediction of the future, it is a threat. A threat being constantly acted upon in all aspects of our lives. But in this case, the only case that really matters to me, or any of you, because we're all losers, is video games. A tale old as time. A bunch of gamers wanting to chill out and do nothing but play video games and constantly being fucked with by everyone on the planet. planet. For probably the 10,000th time in history, video games are being actively removed for morally objectable content. A campaign led by, who to guess, the Australians, who have banned literally everything fun in their own country. So
Juzzy,
now they have to ruin it for everyone else
but Juzzy's
too,
people
and
got us
actively
Steam
enforced
refunds
by
though.
The payment processing company, Visa, most importantly, and MasterCard. But no one cares about MasterCard. If you have a MasterCard, you're not a people. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. It's just how it works. All right. So what actually?
I guess
got
I'm
banned?
a bug then.
Well, it's adult content. You know, like God of War, maybe Halo. That's pretty adult. No, not that kind of adult content. It's the kind you lock
the
door
AI,
and paint
the AI
room white,
puzzle
you know,
games.
that kind of adult content. Well, surely at least it's normal. The kind of stuff we all do and can defend. No? Actually, it's the most degenerate you've ever seen. Completely indefensible, you say? The kind of stuff where if you have a good mom, she wouldn't talk to you anymore. Or if you have a bad mom, you'll become closer than ever. And that's what people are mad about, that they can't download extreme smut. And not just that they can't download it, because you definitely can still find it in a million places. It's that they can't let their friends know when they're beating their meat. Because that's the only reason to buy a smut game on Steam, is so that you can let your friends know when you're jerking off and what exactly you're jerking off to. I genuinely cannot think of another reason why you would need to buy it on Steam specifically. Maybe it's for the achievements. You have to let your friends know that you have fucked both your mother and your sister and have collected all of the hidden panty unlockables. No, people are mad about this for the same reason they're mad about everything else. It's the slippery slope. And even that is sort of a lie. What it really is people are mad about being attacked when they haven't done anything. People on their lonesome, having a good time,
One more race to go.
beating off in the privacy of their own bedroom, and suddenly they're being attacked.
Did I hear about PayPal removing their access to Steam in third world countries today? No, I did not. That's fucked. Visa and MasterCard were more than willing to remove those games. Yeah, look, the game's being affected. I'm not gonna front. They're not games I would ever play, but there is the room for that slippery slope argument, right? I think what's gonna go first are those AI slop puzzle games that I mentioned earlier. But then it's gonna trickle down and start affecting games that people actually give a fuck about. Like, how long is it before it's stuff where, you know, the degenerate aspects are like part of the narrative? Like, what would be a good example? The Coffin game. Like, the Coffin game's got like killing in it, and it's got incest, and if you there are hacked versions of that game. They're like mods where they have like you can date the mom in that game. How long until the Coffin game gets felted? How long until Jack games are banned? Once I finish all these fucking races. Time for this was 2:20, right? 2:20?
And by whom? Who would do such a thing? Well, it's as I said earlier, it's Australians every time. Truly the most evil of peoples. But before I go into the full...
fucking Ty the Tasmanian Tiger footage for the Felt Australia segment? I have never played a Ty the Tasmanian Tiger game, but apparently these games have been so semi-decently average successful that they ended up getting a new game recently. Almost as bewildering to me as Cal the Kangaroo getting a new game after like 2 decades. Speaking of another Australian fucking mascot platformer. Yeah, the Ty series was weird because it was made by a studio that usually did licensed games, like licensed fucking Cartoon Network or Nickelodeon games, and that was the series they would make when they weren't making licensed games.
Full story and let you know why you should or should not care, make sure to subscribe. All right, so what actually happened? What really got removed? Is it truly over? Will there be no more games on Steam anymore? You can only buy Hello Kitty's Island Adventure. Honestly, sounds like a better world to me.
Well, if you could only play one game on Steam,
I just have more refined
I'd probably pick that
tastes.
one.
So Valve delisted, meaning any game you have already purchased you still have, but you cannot buy. Around 500 adult games featuring really close families. Like, I mean tight, like tight, like as close as you could imagine, like almost inside each other. They're so close kind of family. And games that involve women who aren't into it so much. They're not like there for it. They're having a tough
those kind of
time.
games.
Like, I'm talking about women who are feeling the same things I feel when I was playing Heartbound, like somewhere around that level of not enjoying it. And the reason these were removed is a group called Collective Shout, which is an Australian feminist organization who exists to fight the exploitation of women, sent a shitload of emails to Visa and MasterCard yelling at them for supporting Steam by allowing them to use their services. And Visa's like, man, I fucking hate families and I fucking hate Heartbound. And so they told Steam, you gotta remove this shit or we're just not gonna let you process
if they hate Heartbound, they might not be that bad.
And the thing is, I know this is crazy, but in order to receive money, someone has to give it to you first. And without Visa and without MasterCard, no one is giving you shit. So unsurprisingly, Steam folded literally immediately and just removed that shit. And people are upset. They're mad. They want to tell their friends how much they love their family. I understand. I love my family too. Maybe not that much. And the story continues a little farther. Gamers get upset. They're like, hey, wait a second. If they could accomplish all this with about 1,000 emails, I bet we could make way more than that. So they sent a bunch of emails, they made a bunch of petitions, people are going all kinds of crazy. And they did get a response from Visa. And Visa basically said, damn, dog, that's crazy. You guys can kind of suck our dick though, because we've already made this decision and we don't want it to come out in the media that we said,
yeah, they tried to deflect responsibility
being with your
and
family,
say,
totally
no,
cool,
we didn't do that.
Especially when you're literally inside of them.
But
and
then
I
Steam came
genuinely
out,
think
Valve
Visa
came
is
out with a
probably
rare
really fucking
press release to
confused.
say,
They're like, why
no,
are
it's not our
people
fault
so
either.
mad
Well, then who the fuck
about
is
this
doing it?
Extremely degenerate porn. I bet you there is some fucking dude up there who's like, damn, I didn't know this shit was that popular. This is crazy. Is that really why people are so mad? Have families just gotten a lot closer over time? No, people just don't like the idea of the payment processors being able to control what kind of games you play. And they're worried that it'll start with the stuff that no one agrees with and it'll slowly encroach upon things that are just generally controversial. That's why it's important to note that the advocacy group who caused all of this shit is Australian, because Australia perfectly illustrates what people are afraid of. Australia bans
I'm not afraid of Australians.
fucking everything. You're not allowed to do shit in Australia. They catch your ass breathing wrong in Australia. Straight to jail. Nothing. Ban your ass from the country.
That's assuming a giant
Everyone
spider doesn't eat you
knows
first.
about GTA getting fucked with by Australia, but it is far more ridiculous than that. Hunter x Hunter Nen Impact is banned in Australia. This right here is too objectionable for Australians. They're not allowed to have it. We make fun of the UK for needing...
What was I doing? What was I thinking? What did I truly think would happen by doing that? What did I truly think would happen by doing that? What was I thinking? Pablo, can we get a clip? Can we look, I wasn't gonna win anyway. I was third place. I wasn't even fourth place. I was third place. Oh man, maybe look, I didn't hear good things about that Hunter x Hunter game. Maybe it was banned there for a good reason. Maybe it's just that bad of a game. The Australians don't even want to play it.
In Australia, straight to jail. Nothing. Ban your ass from the country. Everyone already knows about GTA getting fucked with by Australia, but it is far more ridiculous than that. Hunter x Hunter Nen Impact is banned in Australia. This right here is too objectionable for Australians. They're not allowed to have it. We make fun of the UK for needing a license for everything, a TV license, a breathing license, internet license, dick-sucking license, but at least you're allowed to do it.
That's the only license that's
Hunter
free.
Hunter, that's too far. The Australian people are simply too weak-minded to handle Hunter x Hunter and its complex themes. Truly, even a dose of anime
my
will
rubber
completely
nen.
destroy the psyche of a normal person and cause them to be deranged and immoral. Indie games aren't safe from this shit either.
I didn't finish all the Hunter x Hunter anime.
That was banned in a lot of places. Still fucking lame, but not just Australia. But Sludge Life A game where literally all you do is walk around and collect cigarettes is banned in Australia. You cannot buy it. You can't even redeem Steam keys of it. So this is what people are afraid of. Sludge Life. Shit like Sludge Life is what they're worried about. That it'll start with things that no one disagrees with. That basically everyone's like, maybe we shouldn't be having that on Steam. To a game whose only sin is literally just referencing drugs that don't even exist. Just having a druggy atmosphere is too far. And if it got banned for the cigarettes, that's even worse.
Schedule 1 ban over there?
Illegal literally anywhere. Only because I've seen. I do have some viewers in Australia. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Like, genuinely, what is going on? I'll admit it. I may be one of Australia's greatest haters.
Clip didn't show the beginning.
One
oh
thing.
man, might have to do a manual clip
talks
after the
about
fact.
the crazy wildlife, and people are like, "Whoa, you guys are basically living in like Jurassic Park or something. You're so tough." And they're like, "Yeah, we're tough. Us Australians could take fucking anyone on because we beat up kangaroos and shit." But the reality of Australia is it's a bunch of fucking soy boy cucks who have fought for literally nothing ever. They lost a war to fucking birds, and they all live in
emo
cities,
war.
so they never deal with any of the wildlife that everyone talks about. Fuck you guys. You're pussies.
It's one of those silly things you hear about on early YouTube, and then you go look it up to see if it's real. And it is.
Either A, fight for anything, or your government is actually right, and you are so weak-minded that you genuinely cannot handle objectionable themes of any kind. Either way, eat shit. Australians suck. Worst country on the planet. May the sun melt you all to ash. Anyway, so how realistic is this potential reality really? Will Visa start attacking Steam for more and more reasonable content? Given their response to the backlash, I honestly wouldn't be surprised. It's more likely than you think, because the real argument for this is they're a global company and they have to follow not just the laws of the US or whatever country that actually matters, but they're trying to abide by everyone. And that includes countries like Australia that ban basically everything. So it's reasonable to think that in order to keep their brand Australia safe, that they'll pressure companies like Steam or itch.io to remove any game that would be banned in countries like Australia. Germany's another big one. I hear they ban a bunch of stuff too, but it's more related to a certain thing that they don't like talking about. That's not really the point to me, though.
Whoa, and with the named manual clip, let's fucking go. Let's get some prayer hands for Ian.
Porn from Steam. There are a lot of gooners out there, but you don't need to be jerking off in a place where everyone knows you're jerking off. You can do it all by your lonesome. There are 1,000 other sites where you can do it for free, the same games, and you don't have to pay for them, but you do you while you can, I guess. No, the far more important thing has already been happening for a decade,
keep taking the shortcuts.
Probably more, and that's basically unpersoning people. It's removing people, actual individuals, from the banking system. There are literally people out there who cannot make a new bank account because they've been flagged for making objectionable content or thinking unclean thoughts, which to me is far more scary. That's like a far crazier slippery slope than just some more games.
Maddie is objectionable content because everyone sees that Josh's fucking uninformed opinions.
And if I don't have a bank, I will just die. Unfortunately, to be paid, I have to have a bank that the money goes to. And then in order to buy food,
just hide all your money under your bed.
I have to get it out of a bank. In my own small way, I've been trying to get people to think about this problem every time I mention the Federal Reserve. I can't really talk about it because I don't want to be drone striked from space. But I find it completely unreasonable that the people who literally hold all of the money
do what that one guy did and store all your money through GameStop pre-orders and then cancel them when you want to withdraw.
It took very close family content being removed from Steam for people to start thinking it's weird that a small group of individuals can control whether money moves places or not. That they can literally bring a billion-dollar company to its knees over nothing. Luckily, there are some people who actually have been thinking about this for longer. Right now, even, there's an act being passed or attempting to be passed that would prevent payment processors from being able to stop doing business with people based on their opinions.
DSP passes 3 acts every time he laughs.
You already know there are going to be some dipshits, though, or like, it's a private company. They can choose to do whatever they want with anything, which, first
big
of
ups
all,
Family
no
Guy
one can
footage
choose
there.
what they want to do with anything ever. I'm not allowed to go outside and beat someone to death with a rock. I think I should be able to do that, but I'm not. And private companies have their own set of bullshit rules that they have to follow. this would just be another one added to the pile. This is something I've always found profoundly silly about libertarians, is the idea that the government putting you down is somehow
up those ears,
different
Ricada,
from
you're
a
being called
company
out.
putting you down. If I am no longer able to move money around, I genuinely don't give a fuck if it's because the government is stopping me from doing it or a private company is stopping me from doing it. The point is, violence is illegal, so what am I supposed to do? These type of restrictions already exist anyway. They exist on all utilities. The water company is not allowed to cut off water from your house just because they don't like you. Imagine if you were allowed to just kill people by removing their ability to purchase necessities, and there was nothing they could do about it because everything else, how you would solve that problem, is illegal. Obviously, that's unreasonable.
Hey, you're welcome,
I don't think it's unreasonable to consider the ability to buy
fuck up my sleep schedule so you don't have
necessary for
to.
life is water or electricity. I just think it's
What
kind
the-
of sad that it took Coomer content that probably
What is wrong
shouldn't
with these
even
reverse?
be
These
on
courses
Steam
were
in
not
the
made to be
first
driven in
place being
reverse.
attacked, for people to think about this. In fact, literally the opposite is going on. There are people who are objecting to this new law because it
5
specifically
a.m. for
lists
you?
right-wing content and traditional energy instead
A little
of
bit ahead of
porn.
Eastern
They
time zone.
literally want a new law drafted that specifically defends porn and not those other
Hopefully I
things.
can
That's how
lull
I
you to
know
La
some
La
of you
Land here.
slippery slope motherfuckers are lying. You genuinely only care about jerking off. It's not about the bigger picture. It's about defeating the chuds and beating your meat. Normally, everyone puts in these videos the imagine a world where there are no games you can play and they've all been removed. Honestly, doesn't scare me that bad. Video games kind of fucking suck, dog. All the shit I do related to video games is, you know, legal in quotes anyway. But the idea of having your own personal bank account being removed and you being unable to purchase things anymore seems far more crazy. Something that's actually something you should be worried about. But enough talk about not video games on my video games channel. So in order to save the video games, what should we do? Well, I wouldn't just keep sending emails or signing
Make
more
YouTube
petitions.
videos?
I don't think that's gonna help. At
Sign
this point,
petitions
what
from
you're actively
drums?
fighting for is too objectionable for Visa to ever care about. Visa is not the problem here.
Everything
It's them
but call your
having the
congressman?
ability to do this in the first place. Though, if you're really stuck on the email idea, sheer volume might actually help. Because the idea is, if you have an email, you are using it for a reason. That email hopefully exists for a real purpose. But if that email is literally flooded by unique email addresses, meaning nothing can be blocked by spam, you can make that email difficult to use for legitimate purposes because it's just flooded. Because any real email you would like to see is hidden by thousands of emails that don't matter. In order for that to work, though, you'd have to actually find important emails, like the email addresses of people. Now, I'm sure you could find them, but it might take a little effort, so it'll probably never happen. That's why I say, kind of not the greatest method to do that. I think we are far better off, and it's the far safer and easier option, is the complete destruction of Australia. Now, before you call me crazy, just know that nothing of value would be lost. Their most important asset, Steve Irwin, they already killed for being too based. And Australia has literally produced nothing else of importance. The actual method would be very
Dude, now
simple,
he's using Cal the Kangaroo
profoundly
footage
easy.
for
All
Australia.
Of the Australian people live in cities, meaning with just a big, you know, thing that destroys large
What is, like,
area
the
that we
modest
all know
proposal,
about.
but for
And you just put
Australia?
a couple around the places where they all are, problem solved nearly instantly. There's nothing they could do. But if you're a massive pussy and you don't want to actually solve the problem, what you need to do is what you should have been doing anyway. It should be very clear now that if you buy something on Steam, you don't own that game. Steam doesn't even own that game anymore. Visa does. I genuinely only use Steam purchasing for things that have to be online. Things that would be shut down anyway if support was removed. Sign Stop Killing Games, by the way. There's still time if you're a European. It's just funny how it's so much easier to take something down that is completely legal from a legal platform like Steam.
When was
than
the
it
last
is
time
to
I called
take
my
down an
congressperson says
illegal
for the
download
workload?
from a blatantly
2 weeks ago when I
illegal
called to
site. The
ask him
trick
if his
is,
fridge was
when
still
you
running.
actually own something, you have it forever. So even
His
if the
secretary did
site
not
gets
like that
taken
call.
down, you can always just re-upload it. Or if it's a torrent, which is what most people use for this kind of stuff, you don't even need a site to host anything. What's funny is I bet everyone's thinking of piracy, but I'm just thinking of all the fan games that have been taken down by Nintendo, and you can still find basically anywhere. I mean, they took down the entire site. Relic Castle was a Pokemon fan game site with thousands of articles on thousands of games that was taken down and then instantly re-uploaded, I don't know, a week later, and has been there ever since. It's now EV Harbor. It's just crazy. When you actually own something, they can't take it away from you except by force. And I mean literally force. They would have to break into my house and smash my computer. And it benefits everyone because it's a lot harder to stop the distribution of something if it's being spread by 100 different people from 100 different countries. And this is extremely niche stuff we're talking about. When Relic Castle was taken down, it was probably only a handful of people that had access to all of these files, and it didn't matter. It was still back up a week later. So if we're talking about anything actually popular, as long as anybody owns it, distribution would be extremely easy and reappear nearly instantly. If you actually care about Visa taking down games from sites like itch.io or Steam,
it's a
you should
K-Roll
care
Steam from
more
Donkey
about
Kong Country 2,
owning your own
the pirate themed
stuff
one.
and
Talk
less
about
about
piracy.
letting your friends know when you're jerking off. But that's just my opinion, though. You can always do the lame stuff, contacting your local representative, maybe starting a petition, send a million emails. I just think this particular situation is not that interesting. It's not that new, but it is representative of real problems that nobody cares about anyway, so who gives a fuck? So see you next video where I talk about more Doomer propaganda. From my pod, I will show you how to properly eat bugs. So subscribe. Bye.
Oh, there you go. Email your congressperson or start a petition and cry about it. Do anything but make a YouTube video where you rant about it for like 10 minutes. Pretty good. Oh, wait. That's the last one from that guy. Okay, so some context for this one. So a while ago, Arlo had the Pikmin controversy, and he got a few detractors as a result of that video. So we watched a couple videos from people that were calling him out on that. One of them was the Pikmin guy, who was part of that beef. And another one was just a guy on the outside looking in, observing the situation, and rightfully and righteously calling Arlo out for his behavior during that saga. Well, he's back. He's calling out another annoying Nintendo sweeper, except it's not a sweeper. It's an anti-Nintendo YouTuber. So first, he called out the pro-Nintendo YouTuber Arlo. Now he's calling out the Nintendo anti-Nintendo grifter hater channel. The channel in question is called Nintendine. I mixed this, I completely flubbed up. I mixed this guy up with Nintendan, who's an older Nintendo YouTuber. I thought they were one and the same, but no, apparently this Nintendine fellow has been around for not that long.
You know, a lot of you have asked me before, Manic, how do I get into YouTube? How do I become a YouTuber? And a lot of you do feel the need to invest in the top-of-the-line equipment, take a whole 4-year course on how to edit videos, because it does seem like the direction a lot...
Now, I will say, for this guy's Arlo video, everyone in the comments was agreeing with him that Arlo was a tard. For this video, though, the comments were not favorable to him. He has a lot of comments here defending the guy that he's about to call out.
Content is going, it is very overproduced, made to just appeal to the lowest common denominator and those that don't even speak English. Think of something like the Mr. Beast subtitles and the way he edits. It's all finely crafted in a way to get that Gen Alpha attention span. The attention span being like 2 seconds maybe. But the truth is, there is still hope out there, because if a channel like Nintendine can take off in the big 2025, then you should be good making the most bottom of the barrel content ever. All you have to do is find one topic and rage bait it endlessly, and make sure that all of your takes will never ever slightly contradict anything you previously said, because when that happens, when you add any sort of nuance, that's when your audience will turn on you. Unfortunately for me, I actually have integrity, and I like to tell something called my opinion or the truth.
It would just be this dude's channel. Anti-Nintendo videos, as far as the eye can see.
It may not be the most popular amongst my audience.
Already
and I
fucked up.
stand on business saying that I was completely vindicated on Power World. But for those unfamiliar with Nintendine, let's give you a bit of a history lesson. Now, hear me if you've heard this one before. He's a white guy that reviews Nintendo games on YouTube.com.
Do you have the slightest idea how little that narrows it down?
Okay, to be fair, he reviewed Sonic games too. But the point is, he was just another bottom-of-the-barrel reviewer of video games. Nothing special. Trust me.
Wait, I could be the first Hispanic guy to review Nintendo games on YouTube.
A lifetime. It's run its course. So after a few years of going absolutely
hey guys,
nowhere,
Dong
making
DeWaz
reviews
here.
about Sonic games and Mario games, you know, basically every single game that's on a Nintendo platform, he decided that he would switch it up quite a bit.
Well, some interesting info on a pay pig, but I don't know where to go with it. I don't know. I don't know what advice I could possibly share. If it's really interesting, how interesting? Is it like drop it in a tweet? Prepare a Google Doc? You're not giving me a lot to work with here. Keep it to yourself until the time is right.
Instead of just doing one video to review Super Mario 64, he decided to split up his review of Super Mario 64 by a level. And this is where he first started taking off. Which, to give credit where credit's due, that's a pretty good gimmick.
Oh yeah, of course. If it's like, if it's just a dox, please keep that to yourself. It could break toss with that.
Broken up level by level. This also assisted in Nintendo's goal to make it a daily upload. So every single day at the same time, you would be seeing one level reviewed of Super Mario 64. Then that continued to the DS remake, then continued further to Super Mario Sunshine, and then talking about all the tracks in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. And then after that, Super Mario Galaxy. Now, whether it be that he had to adhere to a consistent upload schedule, or he just didn't care, most of the analysis of the video games he talked about were very surface level. It's the same kind of feeling that you get when you watch a whole video essay that's hours long on some TV show, but it's all just plot synopsis. Think of something like that, but you're talking about literal Mario platforming levels. Like, you pass by the volcano here, that's how you get this star, Dude, we don't care. Like, can you please tell us your opinions on the video game that we're talking about? If I wanted a recap of the video game, I would play the fucking video game. Dude, I just clicked on a random Nintendine video of this era. It's his review of the Turnip Cup from Mario Kart 8 Deluxe as part of the Booster Course Pass, and
he reviewed a cup of a Mario Kart game
in the comment section down below. How long does it take for Nintendine to actually get into the content of the video? Is it 1 minute, 1 minute 30, 2 minutes, or 3 minutes? Tell me what you think, and don't cheat. I'll know if you're cheating. It takes 3 minutes and 30 seconds for him to even list the tracks in the cup. And then it takes another 30 seconds for him to actually get into the course New York Minute itself. A lot of it just being preamble about, how he loves New York.
He spends the video rambling. He might actually be the anti-Arlo after all.
New York is one of my favorite cities in the world. First time I even went was in my mid to late 20s. But now I find myself going back there almost every year.
In terms of actually
this dude is
talking about
peak
the
boomer.
course New York Minute itself,
He's old.
He only goes about it for only 1 minute and some change. And a lot of it is the recap that I was telling you, how it's just a plot synopsis, but for a literal Mario Kart track. Yes, please guide me through what a literal Mario Kart track is like.
As soon as you start, you make your way straight into Central Park, which I think the nighttime setting makes it look more unique than it would if it was daytime. Once you make it back to the starting line, this time you're going to go left. Back through Central Park.
Why is he using the Calamari Desert music for New York Minute?
Taxi cabs. And as you wrap up the third lap, you might notice things like the Empire State
I don't
Building,
like this guy.
the Rockefeller Center, and even Broadway.
I have genuinely never heard worse commentary on video games in my life. Not only
have you heard my commentary?
Fail to completely recap the course and tell you all the intricacies about it, he just doesn't really give all that much of a substantial opinion about it either. And when you're lacking...
Nintendine was a YouTuber I mentioned jokingly being called Evil Arlo, if you remember, Dinger. Did you bring him up before? If you did in the past, I apologize. I must have forgotten. But yeah, as I noted, I mixed him up with Nintendan. Nintendan's been in the scene since forever. So when I first heard this dude shitting on Nintendine, I thought it was like fucking shitting on him. No, it's a completely different character.
Both of that.
But I just hear this guy's videos, like plot synopsis of a Mario Kart track, and honestly, I'm not feeling it. Like, this guy obviously he's not in it for the love of the game, you know?
You can't really tell why he feels a certain way that he does. With that being said, if he was just a mediocre video game reviewer, then frankly, I would have nothing to say. And frankly, there'd be no reason for me to make a video, okay? There's a dime a dozen of like very shitty reviews out there. And I would see no reason to punch down on a small channel that just reviews Nintendo games. But at the end of this Galaxy retrospective, this just so happened to coincide with the Nintendo Switch 2 Direct. After the prices were revealed for the Nintendo Switch 2 and its games and accessories, Nintendo released the video why I'm not buying the Nintendo Switch 2. And let me be very clear, I do not care if he's buying it or not. That's really his decision at the end of the day. He has his reasons, I'm fine with that. It's when you make it your entire personality that you don't have a Switch 2 that it just gets really annoying. So instead of making these extremely piss poor analysis of video games, he instead does extremely piss poor analysis of the video game industry as a whole. Because if there's one thing that we didn't need more of, it's these dime a dozen video game news channels. The hilarious gimmick with this channel is that he constantly have a stick up his ass. He genuinely sounds like a coping ex-lover, making nitpicks about every single aspect of his ex just to make himself feel better about no longer being in that relationship. That's how you get some banger titles such as Nintendo and the Art of Gaslighting. Furukawa is not Nintendo. Nintendo Switch 2 is not a true handheld console. The Joy-Con drift proved Nintendo hates their fans. Nintendo Switch 2 price increase scare tactic. Bowser is...
So once again, like the beginning of the video showed like him describing Mario Kart tracks very blandly, and like over time it evolved into just making the same video over and over and over.
Nintendo's villain. Genuinely, does he understand that the American branch of a Japanese company really doesn't have all that much say? It's not like Doug Bowser himself was the one determining the price of everything. And of course, all of these videos are over 8 minutes long. What did you think? He's just gonna yap at you about a bunch of bullshit for free? Like, genuinely, imagine being the type of person to click on Mario Kart World split screen is bad. It's a 19-minute video about, guess what? Split screen in Mario Kart World, if it's 3 players or above, will be in 30 frames per second. That was the same case as for Mario Kart Wii and Mario Kart 8 for both the Wii U and Switch. This really isn't new. He had no issues with this previously, but then he drones on and on how it's some conspiracy to hold back the game from its true potential, to convince other people to buy Switch 2s.
If you're playing split screen for anything more than 2 players, you're still knocked down to 30 frames per second.
Now, I have a question for you, the audience. If you are playing Mario Kart split screen, who are you likely to play it with? Did you answer family? Let's go from there. Now, is there anybody in your family that you play with who's likely going to notice the difference between 60 frames and 30 frames on a quarter of the screen? Mind you, this is 4-player split screen, so you don't have all that much real estate. Now, let's just say hypothetically you said, yes, my mother is very perceptive about frame rates. Yeah, sure, we'll believe you. Now let's go even further. Do you think your mother
Mama
is going
Dingus
to
can't
buy
play a game if it's not
second
60
Switch
frames,
2
bro?
and hook it up to a second TV, all for the sake of 4-player split screen without the drawbacks of 30 frames per second? No? Well, Nintendo doesn't quite agree with that. He genuinely thinks that Nintendo is having this fucking ploy to sell more Switch 2s only by handicapping the frame rate, but only when the split screen is 3 players or above. I would really love to think that he's making shit up, laughing as he goes about it, just to increase watch time.
Let's pretend for a second that the reason why they won't let you play online with 4 people is actually because they want everybody to be at 60 FPS, which I don't believe is true at all, by the way. I think they're clearly limiting it just to sell more units for the people that actually want to play more than 4 players in the same room.
But this isn't exactly a Mudahar situation. He is not a grifter. I would never call him that.
And, you know, one of the things that I kind of read was like, the grifter stuff. You were just grifting on that hate. Well, if I was grifting on the hate and I released that, video, I would probably be overly negative, or I would try to spread some level of misinformation to garner more viewership on hating the device or loving the device.
But he is definitely getting a little high on his own supply. Now, as Father's Day is in June and the Switch 2 launched earlier that month, what do you think Nintendine would do if his children gifted him a Switch 2 for Father's Day? Comment down below. Mind you, this is not me making a hypothetical statement because Nintendine said as much in this video, Nintendo Switch 2 launch sales predictions. Editor, roll the clip.
But I'm hearing whispers around my family, rumors that I might be getting a Switch 2 as a Father's Day gift. Now, I don't know for sure, but if that happens, I will not be using that Switch 2, and if anything, I might give it away to one of my viewers.
So you're telling me the thing that sparked this whole controversy was the price of the console, and then also the price of the video games. But you won't even use the console if you're given it for free by your own family. This man has succumbed to the brain rot so deep that he's willing to reject a family present to him.
I'm not sure how I'll do that. Maybe I'll just pick a random free member on Patreon or something. But if I do receive one, I'll either make a post about it or I'll mention it in a video and say just become a free member temporarily, and I'll just pick a random person and give it to, because I have no intention on using a Switch 2 at this point.
It's kind of ridiculous though.
Even if it is a gift. Because can you imagine after the last 2 months if I showed up on day 2 after the Switch's launch saying that I have a Switch 2? At that point, even I would call myself a grifter. Luckily, I don't think anybody in my family actually watches this channel, so they won't know that I'm giving it away. So if I do indeed receive one,
I can see how this video would get a negative response. It comes across as a man having a personal issue with someone who just makes bad content. It's kind of dumb, whereas Arlo is disingenuous and switched up from hater to sweeper. Yes, that's true. It seems to be more personal. He just doesn't like the person rather than like anything concrete. Like this guy didn't kill anybody. He's not a sex pest.
One, I should be in the clear to give it away without hurting anybody's feelings.
Just sounds like a dork. He's a nerd.
That I had to make a video on this guy. I have showed multiple people this clip with no context. And mind you, most of them don't even have a Switch 2 and aren't particularly interested in Nintendo games in general. Even those people I've showed it to have called you things, Nintendine. They have called you things I cannot say on YouTube. You do not have to reject your own children's gift just to avoid being called a grifter. If anybody is calling anybody else a grifter just for accepting a present from their child, that person is genuinely a low IQ mongrel. This is a completely different situation from Mudahar being in the line midnight release for Switch 2 despite saying otherwise. With all your criticisms, it's not like you're the one that got the Switch 2. Oh yeah, and by the way, he completely doubled down in the comments section. And that comment he made about his family not watching his YouTube channel, well, that turned out not to be the case, as in a later video, the Nintendo Switch 2 is worse than the Switch OLED in 2025. Nintendine mentions how somebody in his family knew that he was boycotting the Switch 2. So unless Nintendine was spurging about this to his whole family at the dinner table, then that
totally see that being the case.
Somebody in his family found his YouTube channel.
Now, recently, I mentioned to a few of you a few weeks ago that I would be getting a Nintendo Switch 2 around Father's Day. So that was actually the plan. What ended up happening, though, was somebody in my family figured that out and was like, yo, he's doing a boycott, don't get it for him. And as such, they decided to get me an OLED.
And also, isn't it fairly weird that the immediate alternative to a Switch 2 is just a Switch OLED? Who in his family thought, oh yeah, he's boycotting Nintendo, so let's get him the old version. If he's the sharpest tool in that shed, then we truly are cooked. So at the end of the day, he's just that guy that you kind of share the opinion with, but he's so annoying about it, you don't even want to be in the same room as him. But hey, unlike Mudahar, Nintendine actually believes the bullshit he spews out of his mouth. So there's that at least. So I am recording this audio well after the fact because Nintendo released quite possibly his worst video yet. At this point, I'm convinced that the only people that actually watch this guy and agree with him are actually victims of lobotomy somehow. The practice has been illegal for a while now, but they still managed to be completely brain dead. Even when Nintendo does something mildly interesting or mildly cool, he still has to find a way to spin it as negative. And he does that in the let's all grift for Mario Paint. And mind you, this is 8 minutes and 27 seconds long.
He's just shitting on them because they put Mario Paint on NSO.
2 hours after a trailer for a little SNES game getting ported to Switch and Switch 2 came out, Nintendo was very quick to pounce, decrying everybody who dare likes Mario Paint. He is quite literally calling out this, like, he's not actually calling anybody out. He's just saying that there are these YouTube channels that will just like glaze and come all over their Switches because Mario Paint is on it. Does he really not understand that he is the same thing but in the opposite direction? And if anything, he's even worse because instead of just talking about the game itself, and even if you're like some elder millennial or Gen X, you may love Mario Paint. And oh, this is so nostalgic for me. I'd rather hear some nostalgic boomer talk about how good things were back in the day than talk about this fucking guy who is talking about video game discourse, presumably on the hardcore Nintendo forums and Twitter. If there's anything that doesn't need to be like served to me on a YouTube platter, it does not need to be video game discourse from Twitter. That can stay in its own insane asylum. Don't bring that energy here to YouTube, please.
I want you guys to keep your eyes just nice and wide open about the type of content that's going to come around following this video, following the Microsoft Paint. Gosh, there's gonna be like streams and there's gonna be like memories and it's gross. I mean, the people's memories aren't gross if they're genuine. That's one thing, but it's like the endless need for excitement to chase what's hyped around on the internet. And clearly right now, Mario Paint is going to be considered as big as Mario Kart World in a few minutes.
This guy, Nintendo.
Is that even what really ended up happening? Like, he's really... Did he just not have a video idea for the day? Like, that's just... No, that's not what... No, Mario Paint got released on NSO, and most people thought it was just pretty cool.
Dean is a genuine tumor on the internet. He loves to call out the behaviors of other YouTubers simply just because they're excited for a video game, yet doing the exact same thing, jumping on all the same trends, except he's just taking a negative slant, which I indulge in my fair share of negativity, but this guy is just such a bore, and he is just so annoying about it that even if I do somewhat agree with the premise of the video, the way he phrases it makes it just such a toxic position. It makes me want to run out and buy 500 Nintendo Switch 2s. This man is like the vegan of video gaming. He loves to ride on his moral high horse while being just a complete scumbag on the inside. So yeah, fuck Nintendo, fuck every single one of his videos. He genuinely needs to get his phone taken away from him, far, far away. I never want to be cursed with seeing one of his horrible, horrible takes on anything in the future. And for all of you who have been asking for this video on Nintendo, first, thanks for watching the channel. Thanks for engaging the content. And two, I hope you got what you
I didn't think this was that serious topic.
If you liked this, then perhaps you should comment down below who I should go after next. And if you really like this video and consider sponsoring or supporting the channel in any way, my memberships are open and you'll gain access to a members exclusive Discord server. And I may sprinkle in some early release videos for you all, just as a little cherry on top. And of course, make sure you just keep it on this channel. I do not want to hear anything from him ever again. If any of you actually link me, just like one of his takes, please don't. I just want this to be this one video and I'm done. Unless this gets like 1 million views, then, you know, I think I'm obligated to milk it there, right?
Hey, Ivan. I could see why the video was divisive, honestly. I mean, the guy made some stupid takes, but it does seem to be like the... by the guy, I mean Nintendo. This seems to be like the anti-Arlo. You know, his videos very blandly describing Mario Kart tracks that didn't go anywhere, so when the Switch 2 turned out to be a total PR flop, he decided to go all in on the anti-Nintendo grift. Just seems to be the kind of tangent he took there. Now, You know, I see some people saying, "Oh, he's a genuine Nintendo fan that just doesn't like the way the company's been going." And like, it's one thing, but like, it seems like he's going a bit far with it, right? There's like a fucking couple dozen videos, channel full of anti-Nintendo slop content. And the clips I was shown don't give me a good impression of him. Maybe he is genuine. Who knows? I don't want to go out of my way to do much further research. I'll just take Manic's word for it. But the primary issue with the video seems to be that it's very much a personal issue between him and Nintendine. A very one-sided conflict. Nintendine probably doesn't even know this guy exists. He called out Arlo, though, so in the end, this makes him based. It was a very bad video, to put it mildly. It just, there was nothing there besides he's an anti-Nintendo YouTuber who may or may not be grifting, depending on your definition. He may or may not be a genuine fan. He hopped on the anti-Nintendo grift train, but like, he's not a sex pest. He didn't scam charity. He's not a cuck, I think. The Arlo one stood on business because there was something to actually call out. But the title of this video just kind of really spells it out for you. I can't stand this guy, as in just like flat out saying this shit is personal. Alright, we're gonna continue. That was the only video we had to watch from this guy. Oh, did I not copy the link? I did not.
Welcome back, everyone, to another Downward Day.
I don't even know what the subject of the video was gonna be.
And today on the channel, we're going to be doing something a little different, where I'm making this video as sort of an addendum to the latest main channel project, and that is, of course, my video on the movie Office Space. So I'm recording this in roughly the first week that it's been out, and I've been following along with the reception, and thus far it's been much better than I expected. Because I'll be honest, during the months and months that I was working on this project, I was getting a bit anxious at just how people were going to take it. This was certainly one of the most politically bold videos that I've ever attempted on the main channel. The whole thing presents a bunch of unorthodox theories which I'm sure many would find controversial. And honestly, so far, the message of the video has gone over much better than I initially anticipated. But funnily enough, it seems like the most controversial part of the video has nothing to do with the actual main idea focused around economics and labor. No, by far the most backlash I got on any part of that video had to do with the section on hunter-gatherers. The number one point of contention throughout the whole video that the comment section seemed to disagree with me on the most had to do with my assertion that hunter-gatherers did not live predominantly violent and miserable lives, and that in certain aspects, their lives were actually easier than what we have to experience today. And so I got a lot of comments saying that I'm wrong, that I don't know what I'm talking about. And look, I'm not in the business of trying to mislead people or be academically dishonest. So I wanted to take a moment with this video here on the Downward Diary to sort of defend my position. I want to make the case based on my own research as to how the lives of ancient humans probably weren't as bad as what most people think. And before we get into things here, I have to clarify that I'm not an anthropologist. I've never dug fossils in the field or gone out to live with uncontacted tribes in the wilderness. Most of what I'm about to say here has been absorbed from the works of various authors who have been far more involved in this field of study than I have personally. I'm not an expert in this matter, and I acknowledge that the theories I've subscribed to could very well be incorrect. The purpose of this video is not intended to be a factual database for specific scientific reference. This is very much my personal opinion on the matter and more so an overview of why I've been persuaded to have this opinion. But with that out of the way, I will say that when it comes to the research I put into the main channel videos, I do at least try to maintain a level of academic and journalistic integrity. I'm an independent creator, I'm not on anyone's payroll, and I don't have a political agenda that needs to be fulfilled by my content. Really, as far as I'm concerned, my only goal is for the audience to walk away from the video more informed than when they came in. Whenever I try to present a story on the main channel, I try to get it as accurate to the truth as I can. I'm not classically trained or...
He's a civil engineer who works from home and does YouTube as a hobby. Hopefully he has his iron ring to prove it.
Educated in pretty much any of the topics I talk about. but using my own research and critical thinking, I try to put out a product that's as close to objective reality as I can get it. I choose to pursue the topics you see on the main channel and develop them into full-fledged videos because I find them interesting, and I think they offer the opportunity to provide the most insight to the audience. I enjoy making videos that sort of shake up the status quo of what most people tend to think about something. And the topic of hunter-gatherers is something that fit that description. I originally decided to investigate this topic several years ago during a time period when I was feeling particularly disillusioned with the state and direction of modern society. If you've been paying attention to my content for a while, you've probably noticed that this is a big prevailing theme on not just the main channel, but this channel as well. And this is a sentiment where, if you're a fan of this channel, I'm sure many of you have also experienced, where when you go out in the world and try to act as a functioning adult in modern society, it's just this subtle, nagging feeling that's difficult to articulate that something about the way we conduct ourselves in the modern day is just not right. And I believe that when a lot of people try to dive into this feeling further and really investigate why they feel this way, most of the time you end up with an unsatisfactory answer that doesn't really make sense. Or you have people dismiss you entirely and insist that nothing is wrong and that you're just being overly neurotic. And for me personally, I never really felt like I found what I was looking for until I started reading up about hunter-gatherers. So starting about 4 years ago, I read a series of books that totally changed the way that I thought about the world. These books in no particular order were Tribe by Sebastian Junger, Civilized to Death by Christopher Ryan, and Free to Learn by Peter Gray. And what all three of these books have in common is that they show hunter-gatherers in a positive light. They actually look towards hunter-gatherer tribes for guidance as to how we can improve our lives in the modern day. Now, before I read these books, I was like many people in being highly dismissive of the merits of our distant ancestors. Whenever the concept of ancient humans was brought up, my first thought would always be, big deal, who cares about a bunch of stupid cavemen who died out? They had their time and now it's our time, and there's probably a good reason why civilization replaced them. I didn't really think there was any insight to be gained from talking about hunter-gatherers. But then I read these books, and they ended up having a truly transformative effect on how I came to view the nature of humanity. They offered me a persuasive solution to this broad philosophical issue of what...
Dune says, the anti-Dean video sucked, and even the anti-Arlo video wasn't great because Arlo bodied the Pikmin guy and made him kneel. Oh no! Low battery. Dean was mostly being mad that Dean thought up a hypothetical situation where he gets a Switch 2 gifted from his family and how he would reject it. Oh, then he ended up getting an OLED regardless. So, it ended up working out. But he put out that... I only saw the thumbnail. But the video thumbnail he put out where he said that was like, oh, the Switch OLED is so much better than the Switch 2. I don't see how that's true unless we're talking in, like, objectively screen quality. I guess OLED screens are just that much better.
What exactly are human beings supposed to be doing with our lives? In other words, how are people supposed to behave if no one was around to give them instructions? And then I began to see that when it comes to problems in the modern world, the nature of hunter-gatherers actually matters quite a bit. Because before we can address the problems of modern civilization, we must first attempt to find a baseline expectation for human behavior. Our emotions, instincts, and desires are all adapted to function within a specific environment. And ever since the invention of agriculture around 10,000 years ago, most of the people on Earth have been living in a very different environment than the one we evolved to be in. Biologically speaking, the transition from human beings into modern civilization was very quick. So quick, in fact, that it outpaced the speed of evolution. And the consequence of this is that we find ourselves today in a totally transformed world. Yet, genetically speaking, we're still roughly the same creature that we were 25,000 years ago when the expectations for human existence were completely different. So what we have today is this disparity between what our genes and our instincts prepare us for and what actually confronts us in the modern day. And it stands to reason that this disparity versus the natural order of things is responsible for a substantial amount of the human conflict that we see in modern times. When you start pushing people into a more and more unnatural environment, it makes sense that you're inevitably going to see more problems. And for much of history, the underlying problems of civilization were attributed to the inherent problems of human beings themselves. It was the natural state of man which was blamed as the source for all the problems in society. And the function of civilization was actually viewed as this grand salvation protecting people from the worst parts of their natural state of being. This is why during the 18th and 19th century, the process of colonizing various indigenous people from around the world was seen as this humane thing. It was the great wings of civilization liberating all these people from their savage, natural way of life. It was always framed as the Western world doing the rest of the world a favor. The conversation has always been that we saved them from themselves, and that colonized people should be grateful, even if it meant that their entire people and way of life got wiped off the face of the earth. It was just always assumed that no matter the situation, civilization was just a straight upgrade to what came before, that our man-made world was superior to the natural world in every way. But when the time came to actually go out and observe the uncivilized tribes of the world, what we saw in reality didn't quite match up with this dysfunctional freak show that we had in mind. So before we go any further, I feel like I have to define what I mean specifically when I refer to hunter-gatherers. To put it simply, hunter-gatherer refers to human beings who exclusively hunted and gathered their food supply. They lived in tribes of 150 or fewer people, and they had no fixed or permanent habitation. They were nomadic people who moved along with the flow of resources. They didn't really keep any personal or private property other than what they could physically carry with them on the move. This set of attributes basically describes how human beings behaved for the first 90% of their existence. You can look at it essentially as the default way of life that nature provided for us. When you're attempting to assess human beings specifically through the lens of nature, this is what you'd find. If you were born into pretty much the first 250,000 years of human existence, you would have been a hunter-gatherer. But then all of a sudden, based on factors likely related to the end of the last ice age, human behavior started rapidly transitioning to what we now know today as modern civilization. Certain populations from around the world stopped roaming around for food and they started planting crops and domesticating livestock. People started to remain in fixed settlements that eventually grew into cities with thousands or hundreds of thousands of people. And it's at this point in human development where people can no longer be called hunter-gatherers. So I just wanted to make that distinction clear, where hunter-gatherers are categorically different than people who practice horticulture or agriculture. And I say this because there are
fun. Alien raid. It is way too late to be raiding me, Buster. Thank you for the raid. I am beyond zonked, and I'm watching random videos. I don't know how much longer I'm going to go on. I am attempting to 100% Jack 2. I'm trying to do it before I lose all sense of self. Thank you so much for the raid, guys. I was there earlier watching a bit of the... I think we guys were playing Peak. I hope you guys had some fun. I got here a glass of the Tamarindo. I'm drinking Tamarindo. Yeah, just fucking around. Let's see, raid with a party of 57. Hello, Takahashi. I said that right? No, Takashi. Hello, Selena. Odin's Luck. Little Spaceships. Task Pool. Alienson. That guy. How are you doing today? Oh, man. Was it like the past 3 days I've been trying to do the last few remaining tasks that I have to do in this game. And then I can finally move on to the next Jack game. Basically just doing... Well, half the stream is me doing these hover bike races. Pause, restart mission. Pause, restart mission. Pause, restart mission. And they're completely optional. But I have to do them because this is what I do. And I eventually finished those. So now I'm doing these gun courses. And, you know, I'm like 4 hours in on like day 3 of trying to 100% everything. So, my commentary on this is a little shot. The hoverbike missions are indeed murder. Yeah, and I'm not even doing it like as part of the story. I'm done with the story. It's me doing the time trials. So I got the proof of that here. These are gun courses. Like I did the jetboard mini game. These are my times for the races. I never want to hop on a hover bike ever again. Even if they end up existing in real life, I would never want to get on a hover bike. Just how much I don't like hover bikes. After playing this amazing game. Anyway, I'm just unwinding here for however much longer I can. But thank you again for the raid. Again, I hope you had fun. If you gotta take your post-stream self-care situation, please go ahead and do so. Go get yourself a snack. Oh, wait. I was actually close to the gold there. I'm actually surprised I may have gotten that on the first try. Trying to inspire me to actually go for the gold here. The Dinger sounds like he's at another 4 hours easy. Yeah, doubtful. For what? For who, Goon? For who? You're gonna be asleep in 4 hours, Goon. Another 4 hours isn't benefiting you. You're not gonna go back and watch the VOD of this. No one is. Why am I getting a double raid from Shroom? Thank you, Shroom, for the raid. Whoa. Shroom is done playing Yakuza. I have one less person to potentially raid when I eventually rage quit the stream. Thank you, Shroom. Well, thank you for the raid with a party of 7. Shroom is coming in. 8 hours now, Dinger. I'm gonna run out of content in the game to do. I'm not gonna boot up and start Jack 3 at like 5 in the morning. It's not gonna happen. Hello, Shroom. Hello, Juzzy. Hey, remember these little Jack guys? You do. Hey, Gondola. Suffa dinga, suffa dinga indeed. This is your life. If you're in this stream for some reason, you're like, oh, I'm just gonna fall asleep watching Dingus today. What could go wrong? You're here, and this stream is you listening to this. I love all of you. Thank you for sticking around. This rules. Were you able to complete Yakuza Shroom? Let's get a shout out for all the raiders. Get the Shroom shout out for the Shroomy sisters. You're working through Gucci. Yeah, I know. You work around this time of evening, Mr. Pun. You're so magnanimous. What sound is more annoying? This would aspire to on the real spacecraft noise. From Metropolis? The Metropolis level? I was never bothered by that one. What the hell was that clip? We can do better for Shroom. Free up 45 gigs on my Switch too, yes. Ah, based.
You got Logan, you got Making of Deadpool and Wolverine, you got Deadpool and Wolverine, Deadpool, Saru stream, you got Wolverine, you got Gambit, you got Hugh Jackman and Deadpool.
The Desert Speedway? Oh, I know what mission you're referring to.
Deadpool and Wolverine and Deadpool. And Wolverine and...
Let's get one more. We'll do one for Elian too. Obviously. What's this one? Were you posing, Shroom? Like, what are we doing?
You know why I got him? You know why I got him? Because Tevin showed off a fucking Pokemon.
Wait, why? Why? We'll never know why you got them now. What? Here's the alien clip. Why did Shroom get them, though? Shroom's just putting on a show. He's putting on a gun show. He's gonna come down from the rafters.
What? I'll be right back,
He got
guys.
the Pokemon
This is
pants.
so dumb. I have to go pee. I'll be right back.
Well, there you go. You get the piss clip. Why did Shroom get the Pokemon pants? Who are the placeholders? I mean, the placeholders in regards to this game? Tevin showed off a Pokimane sweater. I was looking at the clothes, and the joggers looked nice. Ah, okay. Why didn't he just piss his pants? I don't know, yeah, isn't this the pants pisser guy? Alright, I wasn't really feeling that video. 40 minutes of this guy giving a dissertation on this video that I watched months ago and forgot the context for. The cavemen probably were based. Back to what matters most. Thank you for the raids, guys. So, Shroom. So, yeah, I finished the hover bike races. I got the golds. I got the orbs. I'm up to 247. I gotta get the golds, or I will never be a man. Or something. Hey, I didn't even know that guy was there. Hey, I'm almost there. Yay! What do I have to show for it? 250 orbs. This is like day 2 dingus with that Kingdom Hearts alarm going off. Jesse remembers. Jesse only remembers because I keep telling him, hey, I keep elbowing him. Remember that, Jesse? Remember that? Remember that thing from that stream you barely watched you had on the 5th tab there? Remember that, Jesse? You had it at like 2% because the game was so loud. Remember that, Jesse? Oh, the game was like hitting peak audio. The game was so loud. I can't turn this off, you guys. I really couldn't. Kingdom Hearts does not have audio options. I don't know why. Wait, I'm supposed to use the Peacemaker. The most will use the Peacemaker in this playthrough. Ow. This is just ridiculous. How? Why is there a gun course for this one? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Dude, this is just unfair. You're spawning golds in multiple places. This is not a gun that the devs who programmed it ever intended for you to be able to spam. A vacuum cleaner style gun, yeah. Look, we're almost at the bronze though. Almost there. See, that's why I feel. Sometimes I feel like they spawn them behind me. I'm getting gaslit in real time. Oh, don't tell me we're done already. I'm almost there. Well, that line sounds fucked out of context, huh?
Congratulations. Achieved the silver record.
How do I get the gold?
Care to apply for the gold record?
I just group them up? Get more points if I get them, if I knock them out together? Oh, I'm already missing them. No, there was one over there! If you're asking why I'm holding back, it's because, like, I feel like there's gonna be some that pop up behind me. I want to be prepared. Look at the one! me! Getting fucking gas. I swear to God, it sounds like they're coming up from behind me. How did he expect me to get like 15,000 from that?
Care to try for the course record?
Talked it out with Ace's win, gave advice, and now I turn into a pumpkin. Big ups to Anne for giving advice there. Anne, you're always advising people, Anne. I didn't even get the bronze for this one. It's moving me too quickly through the course. I feel like I'm doing something wrong. And I keep shooting the people. Ah, I missed one.
Hello, Spandog. How you doing, dude?
I'm doing great, Jesse. Thank you for asking. I'm just being a little mope because it's almost 4 in the morning. It's not gonna be a 24-hour stream, but what if it was? Do I just do the spin trick? Is that it? It's gonna be probably great audio to listen back to on the VOD. Wait, this might be what you're actually supposed to do. You would not want to bring me to a gun range. I'm telling you. Fuck! Looking at 13,000. It's doable. Take it. We're closing in, we're closing in, we're closing in. This is doable, chat. We just do this. This is just how you do it. This is how you do it without getting a headache. You just do this. Though, the noise would certainly give you a headache. Seems like when I do the copter spin, it doesn't target the civilians? I'm gonna kind of see if this gets me to the gold, like, quicker. You didn't tell me copter spinning was the strat the whole time? And there's the goal. Hey, Knock. Were you here earlier? Hello if you were not. Yes, yeah, copter spinning was the way to go. Dented. Whatever, fuck it, I'll take anything at this point. A game-breaking strat. It's one of those things where it's like, it makes you wonder if this was intended by the developers. It was intended or if it was an exploit. Just because of how broken it is. In a game that's otherwise so difficult, you don't get a lot of, you don't really have many tricks to help you out when it comes to some of those, tougher sections. But I do think it was intended.
You achieved the world record.
265. This just leaves... Yeah, we gotta do Scattergun. We did Blaster and Vulcan Barrel. And we gotta finish Peacemaker. No, you're right. You're right. Yes, that's true. It was intended. I didn't get a proper Twitch shout out for Alien. Let me do that too. I did both types for Shroom. Alright, back to Peacemaker. What would the strat be for this one? I feel like letting them group up and then you get more points because you hit multiple targets, but I don't even have a confirmation of that. You cannot copter spin with this one. It's down to brute force with your shots. Thank you for the shout out. You're welcome. Give Alien a follow. Very cool style fella. He's not a completionist, but he's been playing DK Bonanza recently, and it's been real cool watching him play it. A lot of my interest in watching people play that game is how they approach the puzzles and different challenges in that game, because the trials and hurdles and tribulations in that game all have multiple solutions. You know, whether you're in a challenge room or you're doing something in the main area of the level, there's different ways you can approach the challenges of that game. So it's kind of cool watching people play that for the first time. as though I didn't just get done playing it for the first time. But you know what I mean? You watch someone play a game going blind, and you see how they approach a challenge. I believe he's nearing the end of that, too. Yeah, but he's a cool fella. Dingus approved. I met him because Ostrava raided into him once. He was really intrigued by my name. He was quite innocent. He didn't know Dingus was a synonym for penis. Dude, I was so close! You're still on the meat level? Okay. You're close. You're getting close to the big finale there. You had no clue? Remember when we first met, I was like, oh yeah, I gotta pick a name people will remember me by. What do you think the dingus there was referring to? Okay, so it is possible to get 15,000, even if you're as bad as me in the game. You just gotta aim correctly. Quite a tall order when I'm the one holding the gun. It's like, with the Peacemaker in particular, like, I gotta charge it, and you give me multiple targets that are too far apart. Like, what do you... Am I picking and choosing what I'm shooting? I obviously am, but, like, what I'm trying to say is that... Is it, like, intentional that I can't hit all of them? Am I waiting for them to group up? Thought it was just me calling myself an idiot or something. Don't worry, I am an idiot. It's a double entendre. There's multiple meanings to the name. The deep lore is that it's just a synonym for expandong, which I think I had told you already. I don't think we're getting it this time. See, my last attempt was better. It's a long story as to how Expandong got diluted into Swollen Dingus. I had an Expandong account, but then for other purposes, I needed another account, so I made Swollen_Dingus. But I made that one with a burner email that I lost access to. So there is a Swollen_Dingus on Twitch. 1_, not 2. That is my account, but I can't access it anymore. And I've tried so hard to get back into it, but Twitch doesn't believe that I am who I am, so I can't get the keys back to my own account. Not that I care, because this is like a account from years ago, but I rage quit, and then I just made a Swollen_Dingus. And the rest is history. I did it because Shroom Dukem was already taken. Shroom Dukem is a much better name than my name. I did ask. I did ask. It's like, hey, like, I have proof, I guess, that this account is me and mine. It's like, no. And then on top of that, it's like, you know, I wasn't streaming at that time. It was just the account I used as a viewer. So I didn't really see a point to really fighting for it. So I just made a new account. And then I decided to start streaming after that. And again, the rest is history. Boot up the stream, playing Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep to like 2 people. And then growing it up naturally from there. Living it up in Renton. You know, I don't even have to charge it for so long either. Sometimes, like, I'm noticing I'm holding the charge for too long. It's be a force of habit. I'm not good with this gun, because you go the whole game without using it, then they give it to you, and you have it for, like, fucking 3 missions. Like, what the fuck? Naughty Dog at it again? Many such cases. I'm gonna blame Neil Cuckman again. And then you get Jack 3, and you get way too many weapons, and there's so many weapons that you don't really even need half of them, because there's no challenge in the game. Oh, please, God forbid. We're right here. Yes! Holy shit. We're so close, chat. I can taste it. Wow, knock wrong. Knock wrong. Knock exposed. Oh, hold up. Look, I usually don't do... Look, right there. Dingus, I got bad news for you. You ain't getting it. Look at him. Look at him. Now I look dumb. You sure do, buddy. You sure do. You sure do look like a big dingus. Look at him. Look at him. Suppa. Exposed. Felt it, dunce. Oh, don't call him a dunce. Don't give him the dunce cap. Let's see. We're doing Scatter next. Scatter's like the worst one, I feel. See, look, I couldn't even get silver with it. You know why Scatter is the worst one? Because I can't do a copter spin with it. I swear to God, there was one behind me. Wait, do I have to use... Okay, yeah, I do. I was gonna say, what if I just switch guns to something I like using? They have disabled my other weapons. It's almost like they don't want me to have fun in this game. I can't imagine why. It's like, dude, I'm halfway through the course. I have 2,000 points. Not, there has to be something I'm doing incorrectly. Is that just that you build up points from the gold ones? Because the blue ones get fuck all. Ooh. Dude, I just saw one. I missed him. No, I guess that section is where you get most of your points from. I should not have shot that guy. I would be a very bad police officer. I would be an accurate one, but I would be a very bad police officer. I definitely have I'm very trigger happy. Shoot first, ask questions never. Is that it? I'm 600 from silver, come on. At least the racing is over, that looked rough. Yeah, the racing was pretty bad. Was it the worst racing I've ever had to endure in the history of me enduring racing games and racing sub-side mini-games? No. Actually, the reverse races were easier than the regular races. Only because the reverse races weren't so dependent on shortcuts. Alright. I feel much of my feltoning there came from me hitting too many civilians. Yeah, Knock, you might be right about waiting for them to group up to chain them together. Fuck, I missed one. Ooh, okay. That was good. I just said I have to wait for them to group together, and then that's not what I'm doing. Alright, we're moving. It's very inspiring gameplay for people that want me to play Battlefield 6, which is nobody. But imagine me on your Battlefield 6 squad. This is the gameplay you would get. Oh, got him that time. Problem is the gold's gonna be like 12,000. It's like, where do I make up fucking 12,000? And that's it. I have to somehow,
Congratulations, you achieved the silver record.
I have to somehow go for 12,000. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the Blaster's got the copter spin. The Vulcan Fury can do the copter spin as well, but you don't... I didn't really need it. I just got the... I got the record naturally. And the Peacemaker is just a matter of trial and error. But I don't really know what the scatter gun strat here is. No, 12,000 is gold. Silver was 10,000. Yup, I'm already shooting women. What do you mean, base? No, wait a minute. That's not appropriate commentary, sir. I just really want to make sure they're not spawning any behind me. I could see Naughty Dog doing that. I hear this shit in my ear. It feels like they are. I'm schizo. I missed one. No, I feel like this isn't the run. I'm doing bad. I'm getting too cocky. I'm moving too quickly. Ah, running back. I don't like this. Get me out. Absolutely disgusting.
Care to try for the course record?
I don't want to, but you're making me. He's bad! I kinda am. I never said I was an expert, you guys. I can be good at games if I want to. You know what? At least the goons never changed. The goons are always in the same position. We're gonna call them the goons. That line sounded fucked. The goons are always in the same position. They're power bottoms, is what they are. Alright, now one pops up over here, two here. I always miss that one. Okay, now they start popping up over here. I'm gonna master this course. I will get nothing out of it but my own satisfaction. It'll probably be mitigated by the fact that I spent so much time on it. Fuck up. Like, I'm not getting 5,000 points from this segment. It's not happening. I missed too many golds. Now I'm really not doing it. Oh, buddy, that's it. So let's think about it. I want to say I missed 2 gold, so that would have been What, 10,800? I'd still be short. I gotta be fucking Adonis here with the scattergun? What the hell? Yeah, for sure. The issue is the gold ones. I can't miss any of them. And I know for a fact I missed 2. Yeah, killing civilians. I'm trying not to. I'm trying, guys. Civilians is a -100. Alright, that's more like it. Oh no! I'm gonna have these enemy patterns ingrained in my conscience. The annals of my memory. Okay, got him. Got that. Oh, I got that one that time. Okay, first one to pop up was over here. What? It switched up that time. No! I blame Knock. Look, this segment just sucks. I was like, what? What do you want me to do about that? You put them so close to the civilian, of course they're gonna get shot. Okay, I think I started this segment with 7,000. Oh man, that's tough. Give me one more. Come on. Oh my god! Oh man! I swear I must have shot at least 5 civilians. So, deducting 5 civilians, 100 per civilian, minus 500 points.
Care to try for the course record?
Shut up, Knock! You're right, though. I just gotta get the pattern down. I gotta live in their head is what I gotta do. You guys are gonna sit here, and you're gonna listen to me spamming the R1 button, and you're gonna like it. Blam, 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 blam. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. It's already not going my way. Alright, I just gotta not shoot 2 more, because I've already shot 3. I didn't get the 2 golds popping from here. Why did I not get 2 golds popping up there? What happened? What happened? I was not supplied with 2 golds. Why? Yeah, that's a reset. Be nice to Knock.
Care to try for the...
Look, Knock's one of those people that everybody goes too hard on, like Rydrake, and I don't really understand why. Like Rydrake and GPM, I don't really understand the joke. The joke is that we just pretend to hate him, overly hate him. Oh no, I treat everyone equally. You don't hate knock? Yeah, I don't hate knock either. I don't know what people's problem are, Shroom. I don't know what their problem is, Shroom. So much negativity, man. So much distastefully bad juju and vibes out there in this world for me to be hating on another man for no reason, so ruthlessly. No, I missed him again. Did not spawn him that time. What am I doing differently now to where I can't get the 2 gold spawn? Right, pissed me off in a video game once, that's different. Yeah, I've heard the story. I've heard the story between you and Saru about what Rai allegedly did. Right, Drake's alleged behavior. Maybe I'm pushing up too much. That's that fear. That's why I'm moving, like, I'm taking my time to the course. Because I feel like if I move up too quickly before the targets are ready, then I'm like pushing the course too quickly. Like I'm forcing it to spawn later targets. I don't know how this shit works. I didn't program this.
I actually didn't watch the stream.
Thank you for the lurk, Shroom.
I didn't watch the stream.
You're breaking the Xander redeem. There it is. Look at Ralph there. Look at Ralph there with his ice cream. I wonder what Ralph is doing right now over there in Mexico. Do you think he's having fun? Time of his life. Think Ralph has ever played Jak 2? Probably not. Did Ralph even have video games growing up? Is that why his life is so fucked up? I missed it again. Cranking it? He's tugging on the hog? Would Ralph even be awake at this hour? I don't think so.
Care to try for the...
Didn't he have an Xbox 360? Probably? I know he had a Switch 1, because I still have him friended on it. Don't get too excited, because he gave it to Faith, and then Faith lost it. Probably doesn't even have it anymore. He can't even unfriend me, even if he wanted to. I did play Ralph in Smash. It was a very, very laggy match, and it wasn't one-on-one. It was a 4-man match, but I did do it. Yeah, Ralph used to do like midnight gaming streams. These were on Stream.me, I believe. There's one stream I will never forget. It's not the first time I brought it up on stream before. There's one stream I'll never forget from him, where he did Super Mario World while wasted, like really, really fucking inebriated. I assume Worski must have put him up to it. But he was playing Super Mario World. He was just awful at it. The worst Mario gamer ever. Losing in the fortress. I forget which fortress it was. It was the one with a bunch of stoppers. And for the life of him, he could not get past this level. He must have spent a full hour on that level. And this was like ass o'clock hours. Like 5 in the morning. I was awake for some reason. And his viewer numbers had tanked already. So, you know, maybe a couple, not even a dozen. Not even a dozen people existed to watch this guy fail at Super Mario World. And I didn't save the VOD. So it just won't, it just doesn't exist. You'll have to take my word for it. His copes and excuses for dying were pretty amusing, so I wish I had saved it. I think Ralph also tried to play Donkey Kong on stream. I genuinely cannot remember. I keep missing that one. Did I felt him? No. No, there was no feltoning of Ralph whatsoever. Ralph was not in fact felted. Alright, if I keep at this, eventually at some point I'll get it, right? I think that's really all he played on stream from his Switch. If you look at his game history, which I've done on stream before, if you look at his game history, it says he's played Pokemon. I think that was at that point where he had given Faith the Switch, and she was just playing shit on it that he didn't care about. I don't know if she bought the games, or if she already had them, or if these were games that he bought her. I don't think that was ever really indicated one way or the other. Okay, now they want to show up. But I feel like I've shot too many civilians. Case in point. Wasn't there another gold that was supposed to spawn behind me? This is not... I was supposed to have 7,000 by that point. Get me back in. We're gonna make this happen whether the game likes it or not. Always shoot that one. I gotta learn to chill out around that particular goon. I always shoot that one too. Your free 200-point deduction, sir. Missed it. Stop shooting civilians in your... I can't help it! This is the problem, Knock! The wide radius for the scatter gun, it's too wide! The more I play it, though, the more I recognize, you know, where the fellas are gonna pop up and shit. It's always that one. I can't help it. I cannot help it, Knock. I have issues. I need to resolve them with my doctor. I can't. I literally cannot. After a certain point, it just becomes comical the way that I play. You ever get that feeling where you're playing something and it's the definition of insanity, yada yada yada, doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, but you do something so much that you actually get worse at it the more you do it because you've done it so much? In particular, in a part in the game, you replay it over and over and over and over and over and over. You do the early part of whatever you're redoing over and over so many times, but all you want to do is replay the later segment where you keep dying so you can try it more. The more you try it, the more you adapt to it, the more you get used to its chicanery, but you don't get many attempts at the later parts because you have to keep redoing the early parts. You keep redoing the later parts so much, it makes you worse when you get back to the early parts. That is, no lie, the same fucking score I got like 3 attempts ago. Remember? Rewind the VOD. Rewind the VOD. I must have shot 5 civilians. I'm not doing it on purpose. I am not. I'm really not. I'm really not. Don't gaslight me, brother. At least be honest about it if you're gonna do it. This segment is big, you know, you're awake at 4 in the morning, blasting cutouts because you've lost control of your life energy. Alright. I'm in the zone. I'm zoned in. Okay. Little break here. First one's gonna pop here. Sometimes there's one that pops up behind me right there, that area. I don't know what I have to do to get him to consistently pop up. But I feel like I need him to pop up in order to get, you know, the bonus 500 to hit the 12,000. But I don't know what is it that makes him spawn. Yeah, see, I did worse. I need this guy to pop up here. But I gotta figure out what is it that makes him show up. Yeah, like how did I do worse than the last run? I shot less people. The papal, pay. Losing my ability to speak. It's not even been like a. It usually happens at the 8th hour of the stream. There's definitely something with my performance that causes bonus gold ones to spawn. Oh, I missed one. That was really ugly. And I missed that one again. Oh, my aim is all over the place, bud. Gonna be hearing the conveyor sound in my dreams.
Try for the course record.
My apologies. At least it's the stock sound effect, not unique to this game. Already shooting people. Okay, this time I didn't have a gold one to come up. What am I? What do you gotta do to make these gold ones pop up? Is it reaction time? You shoot that one early, he pops up? Like, what's the trick there, bud? See? He pops up that time. What causes that? Ooh, I missed one. Take like a millisecond break. Nope, felt it. Fell for it again and worked. All this for a couple measly orbs. Yeah, the gold jump scare. What the fuck, man? Where's my reward? There's some that I just end up hitting no matter what. Like, I know they're gonna be there, but like, how else do you want me to approach them? What kind of wonky fucking aim are you asking for? Oh, fuck, I can punch him. I don't think that matters, though. Yeah, see, we don't want to punch him. Wait, 2. Why did 2 come out that time? 2 came out. I just don't get it, Knock.
Care to try for the course record?
Fucking 2? They spawned 2? I wish we weren't at the end of the game so Daxter could comment on what I could change about my aiming to be better. Your fucking ass, Jack. I know. That kind of worked out. That did not work out. Golds didn't pop up. I didn't shoot them fast enough. Holy shit. But if you think about it, if I had hit those golds, I would have been in 6,000 entering that segment, which I don't think I've ever done before. Punishing me for roundhouse kicking a civilian? Yeah, it feels like it's speed-based. Yeah, I was at like 6,000 entering this part. I didn't mean to do that. Alright. Notice how wildly different the score can be depending on how many of those people I shoot. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. Get down to the science of it. The nitty gritty. But yeah, this is the worst course by far. Too wide a shot radius. Everyone's getting blasted. I'm getting penalized for everything. I did nothing wrong and I did everything correct. Readjust my aim here. She still gets hit. I didn't get him to pop up that time. Nor did I get the second one. I didn't get the second one, nor could I get the one that pops up behind me here. $10,000 at this part. Get a free 1,000 at the end. Oh, that's it. You have to kill specific ones for the goal. It's either kill the specific one, or it's time-based. I went for the wrong one. It's still going? I fucking left.
Record.
Here, try for the course record. I really don't want to, but you're not giving me a choice here. Yeah, it's definitely shoot him within a specific time. And then you get some bonus ones for doing just that. Fuck. Oh, that was a crash run anyway. I'm losing my mojo. I'm losing my mojo. I'm losing my edge the more they make me try to redo this. Alright, 4,000. $700. 10,000. This isn't it. This can't be it. Oh my god! I wish that was a happy oh my god.
Care to try for the course record?
I literally hit... all because I hit one civilian that I wasn't supposed to hit. I went one civilian over. I'm sorry, game. I'm sorry. I kneel. I kneel, Naughty Dog. I apologize. You guys did nothing wrong. You did everything correct. The Last of Us Part 2 was great, actually. It was misunderstood. People just didn't get it. I just like how people didn't get Joker too. I feel like I did pretty good, but I had less at this point than I did last run. Alright, 9,000. Can I get 3,000 more? Can we hit it? So I can go to bed. A bed would be comfy right about now. Oh no. 2 more? 2 more. 2 more would get it for me. 2 more. There it is.
You achieved the gold record.
Whoa!
Care to try for the course record?
Oh my lord. Alright. There you go. First place Scattergun, first place Blaster, first place Vulcan Barrel, first place Peacemaker, first place Jetboard, first place every fucking damn race in this stupid ass game that I love. And first place in Onin's 10. And first place at Whack-A-Mole. This has resulted in me... Let's see. We got 3 game saves. Just do it on this one. I have been informed by the illustrious Dragon Slayer that we've hit the max percentage. So that's it. That's it. We're done. We're done. We're done. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's done. You know what this means, chat? I'm done orb hunting. We can actually move on. Thank you. Thank you, I appreciate it. What did we learn, chat? What lesson did we learn? What was the takeaway? What did I really get out of that? What was really learned from the past 2 or so hours of me shooting at those targets? Nothing. Nothing was learned. All I got was Googats. That's what I got. It's like winning a participation award. Or getting a ribbon that says, at least you tried. Or getting a cake that says, at least you tried. We learned the scattergun fucking sucks. It absolutely does. How do I still have charge on my controller? The charge for the controller went out ages ago. or well, the notification came up and said that I was losing charge. How am I still using my controller? Is the point of my rambling. This shit said this shit was gonna die yesterday. Yet here I am still using it now. Grape sticker that says great job for it. I would be very thankful to the grape thanking me for doing such a great job. So grateful. But yeah, the game's done. I already gave my over the credits review. It's pretty good outside of the difficulty spikes, the Billy Dingus filters, the lack of checkpoints, and insane time trial requirements for the racing, the insane high score requirements for the shooting. All for what? Secrets? Do we check out the secrets? You got such awesome features such as Toggle Jack's goatee and Mirror World and Big Head mode. Well, it did exactly what they said it was gonna do. He's got a big head and he's got no goatee. Honestly, Jack could have went the whole game without the goatee. I would not have noticed. Oh, it's small head mode. I should have done the rest of the game like this. He's a brainlet. He's dented. Yeah, of course you got your typical shit. You can unlock the additional gun courses we just went through, the scene player for all the acts, all three acts in the game. You unlock reverse races, your level select, unlimited ammo, which is the only way you can do those courses without tearing your hair out. Unlimited Dark Jack, and straight up invulnerability. And for the truly masochistic, Hero mode. If you thought this game wasn't hard enough, you can play it on super duper quadruple hard mode and really want to tear the hairs out of your arm or something. Your hitbox is smaller now, it's cheating. Is that how it works? We're gonna believe for the purposes of the argument that that is indeed how it's supposed to work. Alright, unlimited Dark Jack. Well, because Dark Jack has the purple electricity, just walking past the guards immediately alerts them because the purple electricity felts them on fight. Then you lose it. I didn't really use that attack much. Yeah, I did it, Astro. We're done. And then you have giant mode, it's completely worthless. This is when you knew they were out of ideas for powers. Thank God for Jack 3 in that department, I suppose. Yeah. Oh no, you're supposed to use the aerial one for aerial enemies. Look at him go. Oh man, look at how he crawls. He's so freaky. Ah! And look at Daxter. Daxter's like, I'm just kind of here for the ride, bucko. They almost got this, but they should have had him crab walking. I used to do a mean crab walk back in the day. I was the master crab walker. Dude, Giant Jack's head doesn't look... I don't have small head mode on, but Giant Jack's head looks like as though I enabled small head mode. Alright, get out. Leave me alone. Can't have the gun out while you're evil. Alright, that's enough fooling around. Arrest me, Lone Guard. Arrest me! Alright, that was fun. But guys, the game is over. Another one, 100%ed, done for good, and there's nothing left there that she wrote. It's done. It's done. It's done. I can put it to the history books and put it on a shelf, and then I can look at that shelf. I can gaze longingly at it and say, wow. Remember that time I streamed Jak 2 and most of the playthrough was dedicated to me doing all those races? Like, that's probably not true. I gotta look at how many. I'm pretty sure it was like 4 streams to get to the ending. And maybe, what was it, like 3 streams? Sunday, Monday, Tuesday? Just get all the orbs. So, slightly more streams done, spent on the story, versus just gathering the orbs. Jak 3 tomorrow, casinos tomorrow. At this point, at this rate, Jak 3 Thursday. I was supposed to do Xenoblade today, but I booted up late, and I was like, well, there's no point in booting up late to do, like, I won't make any meaningful progress. And then I had the lingering shadow of Jak 2, so I was like, fuck it, let's just finish Jak 2 and be done with it. And we were able to do that. Don't you finally me? You knew what this deal was. You knew what this was. Being a viewer of the Dingus stream. Being a viewer of the Dingus stream means locking in and committing to a fucking eternity, lifetime, sick cult-like mentality, committing to watching me play the same fucking games for like upwards of 10 months. Dinga the racist, I knew you had it in again. Don't say it like that. People will think you're talking for real, for real. I think I'd rather give DSP money. Hey, I like this song. This is good victory music. I like this. Bum, 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 bum. Another game, dominated. Another game, another game, another game, another game, another game, another game, dominated. Oh man, where do we take it from here? Who's live? Let's pull up the Streamlabs in advance. Tevin's on the usual BRB. Another game dinged down by Dingus. You know how we do it. Alright, but I can't stall any longer. Thank you so much, guys. As always, we appreciate you, this life, and the next. And I wanna drink the rest of my tamarindo, my tamarind water. I have to get more. And maybe get a snack too. I've not eaten. I've not consumed in 6 hours. And I really sound like it. Had a big fat fucking chicken sandwich earlier. I wish I still had it. Oh well. What's a man to do without a chicken sandwich at 5 in the morning? Where's my 5 in the morning emergency game dominated reward chicken sandwich at? Just doesn't exist. Another thing I've gotten Gugats on. Pablo, take me home. It's nice to rest your eyes. Hey, look, we made it. You made it. If for some reason you're still listening, thank you for enduring the rest of the stream. Sorry I was so bad at the game that it took me so long to get the rest of those orbs, but I did it. I did it. And I had fears in the back of my head back of my neck, back of my mind, that it would be an entire stream of me just doing the races and not even finishing that part. And then I'd have to be disappointed and leave the stream in a huff huff hoo ha, and I'd have to be like, I guess it's one more stream of Jack, guys. But guess what? It wasn't the case. I persevered, persisted, insisted. I maybe even doubled down just a little bit, and it was achieved. We hit the game goal. Woo! Psylocke in a bikini got me thinking funny thoughts. What? I'm happy for you. Just don't let Visa or MasterCard find out. you might get some of your cards canceled. But no, for real. Thank you guys for stopping by. Thank you to Jamsies, raid with a party of 10. Cerulean 86, the raid with a party of 28. Easy money. The re-up tier 1 for 31 months. Alien, raid with a party of 57. Shroom Dukeem, raid with a party of 7. Almighty Tevin, that guy, re-up tier 1 for 42 months in a row. 42 months in total. Why did it say earlier that it wasn't the full 42? Whatever. Discrepancies between Streamlabs and Twitch. What else is new? It doesn't matter, Sean. I'm just noticing things that I should not be noticing. They don't matter. None of this matters. So random Lamal, thanks for the stream though. Thanks for me fucking up my sleep schedule. My stream schedule is fucked up too, but for different reasons. Remember when I used to start the stream at 6? That used to be something, right? We'll never go back to those days. Some of it is my fault. A lot of it isn't. You know, like work and stuff. Emma Frost still my true number 1. I reiterate, don't let MasterCard or Visa find out. Let's raid Kusanagi. He was here earlier. He's another gacha guy, so if you're not a gacha gooner, it won't be the stream for you. But if you are, then it is the stream for you. Otherwise, you can go to Tevin's house and watch Phil on BRB. I'm not sure why you would want to, at this hour, actively go out and seek DSP content. But it is the Tevin stream. All roads lead to Tevin. No matter what. Some way or somehow, you just find yourself back at Tevin's house. So while you may not want to watch Phil content at this hour, I don't know where I was going with that. You may not want to watch Phil at this hour, but you can watch Tevin at any hour. I cannot imagine 6 p.m. Dingus streams. They've happened before. They're called Saturday streams, you dummy. You wouldn't know because you don't show up for them. Bye-bye, adios, and Mimi time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. If I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day, hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. The fucked up part is I'm pretty sure Goki has showed up for a Saturday stream before. I'm just... Am I not allowed one sneak diss? One factually inaccurate sneak diss? Hey Jezzy, 100% of the game. Jack 3 on Thursday. Probably a Xenoblade tomorrow while we do Casino. Thank you for all the raids tonight, everybody. Thank you for the positivity and all that. Raid messages, I don't know. Thanks, Jesse. Kick positivity. Get out of here! Shut up! Have a good night. Bye-bye.